Hachette Audio presents Zero Day, written by David Baldacci, read by Ron McClarty with Orla Cassidy. '49. That afternoon, Puller boarded a commercial jet out of Charleston, heading east. He landed at Dulles Airport less than an hour later. He rented a car and checked in at CID headquarters in Quantico to fill in as SAC, Don White. Next, he drove to his apartment and let AWOL out. While the cat was enjoying some fresh air, Puller filled up its food and water dishes and cleaned out the litter box. He'd made an appointment with Matthew Reynolds' superior at DIA for the next afternoon. After 6 full hours of sleep, he woke, had breakfast, ran 5 miles, lifted some weights at the gym at Quantico, showered, made some phone calls, and finished up some overdue paperwork. He dressed in his combat fatigues and drove north to the Pentagon in his rental. A special agent from the DIA Office of Counterintelligence and Security met him at the Pentagon Metro exit, and they headed into the Pentagon together. Both men showed their cred packs, announced that they were armed, and were given clearance into the building without an escort. The DIA agent was named Ryan Bowling. He was a compact 5'10" former Marine who'd been with DIA for a decade. He was a civilian now, as were all of the personnel at DIA's Counterintelligence and Security. As they walked along, Puller said, "Thought you guys would be a little more hot to trot on this case. Feeling lonely out there all by myself." "Not my call. I just do what I'm told, Puller." They walked along Corridor 10 to A-Ring and kept navigating the Pentagon's complex passageway system until they arrived at the home of the J2. There was a large reception area where the executive assistant and the secretary sat. On the backside wall was the door to the J2's office. National colors plus the flag officer's flag. It was red with 2 white stars. Puller had been in there once years ago. It was well appointed, with a ubiquitous "I love me" wall that was filled with photos of the flag officer and his famous friends. The J2 was out of the country. His second-in-command, the vice chair's office, was to the left. The red flag held only 1 star. Off to the right was a small conference room where J2, or the vice chair if the J2 was out, would meet for staff meetings. He would also come here every morning at 5 a.m. to preview the daily briefing he would later give to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Puller had been cleared to speak to the vice chair. She was Army, a 1-star brigadier general named Julie Carson, and also Matt Reynolds' direct superior. Before they entered the woman's office, Puller asked Bowling, "What's the book on Carson?" "You'll have to find out for yourself. I've never met the woman." A few moments later, Puller was seated across from General Carson in her office. Bowling sat in the opposite chair. She was tall, trim, and taciturn. Her blonde hair was cut short, and she was outfitted in her dress blues.
"Well, you probably could have done this over the phone. I don't have much to tell you."
"I prefer the face-to-face." She shrugged.
"You CID guys must have more free time than the rest of us."
She glanced at Bowling.
"I'm sure you're thrilled to be babysitting this guy."
Bowling shrugged. "I go where they tell me, ma'am." Puller said, "Field grade officer? Murdered? Guy was in charge of J23. Oversaw prep of the briefing book for the J2, and then up the line to the chairman. Minute the guy was identified as DIA, a barrage of memos went up the line to you, ma'am. The J2, the director of DIA, and on up. Even the Sec Arm is interested." She leaned forward.
"And your point?"
Puller leaned forward, too. "Your casual attitude puzzles me, quite frankly."
"My attitude is not casual. It's just that I don't think I have any information that will be helpful to the investigation."
"Well, let me see if I can change that opinion. What can you tell me about Colonel Reynolds?"
Our career paths crossed from time to time. We were rank equals until the last few years when I started to hit the fast track. It was ironic that I ended up with the star and he didn't. But he wanted to get out, and I wanted the star. He was a good man, and a good soldier.
When was the last time you saw him?
Friday, before he was found murdered. He was leaving early to go to West Virginia. We had a meeting about a matter he was working on, and then he left. In fact, we met in the conference room across the hall.
Did he seem disturbed or anxious about anything?
No, he seemed perfectly fine.
You say you two had served together at other places?
Yes. Fort Benning, for example.
Know it well.
I know you do. I checked your record. And how's your father doing?
Fine.
That's not what I heard.
Puller said nothing. He glanced at Bowling. The man did not seem to know what they were talking about. Obviously sensing that Puller was not going to react to this, Carson changed subjects.
How did a soldier with a combat record and leadership qualities end up CID?
Why not?
Best and the brightest are meant for higher things, Puller. They're meant for command.
Do the best and the brightest sometimes commit crimes? She looked puzzled, but said,
I guess.
Then how are we supposed to catch them if the CID doesn't have some of the best and brightest too?
It's not a joke, Puller. If you'd gone the West Point route, one day you could be sitting here with a star on your shoulder and more to come.
Stars get to be real heavy, ma'am. I like to stay light on my feet. Her lips pursed.
Maybe you aren't cut out for command. Too much of a joker.
Maybe. But this meeting isn't about my career shortcomings, and I don't want to take up more of your time than is absolutely necessary. As you said, you're busy. What else can you tell me about Reynolds?
He was very good at his job. He kept the folks in J23 working like a well-oiled machine. The briefings were strong, and the analysis underlying them was spot on. He was retiring and going into the private sector, which was a loss for the country. He was not involved in anything at DIA that could have led to his murder in West Virginia. That about cover it for you?
If he was helping to put the briefings together, he was privy to some highly classified and potentially valuable information.
We have a lot of people here who qualify for that distinction. We've never had any problems in this office regarding personnel. I don't think Reynolds would be the first.
Money problems? Personal problems? Any motivation to sell out to an enemy?
It's not easy to do, Puller. My people are looked at 6 ways from Sunday. Reynolds had no financial problems. He was as patriotic as they come. He was happily married. His kids were normal and well-adjusted. He was a deacon in his church. He was looking forward to retirement and carving out a new career in the private sector. There's nothing there.
Puller looked at Bowling. You guys have any occasion to look at Reynolds for any reason? Bowling shook his head. Checked before I came over here today. Guy was spick and span clean. No basis for any blackmail, stuff like that. Puller turned back to Carson. So you knew he was going out to West Virginia?
Yes, he told me. His wife's parents were ailing. He commuted on the weekends. It never interfered with his work, so I had no problem with it.
He ever talked to you about anything unusual going on out there?
He never talked to me about West Virginia, period. It was a personal family matter, and I never asked. None of my business.
Well, someone murdered him and his family out there.
Yes, they did. And it's your job to find them.
Which is what I'm trying to do.
Okay, but I think the answer lies in West Virginia, not in the Pentagon.
Did you know his wife? Carson glanced at her watch and then at the phone.
I have a conference call coming up shortly, and the J2 is out of the country, so I'll be presenting the briefing to the chairman tomorrow morning.
I'll try to make it snappy, said Puller, but he looked at her expectantly.
I knew Stacy Reynolds only through Matt. I saw her at the occasional function. We were friends, but not close friends. That's all.
And Colonel Reynolds never mentioned that something unusual was going on in West Virginia.
I thought I already answered that.
Puller sat patiently looking at her.
No, he didn't,
she said, and Puller wrote this down in his notebook. When I was assigned this case, I was told that it was unusual. I assumed it was unusual because it involved the murder of a DIA field-grade officer who had access to highly classified intelligence.
Thankfully, murders of such people don't happen often, so that I guess it would qualify as unusual.
No, I think the term was in reference to the fact that we were going light on assets with this investigation. And if Reynolds was not doing anything of importance for DIA, and you don't think his murder had anything to do with his assignment to DIA, why would it have been described to me as unusual? Then it just becomes another homicide.
Since I wasn't the one who described it that way to you, I have no way of answering that question.
She glanced at her watch again. Anything else you can think of that might help my investigation?
I can't think of a one.
I'll need to interview Reynolds' co-workers.
Look, Puller, do we really need to go there? I've told you all there is to tell. My people are very busy trying to keep this country safe. The last thing they need is to be distracted by something like this, which has nothing to do with them.
Puller sat up straighter and closed his notebook. Your friend and colleague was murdered, General Carson. I've been assigned to find out who did it. I intend on accomplishing that mission. I'll need to talk to his co-workers. I'll do it efficiently and professionally, but I am going to do it. Right now. They had a stare-off, which Puller ended up winning. She picked up her phone and made some calls. As Puller rose to leave, she said,
Maybe I was wrong about you.
In what way?
Maybe you do have what it takes to lead.
Maybe, said Puller. 50. They left the J2's office, grabbed a left on Corridor 9, and took the escalator to the basement. The lower level of the Pentagon was a bewildering maze of sterile white corridors that not a drop of sunlight would ever touch. It was Pentagon lore that there were DoD employees from the 1950s still wandering around down there trying to find their way out. The personnel of J23 were analysts and graphic artists, about 24 in total, who methodically built the briefing book each week, using intelligence input not only from DIA, but also from other agencies like CIA and NSA. Then they would tweak it to the current chairman's intelligence preferences. It was a PowerPoint presentation set in hard paper and was succinct in getting to the meat of the matter without delay. In the Army, brevity was a virtue beyond all others. The people in J23 were a mix of uniforms and civilians. Thus Puller saw fatigues, old green uniforms, new blue uniforms, slacks, button-down shirts, and the occasional tie. The unit operated around the clock, and the perk for the night crew was that they got to wear polo shirts. Reynolds had been the highest-ranking officer here. Since J23 was housed in an SCIF, or Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility Room, Puller and Bowling had to put their cell phones and other electronic devices inside a locker on the wall outside the entrance. No picture-taking or outside communications capabilities were allowed in an SCIF. They were buzzed in, and Puller eyed the reception area. It looked like many others he'd seen in the Pentagon. This was the only way in or out, except for possibly a fire emergency exit somewhere in the back. At the end of the corridor was an open bay. Here, individual cubicles were lined up, and analysts and artists toiled away on the product that General Carson would be poring over tomorrow at 0500. The lights in here were dim. The lights at the cubicle were better. Still, Puller thought, half the people here probably needed eyeglasses after less than a year fighting terrorists from their desks, mostly in the dark. Puller and Bowling showed their creds and were granted access to Reynolds's co-workers, the highest ranking of whom was a lieutenant colonel. There was a small conference room where Puller conducted his interviews. Each person was spoken with separately, a common enough interview tactic. Witnesses questioned together tended to tell the same story, even if they had different information and perceptions to begin with. They were informed by Puller and confirmed by Bowling that Puller was cleared for everything up to TS SCI with polygraph, and had a valid need to know. In the intelligence world, those phrases opened many a locked door and mouth. The co-workers expressed more shock and sorrow over the death of Matthew Reynolds than his commanding officer had. However, they also had not provided any useful information or leads about why Reynolds had been murdered. His work, while classified, did not involve anything that would have led to his death, they told Puller. When he was done, he was no further along with his investigation than he had been when he'd entered the building. Next, he searched Reynolds' office, which had been secured ever since he had left for West Virginia and been murdered. While J23 was technically open storage space, meaning if you put something somewhere, there it would stay safely, Reynolds might still have had a safe in his office. As it turned out, he didn't. Neither could Puller find anything in the man's office that would assist the investigation. It was clean and sparsely furnished, and computer files, which he went over in Balling's presence, yielded no clues. He exited J23, retrieved his cell phone from the locker, walked back to one of the main exits with Balling, and left the DIA man there. He returned to his car in the vast parking lot. But instead of driving off right away, he sat on the hood of his green Army Ford and studied the five-sided building that was the single biggest office space in the world. It had received a sharp punch in the face on September 11th, 2001, but had come back stronger than ever. The Pentagon had started a long renovation of the then nearly 60-year-old building back in the late 1990s. The first wedge finished, ironically enough, had been the part hit by the American Airlines jumbo jet temporarily flown by madmen. More than 10 years later, the entire renovation of the building was nearly complete. It was a testament to American resilience. Puller looked the other way and watched as kids of Pentagon personnel played inside the fence of a daycare center within the Pentagon grounds. He guessed that was what the military was always fighting for, the rights and freedoms of the next generation. Watching little boys and girls sailing down plastic slides and riding toy horses somehow made Puller feel a bit better about things. But only a bit. He still had a killer to catch, and he felt no closer to doing so than he had when he had been first given the assignment. His cell phone vibrated, and he slipped it from his pocket. The text message was brief but intriguing. Army-Navy Club, downtown, tonight, 1900. I'll find you. He didn't know whom it was from, but the sender obviously knew how to contact him. He studied the words for a few more seconds before putting the phone back. He checked his watch. He would have enough time. He'd been meaning to do this when he came back east anyway. And after spending time with the dysfunctional Cole family, it seemed more important still. He punched the gas and left the Pentagon in his rear-view mirror. 51.
"What are you doing here, XO?"
Puller stood at attention as he gazed down at the man.
"Reporting in, sir," he said.
His father sat in a chair next to his bed. He was wearing pajama bottoms, a white T-shirt, and a pale blue cotton robe cinched at the waist. He had socks and slippers on his long, narrow feet. He had once been over 6'3", but gravity and infirmity had sliced 2 inches off him. Now when he stood, he no longer towered over most people. Not that he stood that often anymore. The fact was his father almost never left his room at the VA hospital. His hair was nearly gone. What was left was cottony white, like Q-tips stitched together, and nearly encircled his head, just nicking his ears.
"At ease,"
said Puller Sr. Puller relaxed, but remained standing.
"How was the trip to Hong Kong, sir?" he asked.
Puller hated playing this fictional game, but the doctor said it was better that way. While Puller didn't put much creed in the shrinks, he had deferred to their expertise, but his patience was growing thin.
"Transport plane blew a tire on takeoff, never made it. Almost ended up in the drink."
"Sorry, sir."
"Not half as sorry as I was, XO. Needed some R&R.
"Yes, sir." As his father looked at him, the first thing Puller noted was his eyes. It was also part of Army lore that Puller Sr. could kill you with a look that would induce such a deep sense of shame at your having failed him that you would just curl up and die. It wasn't true, of course, but Puller had talked to many men who had served with his father, and every one of them had been on the receiving end of such a look, and every one of them said they would remember it to their final day on Earth. But now the eyes were just pupils in the head. Not lifeless, but no longer full of life. They were blue, but hollow, flattened. Puller looked around the confines of the small, featureless room, just like hundreds of others here, and concluded that in many important ways his father was already dead. "Any orders, sir?" he asked. His father didn't answer right away, and Puller often didn't receive any answer to this question when he came to visit. When the response did come, it surprised him. "It's over, XO." "What, sir?" "Over, done, dead, and done." Puller eased forward a half step. "Not following, sir." His father had hung his head, but now he turned to look at his son. The eyes flashed like blue ice thrown at the sun. "Scuttlebutt." "Scuttlebutt?" "You have to pay attention to it. It's shit, but they get you in the end." Puller now wondered if paranoia had been added to his father's list of issues. Maybe it had always been there. "Who gets you, General?" His father waved a careless hand around the room as though they were right there. "The people who count. The bastards who call the shots in this man's army." "I don't think anyone is out to get you, sir." Puller was now wishing he had not come to visit today. "Of course they are, XO." "But why, sir? You're a 3-star. Puller caught himself too late. His father had retired a 3-star, a lieutenant general. That would have been a career achievement worthy of virtually any person who ever wore the uniform. But Puller Sr. had belonged to that rare percentile who expected to reach the very top of the mountain with everything they did. It was well known in the Army that Puller Sr. should have gotten that 4th star. The man also should have received something even more coveted, the Medal of Honor. He had earned it on the battlefield in Vietnam. There was no question about that. But in the Army, it wasn't just about valor in the field. It was about politics, far away from battle. And the fact was, Puller Sr. had ticked off many important people who had a great say in his career path. Thus, the 4th star and the Medal of Honor would never be his. And while his career kept advancing after that snub, it didn't do so at quite the same trajectory. When the trajectory flattened, the highest targeted goals were no longer achievable. You would miss them. He had missed them. He did have 3 stars, and every medal, other than the one he had wanted above all others. "It's because of him," snapped his father. "Who?" "Him." "I don't know who you mean." "Major Robert J. Puller, United States Air Force, D.D., convicted at court-martial of treason, imprisoned for life at USDB. They blame me for what that bastard did." His father paused, drew an angry breath, and added, "Scuttlebutt, the sons of bitches." Puller's face collapsed in disappointment. His brother had been convicted and imprisoned long after their father had retired, and yet he was blaming his son and Puller's brother for his career problems. On the field, Puller Sr. had never let the buck of responsibility pass him by. He took the credit and the blame. Off the field, though, it had been another matter. His father had been a finger-pointer. He laid blame on the most unlikely of places. He could be petty and vindictive and callous and unfair, brutal and unyielding. These personality traits could also be applied to his description as a father. Normally, Puller would say something before leaving. He would play out the fiction as the shrinks had requested. As he started for the door, his father said, "Where are you going, XO?" Puller didn't answer. "XO!" yelled his father. "You have not been dismissed." Puller kept walking. He passed down the hall of the VA hospital that was filled with old, sick, and dying soldiers who had given their all so that the rest of the country could live in peace and prosperity. He could hear his father screaming until he was 300 feet away. There had never been anything wrong with the old man's lungs. When he hit the exit, he never looked back. Family time was over. The Army and Navy Club was next. He was back on the hunt, where he really belonged. 52. Old, architecturally impressive, efficiently run. These were the thoughts running through Puller's mind as he walked toward the Army and Navy Club on 17th Street Northwest in downtown Washington, D.C. He nodded to the men working the valet zone as he headed inside. He took the short flight of steps up and looked left and then right. He was in his dress greens. The Army was phasing out the green and white uniforms in favor of the blue. They were in essence going back to their roots. Blue was the color chosen by the Continental Army during the Revolutionary War to distinguish the colonial fighters from their British redcoat counterparts, and it was also the color of the Union Army during the Civil War. 2 big wars, 2 big victories. The military didn't mind building on past successes. Puller would ordinarily only wear his dress uniform to a special military occasion. He would never wear his rank uniform when interrogating someone. He recalled that when he'd been a sergeant first class, commissioned officers would look down their noses at him while he was questioning them. That no longer happened now that he was a warrant officer. And military personnel lower in rank could have their legal counsel argue that you had intimidated their clients by shoving your rank in their face. So Puller largely stuck to civilian clothes. But tonight, something told him to dress up a bit. To the right was the club's main dining area. To the left was the reception desk. Puller eschewed both and headed up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. He had gotten here early for one purpose. He didn't like other people finding him. He liked to find them first. He reached the 2nd floor and looked around. There were meeting rooms here and small dining areas. On the 3rd floor was a library, where there was a table with bullet holes from being overturned and used as a shield by American soldiers during a skirmish in Cuba over a century ago. There was also another establishment on the 2nd floor that caught Puller's eyes. A bar. If you were looking for a soldier off post and during his off hours, you would probably matriculate to a bar. He looked through the glass doors into the bar. There were 4 people in there, all male. 1 Army, 1 Navy, and 2 men in business suits. The suits had their ties loosened. They were looking at some papers with the guys in uniforms, maybe a meeting that had carried over to the bar. They clearly weren't his mysterious texter. He next looked around for a surveillance post and found it almost immediately. A restroom down the hall had a small anteroom with an open doorway leading back into the hall. There was a large mirror there. Puller took up position in front of it and found that it made an excellent vantage point for viewing the bar entrance. Whenever someone came to the restroom, Puller pretended to be exiting it. When they came back out, he pretended to be either adjusting his clothes in the mirror or yakking on his cell phone. He checked his watch. 7 on the dot. That's when he saw her. She was in uniform. He had assumed that from the military time used in the text. Military folks were punctual. It became ingrained by your training. She was in her early 30s, slender, medium height, with short dark hair framing a nice face. She wore wire-rimmed glasses and a set of dress blues. Her official cap was in her right hand. He noted the silver bar on her shoulder, denoting her rank as a first lieutenant. There were 2 types of officers in the U.S. military, commissioned and warrant officers. She was commissioned, and therefore higher ranking than Puller. Her commission came from the President of the United States, while Puller's came from the Secretary of the Army. If he achieved the rank of Chief Warrant Officer, too, he would receive a commission from the President. But in the military pecking order, he would still be below the true commissioned officers. They had gone to West Point or ROTC or OCS. He had not. He was a specialist. They were generalists. In the Army, the latter ruled the day. She peered through the glass into the bar. It took Puller only 4 long strides to reach her. "You want to do this in private, Lieutenant?" She whirled around, and it was probably only her Army training that turned a scream into a gasp. She gazed up at him. Female regulation shoes could have no heel higher than 3 inches. She had chosen the full 3, and still looked like a kid next to him. When she didn't say anything, he let his gaze wander to the right side of her uniform and saw her nameplate. "Lieutenant Strickland, you wanted to talk to me?" His gaze wandered to the left, and he studied her ribbon rows. Nothing there that would knock anyone's socks off, and he wouldn't have expected there to be. The Army's combat exclusion for females limited what they could earn in the field. No blood, no glory. He saw her gaze go to his rows of ribbons, and her eyes widened as they took in the enormity of his combat experience and military achievement. "Lieutenant Strickland," he said again, more gently, "you wanted to talk?" She met his eye and changed color.
I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting,
"I don't like to be found, Lieutenant. I'd rather do the finding."
Yes, of course I can see that.
"How did you know how to text me?"
Friend of a friend.
He pointed to the stairs. "They have some private areas up there." 53. She followed him up, and they found a quiet spot and sat down in worn leather chairs. When she didn't seem inclined to begin the conversation, he said, "I obviously got your text, Lieutenant."
Please, just call me Barbara.
"You can call me Puller. So I got your text." He let this dangle.
I know you're investigating Matt Reynolds' death.
"Are you one of his co-workers? If so, someone forget to tell me."
I'm not one of his co-workers, but I knew him. I knew him well.
"So you were friends?"
More than that. He and my father served together. He was a mentor and one of the main reasons I joined the service. I was a friend of his wife's, too, and I knew his kids. In fact, I babysat them when they were younger.
"Then you have my condolences."
Was it as bad as I've heard?
"What did you hear?"
That the whole family had been slaughtered.
"Who told you that?"
It was scuttlebutt. I'm not sure who told me.
"It was pretty bad," replied Puller.
Okay.
She pulled out a tissue and dabbed at her eyes. "As you noted, I've been assigned to find his killer.
I hope you do.
And I need all the help I can get."
I might be able to assist you.
Puller opened his official notebook. "I need to know everything you can tell me."
It's not too detailed. I knew that Matt and Stacy had been going back and forth to West Virginia to care for her ailing parents. They took the kids, too. They hated it, of course. They were away from their friends, spending their summer in the middle of nowhere, but family is family, and Stacy was very close to her mom and dad.
"I'm sure she was."
Matt commuted there on Friday and came back on Sunday to go back to work on Monday. He did that most weeks.
"I know that. I talked to his commanding officer, General Carson." Strickland's face flushed at this comment, but she hurried on.
He called me up about 2 weeks ago and said that he'd come across something in West Virginia that was really puzzling him.
"In what way?"
He wouldn't go into detail, but from what he said, he had stumbled onto something that was really serious.
"Like maybe a drug operation?" Puller didn't normally like to interject anything into the conversation when questioning a witness, but his gut had told him to do it this time. She looked at him strangely.
No, I don't think it had anything to do with drugs.
"What then?"
Something bigger than that involved other people. I could tell that he was a little scared, uncertain of what to do.
How did he stumble on this, as you said?
I think he learned about it from someone else.
And that person had stumbled onto it.
I'm not sure. It might have been that the person was already looking into it.
Puller's pen hovered over his notebook. You mean like the police?
No, it wasn't anyone in authority. I'm pretty sure of that. At least Matt never mentioned it.
Who then?
Well, I think it was like someone working undercover.
But you just said it wasn't the police.
Well, don't the police sometimes use civilians in undercover operations, particularly if they have some inside connection to a target?
I guess they do. But then you're talking drugs or maybe gun running.
I don't think it was that, because I don't think that would have scared Matt so much.
He had his family out there. He might have been nervous for them.
Maybe.
He ever tell you a name or give a description of this undercover person?
No.
Did he say how he met the person?
Ran into them one day.
Why would they confide in him?
Because he was in uniform, I believe.
But if the person were working undercover, they presumably would have already been working with the police. So why go to some guy in an army uniform?
I don't know. But I do know that Matt was involved somehow, and he was really worried.
Where are you assigned?
I'm an analyst at DoD.
What do you analyze?
The Middle East, with an emphasis on the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan.
Ever been there? She shook her head.
No. I know you have, many times.
It's okay, Barbara. Some people make good analysts and some don't.
And some people are good in combat, like you.
Would you like to analyze a situation for me? She looked surprised, but nodded gamely. When I was assigned this case, I was told that it was unusual. 4 bodies in another state, one of them a DIA colonel. Normally, we'd bring the heavy artillery on something like that. Multiple CID agents, tech support, even bring folks up from USACIL. But they sent just me because it was termed unusual. You got any idea why that would be the case?
DIA involvement?
But General Carson said nothing Reynolds was involved in would have been connected with his murder. So they couldn't have been concerned about that. But the SecArm's office even called down to the lab in Atlanta about the case. They seemed to think it was some hot stuff going on, and more than just the DIA angle. Why would they have thought that?
Because someone from DIA told them it was hot stuff and wanted to keep a close lid on it?
I was thinking the same thing. When I earlier mentioned General Carson, your face changed color. Now Strickland turned pale. Puller said, "It's just stuff I tend to notice. Don't take it personally. So tell me about the lady."
I don't know her all that well.
I think you know her a lot better than I do. Tell me, would Reynolds have confided in her the same concerns he did to you?
Matt was a soldier's soldier.
Meaning he followed chain of command. So he would have told her, and maybe she saw an opportunity to score a victory. An unexpected one that might get her the second star, especially if what Reynolds had stumbled onto had to do with national security matters. Is that plausible? Or am I barking up the wrong tree? Strickland bristled.
I think Julie Carson would crawl over the body of her dead mother to make Major General.
So she's that ambitious?
My experience in the military is that everyone who gets at least 1 star is that ambitious.
So she tells Reynolds to stay on the case, interface with this undercover person. She smells that second star. But instead, Reynolds and his family get wiped out. Now Carson's sitting on a potential bomb. If the truth comes out, not only will she not get the second, but the first star might get stripped. Strickland nodded.
She has to play cover-up. But she told you that Matt's work at DIA had nothing to do with his death, that he wasn't working on anything sensitive.
What else would she say? He headed up J-23. That alone is enough to believe his work got him killed. He helps prep the chairman's daily briefing. And if someone called Carson on it, she'd just say she was walking the need-to-know fence. Stonewall me, but count on the fact that Reynolds being DIA will be deemed to be the cause of his death. And she probably is hoping against hope that whatever really got Reynolds killed never comes out. And she's safe. Otherwise, she's looking at a lot of explaining if it's discovered that she kept the lid on something big in order to score professionally. She went for the home run and popped up to the shortstop.
If that's true, she's in real trouble.
Strickland looked almost gleeful. My job is to nail a killer, not knock off a one-star from her chosen career path. She might have screwed up, and if she did, she might have to pay the piper. But that's not my goal, okay? The gleeful look fled Strickland's features.
What are you going to do?
Have a second conversation with a certain one-star. I appreciate your help, Lieutenant. Strickland again turned pale.
You won't tell her it was...
No, I won't. Chapter 54.
What the hell are you doing here?
Julie Carson was not in uniform. She had on jeans and a sleeveless army green t-shirt, and her feet were bare. Her arms were tanned and muscled. She probably hit the gym every day and ran at lunchtime to catch the rays and keep her body lean, thought Puller. She gazed up at Puller, who stood on the other side of the door to her condo. In his regulation dress uniform shoes, he was about 6'5", and the breadth of his shoulders filled the doorway. Got some follow-up questions.
How'd you know where I lived?
I don't mean to insult your intelligence, but I'm an Army investigator and you're in the Army. Like looking in the phone book.
I still don't like it.
Duly noted. Can we do this inside in private?
I already talked to you.
Yes, you did, and like I said, I had some follow-up questions.
I'm busy.
And I'm investigating a murder of one of your people. The door down the hall opened, and two young people came out and looked over at them. Inside might be better, General, observed Puller. She glanced at the young couple, stepped back, and let Puller in, closing the door after him. She led him down the hallway. Puller noted the high-end fixtures, oil paintings, and tasteful furnishings in her condo across from Pentagon City Mall that was only one metro stop from the Pentagon. Nice commute for you.
Yeah, it is.
They settled in the living room. She pointed him to an upholstered chair, and she sat on a small love seat across from him. On the walls were pictures of Carson with an array of high-ranking military personnel and politicians. Every one of these people, and they were mostly men, had probably been instrumental in her career path. He had noted a similar photo wall in her office at the Pentagon. Nice place.
I like it.
I still live like I was back in college.
I'm sorry. Maybe it's time you grew up.
Maybe it is.
I'm not sure what sort of follow-up questions you might have.
Based on new information.
What new information?
About Colonel Reynolds. He stopped and stared at her.
Okay, I'm waiting, or am I supposed to guess?
Puller took his time, sliding out his official notebook and uncapping his pen. While he was doing that, he was also watching her. He saw Carson run her eye over his ribbon rows. You didn't wear your ribbons or medals on your fatigues, but the dress uniform showed them in all their glory, and she could not help but come away impressed. Like his SAC had observed, Puller had been a stud in the field. The colored ribbons and bits of metal had never meant much to him. The actions behind the official awards were what he remembered. But if the military's display of bragging rights got someone's attention in an investigation, they were worth their weight in gold to him.
You've accomplished a lot, Puller,
she said, with grudging admiration. The only thing I want to accomplish right now is to find a killer.
Then you're wasting your time sitting here talking to me.
I don't think so.
Get to the damn point. I've got better things to do than this. As I told you, I have to give the briefing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised you're still not there making sure it's perfect for the 4-star.
That's none of your damn business. And let's not forget which of us has the star. I'm beginning to lose my patience, and just so you know, I've got good contacts at CID.
I'm sure you do. He glanced up at her photo wall to see the image of the current CID head staring back at him. And I'm sure they're better than mine.
So get to the point.
Talk to me about what Colonel Reynolds told you about what was happening in West Virginia. Specifically, what he was concerned about. She looked at him in bewilderment.
I already told you that Reynolds didn't talk to me about anything that happened in West Virginia.
I know. I've got it written down in my notebook. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to correct the record before it becomes permanent. The two stared stonily at one another.
I don't like what you're implying.
And I don't like being lied to.
You're way out of line.
What's out of line is giving me false information. That will make it that much harder for me to find Reynolds' killer.
Who told you that I knew anything about this?
I'm an investigator. It's my job to find out things.
If people are saying false things about me, I have every right to know.
If they're false, but not if they're true. She folded her arms and sat back. He noted this. Before, her posture was aggressive, hands on knees, torso angled toward his, just begging to tell the truth and get this over with. Now things had changed. She must have noted his appraisal because she said,
I helped revise the manual on interrogation techniques, Puller, so spare yourself the embarrassment of trying to read me.
Would that be enhanced interrogation techniques, ma'am?
You know as well as I do that the Army adheres to the Geneva Convention.
Yes, ma'am. But she still sat farther back, and her eye contact was not as direct. He decided to press his advantage. Was Reynolds a good soldier?
Yes, he was. I told you that.
And good soldiers follow chain of command.
Yes.
So if I told you that Reynolds had told someone else of his concerns who was not in his chain of command, it seems likely, does it not, that he would have told his direct superior as well, meaning you. He's the Eagle Cluster, you're the One Star, as you so clearly pointed out to me. She crossed her legs, her chin dipping slightly.
I don't know what to tell you.
Sure you do. The truth will do just fine.
I can have your ass in the stockade for a statement like that.
But you won't.
Why, because of your old man? He's long gone from the ranks, Puller. So don't try that leverage on me, legend or not.
That's not what I was thinking.
Sure it was. Your poker face leaves a lot to be desired.
Puller continued on as though he hadn't heard her. Actually, I was thinking of that star on your shoulder. Her features hardened even more. She actually looked like she might jump up and attack him. But to an experienced interrogator such as Puller, he could see just beneath the hard shell the beginnings of fear in the woman.
Why? Thinking of trying to knock it off? Don't even bother. I worked my ass off for it. I earned it.
Actually, ma'am, I was thinking that your shoulders look broad enough to carry that star, and probably at least one more. This tactic had clearly surprised her. Carson uncrossed her arms and legs and sat forward. She eyed the notebook. Acknowledging this subtle gesture, he said, "This will all go in the report, as though it took place at our initial meeting at the Pentagon."
Frankly, I didn't expect that sort of nuance from you, Puller.
Probably most people don't. She looked down, her fingers nervously rubbing together. When she looked up, she said,
You want to go grab a cup of coffee? I feel like getting some fresh air.
He rose. My treat.
No. I think I'll buy, soldier.
Chapter 55. This section of Arlington had a million places to get coffee within walking distance. Puller and Carson passed several such establishments, but all were crowded with yakking teenagers and their smartphones and laptops. They passed these and entered one off the beaten path, where they were the only customers. The humidity had broken and the air was crisp and refreshing. They sat next to an open window in the cafe. Puller placed his hot cup of coffee down after taking a sip and studied her. Before leaving the condo, she'd slipped on a white long-sleeved T-shirt and Nike sneakers. There were lines around her eyes, crow's feet that were stamped in more deeply than a civilian's. Leading people who carried weapons just did that to a person. Her blonde hair stood out starkly from her tan. She was quite attractive and super fit, and carried herself like she was well aware of both. He knew she was 42 and had worked her butt off for the One Star. He had no desire to derail her career. Everyone was entitled to one professional mistake, and this was probably going to be hers.
You wear your dress greens well.
She said quietly.
Special occasion?
Army and Navy Club, little function. She nodded and sipped her coffee.
Matt called me about 4 weeks ago.
She said quickly, as though she just wanted to get this over with. She didn't look at him. She kept her gaze on the tabletop. And said what?
He'd stumbled onto something. That was his word, stumbled. It wasn't planned. And I certainly hadn't sent him out there on a mission. He was just commuting to be with his wife and kids. His call to me came out of left field.
Okay. Puller took another drink of coffee and set it down.
He'd met someone who was involved in something. Correction, he met someone who had found out something.
What and who?
I don't know the who.
How did he meet this person?
By accident, I think. Anyway, it wasn't planned.
And do you know the what?
It was big. Whatever it was. Matt thought it so big that we might have to call in someone on our end.
And why didn't you? Her words came fast.
Because I didn't know enough. I didn't want to pull the trigger on something and have it blow up in my face. This was totally off mission, not my jurisdiction. Hell, I don't even think it had anything to do with the military. I was out of my comfort zone, Puller. You have to understand that. I had no control over the information flow and no way to verify it. Neither did Matt. He was relying on people he didn't know.
You still could have gone to the police, or had him go.
And tell them what? Matt didn't have enough info either. At least according to what he told me, a lot of it was gut.
Did he think this person might have been working undercover?
Undercover? You mean like a police officer?
Sometimes civilians go undercover on their own.
How often?
Once is enough.
Well, Matt never mentioned anything like that.
And what did you tell him to do? Follow up? See what he could find out? You thought maybe this might be an opportunity for career advancement outside the normal scope of work?
You put things pretty bluntly, but you're right. And the next thing I knew, he was dead. His whole family was dead. Wife, kids, everybody.
Her lips started to tremble. When she tried to pick up her coffee cup, her hand was shaking so badly that coffee spilled on her. Puller took the cup from her, set it down, wiped the coffee off her with a napkin, and then gripped her other hand. Look, ma'am, maybe you didn't play this the best way possible, but no one can every time. And I know there was no way you ever intended for any of this to happen. She glanced quickly up at him, and then just as abruptly looked away. She turned to the side and used another napkin to dry her eyes. Puller waited until she'd composed herself and turned back to him.
Sorry about that, Puller. Generals aren't supposed to cry.
I've seen them tear up over the bodies of their men. She smiled resignedly.
I was talking about female generals.
Okay. When you found out what had happened to the Reynoldses, what did you do?
Quite frankly, I freaked, and when I calmed down, the only thing I could think of was the potential blowback to me. Doesn't paint a very flattering picture of me, but it's the truth.
And you figured that the murder of the head of J-23 would generate enough interest on its own. You knew there would be a lot of backdoor maneuvering from people in slots way above either one of us. And maybe you dropped some hints that until they knew for sure what was behind it all, it was better to go in light with just one CID agent. Treat it like a normal homicide investigation. See where the chips fell.
I'm not sure my plan was that refined, but I realized as soon as I said anything that it might come out anyway, and I would look really bad. It's been a hole in my gut ever since.
I can understand that. But you might have been closer to the truth than you thought. You said he fell into it by accident.
Yes. Matt also said he thought it might have national security implications. I mean, he really did say that to me. I had no way to verify it, but I know he believed it.
You ever been to Drake, West Virginia? She shook her head. Well, it's not exactly a hotbed of terrorism, if that's what we're talking about.
All I can tell you is what Matt told me.
Fair enough. And someone did kill him because of it. Puller thought some things through while Carson stared miserably down at her hands. Don't beat yourself up too hard, ma'am. You were just seeing if maybe you could get something done, something to help the country.
Let's just call a spade, Puller. I thought I could use this to help get the second star. I was selfish and myopic, and now 4 people are dead who shouldn't be.
7, thought Puller. Actually, 7 people are dead. Okay. Anything else you can think of that might help me?
Matt did say that he thought whatever it was would happen soon.
Soon because they were afraid of exposure, or soon because the plan had been in place for a while and it was time to execute?
Probably both, considering they felt the need to kill Matt and his family.
I'm surprised that he didn't provide you more details.
You didn't leave any evidence of who the person might be? You're sure?
We didn't find much of anything. We do think a soil sample might be involved. She looked at him with a quizzical expression.
A soil sample?
He nodded. The killers may have come back for it, in fact, so it must have been important. That ring any bells with you?
Well, he did say that this thing might have far-reaching implications.
But he never said how.
No. Now I wished I had pushed him for more details. I just never thought it would end like this. I guess I should have. The Army teaches you to provide for every contingency.
We're human, so that means we're not perfect.
The Army expects us to be perfect.
No, they just expect us to be better than the other side. She eyed the notebook.
How will your report read?
That you were very cooperative and provided me with valuable intelligence.
I owe you, Puller. I had you all wrong.
No, you probably had me pegged right, but your aim was a little off.
Hustling for a star and being a female can add up to a lonely life.
You've got a big family around you. It's called the United States Army. She smiled weakly.
Yeah, I guess so. When this is over, look me up. Maybe we can have a drink.
Maybe we can, said Puller, as he closed his notebook and took his leave. On the way to his car, he glanced at his watch. He had one more stop, and then he could be back in West Virginia by taking a morning flight. Unfortunately, he probably wasn't going to make it. The 4 men had surrounded him. Chapter 56. John Puller. The men had materialized in the parking garage near Puller's ride. He noted the twin black SUVs idling nearby. What does Homeland Security want with me? The leader of the bunch, a small, trim man with curly, dark hair and frown lines stacked on his forehead, said, "How do you know we're with DHS?" Puller pointed at the waist of one man. "He's got the SIG-9. He pointed at another man. "He's carrying the SIG-40 Cal. DHS is one of the few that lets their people mix and match. Add to that, you've got a DHS lapel pin on your jacket. And my final clue was the Homeland Security parking sticker on one of your rides over there." The man looked around and then smiled. "Good eye. Still need to see our cred packs?" "Yeah, I do. And I'll show you mine. Army CID. "Yeah, I know. I know you know. We need you to come with us." "Where and why?" "The why will be explained by others. The where is not too far." "Do I have a choice?" "Now really, no." Puller shrugged. "Then let's go." The ride was 10 minutes. They entered another parking garage, swept down 2 levels, left the vehicles, and took an elevator up 5 floors. Puller was led down a hall where every single door was shut and secured with key and combo locks. There was nothing to show this was a federal building, which wasn't unusual, Puller knew. DHS in particular kept ordinary-looking space like this all over the country. But to someone who knew what to look for, the place screamed federal. The carpet was government beige, the walls government beige, the doors metal. The government spent a lot of money, Puller knew, but not on the finishes in their office buildings. He was led into a room and left there at a small table with the door closed and locked from the outside. He counted off 5 minutes in his head and was beginning to wonder whether someone had forgotten he was there when the door opened. The man was in his 50s and carried the heft and gravitas of a long government career, in a field that did not include paper pushing or staple counting. He held a file. He sat. He rustled through the file, and then he finally acknowledged Puller by looking at him.
"You want something to drink?" the man asked. "We got coffee, though ours sucks. We have water, just tap. The high-end Deer Park perk got whacked last year. Budget cuts are a bitch. Next, they'll be taking our guns."
"I'm good." Puller glanced at the file.
"That about me?" "Not per se, no."
He tapped the file.
"I'm Joe Mason, by the way."
He reached across and shook Puller's hand. "John Puller."
"That one I figured out," said Mason.
He fiddled with the cuticle on one of his fingers.
"How are things coming in West Virginia?"
Figured that was what this was about. Not all that good, actually. I assume you've been read in.
"You can call your SAC if you want. Don White's a good guy."
"I will call my SAC." Mason pulled out his phone.
"Let's get the perfunctory shit over with so we can move on to more substantive stuff. Call him now."
Puller made the call. Don White filled him in on Joe Mason of DHS and told Puller to be cooperative with the man. Puller slid the phone back to Mason and looked at the file again. "So do I have to be read in?"
"I was just now thinking the very same thing, Puller."
"And have you reached a decision?"
"Everything I can get hold of about you tells me you're a crackerjack guy, patriotic to the marrow, tenacious as a bulldog. You're going to get whoever you set after."
Puller said nothing, just eyed the man. He wanted him to keep talking. He wanted to keep listening. Mason continued.
"We have a situation out there. Sounds corny, doesn't it? We have a situation. Anyway, the problem is we don't know what the situation is."
He looked up from the file.
"Can you give us any help there?"
"Is this why SecArm was so interested in the case? Why they only sent me initially?"
"The Secretary of the Army is interested in this case because we are. And while you are the only one currently visible, there are other assets deployed on this, and not just from DHS.
I understood DIA isn't interested in this."
"I would not agree with that statement."
"FBI in on it?"
"FBI is in on everything, whether we want them or not. However, we did not want to overwhelm you with alphabet suits, so I was picked to deliver the interface."
"Okay, there's a situation. Only you don't know what it is. I would have thought DHS would have more to do than work on something like that."
"I would agree with you except for one thing."
"What's that?"
"A piece of chatter that NSA picked up 2 days ago. Want to guess where it was coming from?"
"Drake, West Virginia."
"You got it."
"I thought NSA could only listen to the foreign part of a conversation, that it couldn't listen in or read the emails or texts of Americans."
"That's mostly correct as far as it goes."
"What did the chatter say?"
"Well, it was in a language that one would not expect to be coming from rural West Virginia."
When the man didn't tell him what it was, Puller got a little ticked off and said, "New Jersey, the Bronx?"
"Try again and head farther east."
"Arabic? Farsi?"
"Dari. You know, it's one of the major dialects spoken in Afghanistan."
"Yeah, that I know. So, Afghanistan. Has it been translated?"
"Yes, as follows. The time is coming soon, and that everyone needed to be prepared, and that justice would be theirs."
"And you took that to mean some attack on the United States?"
"That's what I'm paid to think, Puller, and also paid to prevent."
"Why was this chatter so special? People say stupid stuff all the time that leads nowhere, even speaking in Afghani."
"The chatter wasn't clean. It was encrypted. And it wasn't encrypted with some fancy computer algorithm. It was in code. Code that my people tell me was very popular with the old KGB before the Cold War ended. Now we also know that the Taliban has started using old KGB codes to communicate with implanted cells. I guess it harks back to the days when the Red Army was rolling around in tanks there." Taliban using a KGB code in Dari, coming from West Virginia? Now that's diversity for you. But they broke it? Obviously, or else I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. Ironically, the old code stuff is coming back in vogue, Puller, because we've gotten so good at cracking computerized encryption. Bottom line, it made us sit up and take notice. I haven't seen one turban in Drake. Just a bunch of proud Americans with a little red around the neck. How can you be sure the plan will be executed in Drake? The terrorists could just be hiding out there, and the target could be someplace else. Other components of the chatter lead us to believe that the target is at least in the vicinity of Drake. Puller sat back, thought about this. Well, there's a big concrete dome where a secret government facility operated in the 1960s. That's probably a good place to start. In fact, it's the only thing out of the ordinary in the place, other than a bunch of dead bodies. If it were only that easy. Mason pulled a sheaf of papers from his file and slid them across to Puller. Mason said, "We tracked down what that facility was used for. It doesn't really help us." Puller scanned the sheets of paper. It was a classified document that he was cleared to read. It was dated from the 1970s. Puller said, "They built bomb components there?" "Key word, components, not the boom part of the ordnance. The concrete dome was put in because some of the material they handled there was radioactive. Back then, DOD had money to burn, and there was no EPA. So instead of cleaning up the site, the military just covered it over." "Is it a threat?" "Environmentally, who the hell knows? Maybe. But that's not our concern. The report is clear that the place was cleared out of all materials and equipment. And you're not going to punch through 3 feet of concrete to see if your Geiger counter goes nuts. What if someone were to blow it up? Maybe release the radioactivity, if there's any left in there." "Yeah, Puller, you need a mountain of explosives. A lot of assets on the ground, you have no way of knowing if there's anything in there to make it worth your while. So they release some radioactivity into the air in Drake. Who cares?" Mason sat back in his chair. "No, the answer has to lie somewhere else." Puller slid back the papers. "Okay. What else?" "We know you talked to General Carson." She was cooperative. "Reynolds knew something. That was why he was killed. He knew about something happening out there." "I just found that out. If you've known for a while, it would have been good to know back then." "Drake didn't exist for me until we decoded that transmission, and that was only 2 days ago. You're probably way ahead of us." "Because you're not out there. You left it to me and some local cops. 2 days ago was shortly after the murders. They have to be connected. You could have sent a team out here. Why didn't you?" "Tricky questions, trickier answer. I'm used to both." Mason smiled. "I guess you are. Soldiering is a lot more complicated than it looks. The soldiering part is easy compared to all the other crap. Firing a gun straight just takes practice. No practice in the world prepares for the backroom hopscotch." He paused. "You ever in? You look the type." "Marines. Didn't do my full time. Got out, went to college, and ended up carrying a gun for Uncle Sam anyway. But I wear a suit instead of the uniform. Marines have covered my back many a time. And I'm sure you did the same for them. But getting back to your query, the consensus here is to let this thing play out a bit. We bring in the heavy artillery, we spook these folks. Spooking might not be such a bad idea, especially if they're planning a second 9/11. But why they would pick Drake after they hit the Big Apple, I'm not sure. The damage potential just isn't the same. Which is why we're worried. And if we went in heavy, we'd figure they'd scatter, regroup, and hit somewhere else just as unlikely, and they wouldn't make the chatter mistake again. Their choice of locations has us concerned, Puller. It's not a traditional target. It has no replication value. You nail one airport, or mall, or train station, it shuts them all down countrywide. But you hit a podunk, you don't get the same result. Which means they know something we don't. This is not on our tactical or strategic grid. We don't have a playbook page on this one. We're the ones who are spooked, frankly. Your strategy could be playing with the lives of everyone that lives in Drake. Yes, it could. But since there's so few of them and most of them are dirt poor, I guess that makes it okay. I wouldn't go that far. They're still Americans, poor or not. But if this were the Big Apple we were talking about, or Houston, or Atlanta, or D.C., every situation is different, Puller. The more things are different, the more they're the same. An Army guy who's also a philosopher, I'm impressed. Seriously, though, I don't want any innocent citizens to die. But it's tricky. But if it were New York, or Chicago, or L.A., and certainly D.C., we'd be going in with the big guns, certainly. So Drake is the experiment in evolving tactics? Drake is an opportunity. Okay. Reynolds was military, and maybe that was enough to make him a target. What about Marley Bittner and Eric Treadwell? Right across the street and all. Could one of them have been the one Reynolds stumbled onto? That's the word Carson used. What makes you say that? Asked Mason. From what I can tell, they never went anywhere other than the nursing home or hospital, which isn't even in Drake. The only people they would logically come into contact with would be the neighbors on the street. My focus, obviously, is on the only neighbors to end up murdered, too. I see where you're going with this, and I like the angle. We don't have anything concrete on either of them, but it still might be a promising lead. So what do you want from me? To do what you've been doing, keep digging. The only change will be that you'll report directly to me instead of your SAC. You're going to be our eyes on the ground there, Puller. Mason rose. I know you want to get back. I was going to go by the Reynolds house in Fairfax City, check it out. We've done that canvass already. Nothing there. Your SAC can verify that. If you want to go over there, feel free. Puller didn't hesitate. I'd rather see for myself. Pretty sure you'd say that. You'll have full access. You can go right after you leave here. Thanks. Now that the prelims are out of the way, fill me in on your investigation. Puller gave him the condensed version. Mason perked up when he mentioned the probable videotaping of the Reynolds family. That sounds ominous, he said. Yes, it does, replied Puller. When he got to the soil report, Mason stopped him. I'd like to see it. Yes, sir. Why a soil report? Must have been important somehow. And we don't know from where it was taken. No. After you go by the Reynoldses, you need to get back to Drake. I'd let you ride on DHS wings, but I don't know who might be watching. Right now I'm not trusting many people. Not a problem. I'll go the way I came. As they walked down the hall, Mason said, Samantha Cole? Asset or liability? Asset. Good to know. What's your gut telling you about this? Mason stared straight ahead. That it'll make a lot of people forget 9/11. Mason turned left down another hall. Puller kept walking straight ahead. Right now it was the only direction he could go. Chapter 57. Puller drove directly to the Reynolds home in Fairfax City. It was an older neighborhood of modest homes. Reynolds had probably been transferred back and forth from the D.C. area several times during his military career. For those who had to sell their homes at the lows of the real estate market and then buy back in at the highs, it could be rough financially. Puller didn't know Reynolds' personal situation, but he concluded the man was probably looking forward to a fatter paycheck in the private sector to offset all those years of earning far less than he was worth while serving his country. 2 hours later, Puller sat in the living room of the home holding a picture of the Reynolds family in his gloved hands. Though the place had already been processed by DHS, he never broke crime scene procedures. In the photo, the Reynoldses looked happy, normal, alive. Now they were none of those things. He had noted baseball gear in the boys' room and swim and tennis posters in the daughters' room. There were photos of Matt and Stacy during various military functions, and on vacation, sailing, skydiving, swimming with the dolphins. There were pictures of their children on tennis and basketball courts. The daughter in her prom dress, the son, then just a toddler, hugging his old man when he was in uniform. Puller could easily read the expressions on their faces. Dad was being deployed. The son was not happy about it. He was hugging his father tight, trying to keep him from going. Puller put the photo back where he'd gotten it. He locked the door on the way out. He sat in his car for a while, gazing up at a house that had no one left to live in it. It would go on the market, be sold, the belongings dispersed, and the Reynoldses would live on only in the memories of their friends and family. And in mine, he thought. Afterwards, Puller drove to his apartment and packed a duffel bag full of clean clothes. By the time he got there, it was very late. He spent a few minutes with AWOL while he thought through the night's events. He changed his return flight to Charleston for the next morning. He'd missed the last direct flight there tonight. Carson had been more right than she thought, and also more wrong. There was something big going on. Only she had thought that Reynolds and she were the only ones on the federal side who knew about it. That was incorrect. She had thought she had blown it by not contacting the authorities. Obviously, the authorities had known, albeit after Reynolds was dead. The fact that the Reynolds family had been slaughtered did not give Puller much confidence in DHS's ability to cover his back if need be. But for the chatter, they'd still be clueless. As he stroked AWOL's ears, his thoughts turned to Sam Cole. How much, if any, of this could he tell her? The official answer was simple. He could tell her little, if anything. The unofficial answer was far more complicated. He didn't like putting people in harm's way without telling them the lay of the land. He would have a short flight and then a longer car ride from Charleston to think about it. He checked his watch. He had prearranged this. He had to, otherwise it couldn't happen. He made the call. He spoke to a line of people and gave the appropriate responses. Finally, the familiar voice came over the line. "Surprised when they told me you'd set up a call for tonight," said Robert Puller. "Wanted to catch up. It's late on the East Coast." "Yeah, it is." "The call's monitored," his brother said. "There are people listening." He changed voices, dropping it deliberately into a deep baritone. "Can you hear us clearly enough, official monitor? If not, we'd be glad to speak up while we plot the destruction of the world." "Knock it off, Bobby. They might cut the call off." "They might, but they won't. What else do they have to do?" I saw him. For the Puller brothers, this was not so subtle code. There was only one him in their lives. "Okay. How's he doing?" Robert's voice had quickly turned serious. "Not that great, actually. Things tend to wander." "In and out of the stars?" "Right. Exactly." "Otherwise?" "Healthy. Lived to be 100. "What else?" "A beef he has." "With whom?" "Blame game. Still the stars, he thinks. But projector he's shot all to hell." Puller didn't care if the monitors figured out they were talking about their father. Unless their conversations were deemed to be criminal or inappropriate in any way, this call was confidential. And military careers could be curtailed and even destroyed if it was shown that any part of a prisoner's conversation was revealed in an unauthorized way. particularly when a highly decorated combat vet was on the other end of the line. "One guess," said Robert. "Right," said Puller. "He really believes that?" "The timing is way off." "Not in his mind." Puller heard his brother give a long sigh. Puller said, "Thought about not telling you." "As in, what does it matter?" "Something like that. Maybe I shouldn't have told you." No, you should have, little brother. I appreciate it." He paused. "Working on anything interesting?" "Yes and no. Yes, I am. And no, I can't tell you about it." "Well, good luck. My money's on you." They spoke for another 30 seconds on innocuous matters and said their goodbyes. When Puller clicked off, he stared down at his phone, imagining his brother being walked back to his cell. Nothing to do but wait for the next day when he would get out of his cage for an hour. Wait for the next phone call from his brother, or the next visit. Totally out of his control. There wasn't one segment of his life in which he had real input. "I'm all he has left," he thought. "I'm all the old man has left. God help me. And them." 58. Early the next morning, the jet lifted off from Dulles Airport and climbed smoothly into the sky. Puller drank a bottle of water and spent most of the short hop staring out the window. He checked his watch. Nearly 0600. He had tried to sleep some last night, but even his Army training failed him, as his mind continued to whir about as fast as the plane's engines. The plane landed in Charleston less than an hour later, and he retrieved his Malibu from the parking lot. He arrived in Drake in time for breakfast. He met Cole at the crib room after calling her on the drive in. He drank 2 more cups of coffee and had the biggest breakfast platter the crib offered. She stared over at him as the mounds of food disappeared.
"Don't they feed you in the big city?"
He took a bite of eggs and pancakes. "Not this trip, they didn't. Not sure the last time I ate, actually. Maybe breakfast yesterday." She sipped on her coffee and tore a bit of toast off and ate it.
"And was your trip productive?"
"It was. We actually have lots to talk about, but just not here."
"Important?"
"Wouldn't waste your time otherwise. Anything on your end?"
"Got the court order faxed."
She slid out several sheets of paper.
"And I got the results of the soil testing."
Puller put his fork down and eyed the paper. "And?"
"And I'm not a scientist."
"Let me have a look." She slid the report across. As he picked it up, she said,
"The first 2 pages are legal mumbo-jumbo, basically covering their ass if the report is wrong, or they did a test incorrectly, or the results ever end up in court, they are 100% not liable."
"That's comforting," muttered Puller. He flipped to the 3rd page and settled in to read. After a minute, he said, "I'm not a scientist either, but while I see terms like apatite, rutile, marcasite, galena, sphalerite, and other stuff I've never heard of, I also see uranium, which I definitely recognize."
"Don't get your shorts in a wad. There's coal in 53 of the 55 counties in West Virginia, and pretty much where you find coal, you find uranium. But the levels of radioactivity are low. People breathe in uranium particles all the time and do just fine. And the level of the parts per million on the uranium shown on that report means it's naturally occurring."
"You're sure about that? You said you weren't a scientist."
"As sure as I am that coal is more a rock than a mineral. Since it's formed from organic remains, it technically doesn't qualify as a true mineral. It's actually made up of other minerals."
"Everyone in West Virginia knows this stuff?"
"Well, not everyone, but a lot of folks do. What can you expect from a state whose official mineral is a lump of bituminous coal?"
He sifted through the pages. "Do we even know where these soil samples came from?"
"That's the hell of it. We don't. It could be from anywhere. The report doesn't specify. I guess they assumed Reynolds would know where he'd taken the sample."
"Well, presumably it's somewhere from around Drake, because I don't think Reynolds ventured much outside of here." Cole played with the packet of sugar, bending it back and forth until it broke and sent the white crystals cascading down. She swept them onto her coffee cup saucer.
Do you think Reynolds was working on something that didn't involve Drake? Maybe these samples are from D.C.
I don't think so, particularly after what I found out up there.
So why don't you hurry your butt up and finish eating so we can leave here and you can tell me all about it?
Okay, but we need to stop by the police station. I have to fax that soil report to a couple of places. They paid their bill and climbed into her cruiser parked outside. She drove to the police station and Puller faxed off the report to Joe Mason in D.C. and Kristen Craig at Usasil in Georgia. Back in the cruiser, Cole turned to him. She was wearing her uniform, and her gun belt made this maneuver more difficult than it should have been, but she seemed determined to face him.
So spill it, Puller, and don't leave one thing out.
You have any security clearances?
I already told you that I don't, unless you count the little certificate I got when I was a state trooper, and I doubt that would impress you federal types.
Duly noted. Now I know that going in. And what I'm about to say is probably classified, and my ass could get fried for telling you.
Duly noted, and they won't find out from me.
He gazed out the window. Dickie Strauss and his big friend were in the crib watching us.
Along with half the town of Drake.
We still need to run down his tat connection with Treadwell.
Yes, we do, but right now all you need to do is talk.
Start driving. I'd rather be on the move when I tell you what I'm about to. And head east.
Why?
Because after hearing it, you might want to keep going until you hit the ocean. Chapter 59. It took Puller about an hour, but he brought Cole up to speed on most of what he'd learned while he was in D.C. He did tell her about DHS's interest, but he did not tell her that Drake was being used, essentially, as bait for a possible terrorist cell operating in the area. He didn't tell her because Cole would be duty-bound to raise the alarm in her locality. Then it would all be over for Mason and his trying to nail the guys communicating in coded Dari. Still, Puller had been tempted to do just that.
Would have been nice to know this stuff a long time ago. They always play these sorts of games up there?
It's not a game to them. It's a fence straddle, and they're not sure who to trust.
I'd last 5 seconds up there. I don't play well with others.
You might surprise yourself.
No, I might shoot somebody. So where to?
Crime scene. Got an idea I thought of on the plane ride back. Lan Monroe was just coming out of the Halversons' residence as they pulled up. An evidence kit was banging against his short leg. He threw up his free hand and smiled as they climbed out of the car. "Welcome back, Puller," he said. "Glad to see D.C. didn't eat you alive." Puller looked at Cole and said in a low voice, "You always this discreet with info?" She looked uncomfortable and said to Monroe,
"You finished up in there?"
"Yeah, it's all ready to be released." She nodded and watched him load his gear in his vehicle. Puller observed the police car parked out in front. He recognized the deputy named Dwayne. As he continued to watch, Dwayne flicked a cigarette butt through the open car window.
They're not supposed to smoke on duty, but Dwayne is trying hard to quit, and he's a real bastard without his nicotine pop. I know that better than most.
She stopped talking because Puller had abruptly walked off.
"Hey!"
She called out and followed him. Puller passed between the Halversons' home and the house next to it. He stopped and eyed the deck built onto the back of the neighbor's house. It was made of pressure-treated lumber, long since grayed from the sun and elements. He looked from the deck to the nearby woods facing it. Cole caught up to him.
"What are you doing?"
"Having an epiphany."
"Is this the idea you had on the plane?"
"No, this is the idea I had 5 seconds ago." He eyed the thick glass ashtray that rested on one railing of the deck. It was filled with butts. He wondered why he hadn't noticed it before. "Who lives in that house?"
"Old couple by the name of Duggett. George and Rhonda, if I remember correctly. I talked to them before when we were canvassing the neighborhood."
"Who's the smoker?"
"He is. When I interviewed them, I found out his wife won't let him do it in the house, hence that ashtray on the deck. So what's the big deal about the guy being a smoker? You want a one-person bandwagon to reclaim the souls of all of us poor, dumb cigarette addicts?
No. It's that the ashtray is on a deck that overlooks the woods. He pointed between the two spots. Cole looked at where he was pointing.
What are you getting at?
How old is Duggett? The guy, I mean.
Late 70s, bad shape, overweight, pasty, got some kidney problems, or so he told me when I talked to them. He was TMI on his health issues in general. I guess it's an old person thing. Not enough to fill up their lives otherwise.
So that means he's up at night trying to pee and nothing is coming out. He gets frustrated, can't sleep. Comes out here for a smoke because it's too hot during the day to do it.
Probably. But he also told me he sits in his car during the day with the engine running and the AC on so he can light up. But so what?
Are they home now?
Car's in the driveway. They only have the one.
Then let's put my idea to the test. 60. Puller cleared the steps up to the Duggett's front door, 2 at a time, with Cole in his wake. He knocked. 4 seconds later, the door opened and George Duggett stood before them. He was barely 5'5", and his bloated figure, pale features, wobbly knees, and bent spine bespoke numerous health problems and lots of pain. He looked like he could drop dead at any moment, and probably on occasion wanted to. "Sergeant Cole," he said. "Back for more questions?" He sounded almost gleeful. Puller figured the man's life was otherwise pretty dull. Even a murder investigation was probably preferable to doing nothing except sitting in your car smoking and waiting for your life to be over. "I'm John Puller, Army CID, Mr. Duggett. You mind if I ask you a few questions?" Puller flipped out his cred pack for the man, who seemed even more thrilled by this. "Hell, yes, you can." His voice was sound run over gravel until it got all clogged. He gave an enormous cough that nearly lifted him off his feet. "Damn allergies, excuse me." He blew his nose into a fat wad of tissues held in one puffy red hand and ushered them into his house. They followed him down a short hall to a small den, paneled with sheets of plywood, stained dark. The furnishings were 40 years old and looked every bit of it. The shag carpet had permanently lost its shag, and the shine on the furniture had disappeared probably 20 years ago. They settled into chairs, and Duggett said, "I was in the Army. Oh, that was many moons ago, of course. Korea. Wonderful country, but very cold. I was glad to get back here." "I'm sure," said Puller.
You taking care of yourself, Mr. Duggett?
Asked Cole. He smiled resignedly. "I'm old and fat, and I smoke. Other than that, I'm fine. Thanks for asking." He peered over at Puller. "Damn, you're a fine specimen of a man, son. See you coming at me on the battlefield? I might just surrender then and there." "Yes, sir," said Puller, who was thinking of how he wanted to play this out. "I noticed you smoke on the rear deck." "Yeah, the missus doesn't like the smell in the house."
Where is your wife?
"Still in bed. Arthritis gets her something fierce in the morning. Rolls out around noon just in time for lunch. Don't ever grow old. That's my message for you two." "Well, the alternative isn't too appealing," said Puller. He counted back in his head. "Sunday night. Did you see anything unusual? Hear anything, like a gunshot?" "Hearing's not great, son, and Sunday night I was hugging the porcelain. Something the wife made for dinner didn't agree with me. Happens more often than not these days. I didn't go outside. Told the lady here that when she come and asked on Monday. And the missus was asleep in bed. Guess my throwing up all night and having the runs from hell didn't affect her peaceful rest at all." "Okay. How about late Monday night? Were you out on the deck?" "Yes. I go to bed late, get up earlier and earlier. I figure I'm going to be lying for eternity in a box soon enough, so why waste what time I got left sleeping? I like it in the early morning."
Got a little cool breeze. See the dew on the trees and grass. It's nice. Do you remember seeing anything unusual Monday night? He stuffed the tissues in his pocket and rubbed his chin so hard it was like he was trying to polish it. He grinned and pointed first at Puller. Saw you. He next indicated Cole. And I saw her, out on patrol or something in the woods. Well, I guess that was technically Tuesday morning. We were looking for somebody. I saw someone run through the woods a few minutes before that. Did you see them too? Duggett was already nodding. I did. Running fast. Knew their way. There's a path back there.
Mr. Duggett, why didn't you tell me that when I was here before?
Well, nobody asked me, and didn't know it was important. And it happened after you came by and asked me questions. I sure didn't know it was connected to what happened over at the Halversons. His voice dropped. Was it connected? Puller said, Can you describe the person? It was a man, for sure. Tall, but not so tall as you, son. Big shoulders. Looked bald. Way he was moving, I'd say he was young. It was dark, but there was some moonlight. Fella had scars on his arm, or else was burned or something. It was all blackened. So he had on a short-sleeved shirt. Like a tank top, yes, sir.
Good eyes. Night at a distance, even with moonlight?
LASIK, said George, pointing to his eyes. I'm old and fat, but I got me 20/20 at distance, and it wasn't that far away.
You think he was from around here?
Can't say. Like I said, he seemed to know his way through those woods okay. I could maybe pick him out in a lineup.
Tell him the rest, George.
They all turned to see an old woman shoot into the room on a three-wheeled scooter designed for disabled persons. She had on a pink robe, and her swollen feet were stuffed into two small slippers. Puller noted that she wore a pearl gray wig that was cut short. She easily weighed 200 pounds and looked as unhealthy as her husband. But despite her arthritis, she steered the scooter with a practiced hand and rode it right up next to Puller.
I'm Rhonda, his far better half,
she said by way of introduction. Puller said, John Puller, Army CID. What rest are you talking about? George Duggett cleared his throat, looked wearily at his wife, and said, Some of the things I saw.
We saw,
corrected his wife. She looked at Puller and smiled triumphantly.
I was watching from the window. Why?
Asked Cole.
Because my husband sometimes falls asleep outside while he's smoking his cancer sticks, so I watch him to make sure he doesn't ignite himself.
I have never ignited myself, said George indignantly.
That's because you have a loving wife of 56 years who looks after you,
said Rhonda in the tone of a parent to a child. And what did you see? Puller asked. It was nothing, said George nervously. Rhonda snorted.
It sure as hell was something.
She pointed at Cole.
Saw that deputy of yours that got killed. Larry Wellman. You saw him do what? He was walking around the house, looking at things. He was patrolling,
said Cole.
That was his job.
Puller asked, Did you see him go in the house?
No.
Was he alone? Asked Puller. Rhonda nodded.
What time was this?
Asked Cole.
I'd say between 12:30 and 1 in the morning. George had smoked 4 cancer sticks, and he milks them for all he can.
Will you please stop calling them cancer sticks? He snapped.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Touchy. George had smoked 4 of his coffin nails, and that usually takes him until close to 1 a.m.
George groused. 56 years I put up with this woman. It's a miracle I haven't killed her.
Keep going, ma'am, Puller said to Rhonda.
Well, then I went to the bathroom. George will have to pick up the story from there.
Cole said,
Wait a minute, didn't Officer Wellman notice you sitting on the back deck smoking?
George shook his head.
I was lying on our little glider couch. The back part faces the Halversons. How could you see anything then? Asked Puller. I'd looking around the corner of the couch. I could see everything, but it would have been real hard to see me. And I'd put out my smokes by then. So Wellman was patrolling, then what? And then I must have fallen asleep, he said sheepishly.
See?
Said Rhonda in a gloating tone.
I went to the can, and you could have ignited yourself into oblivion. Cremation on the cheap.
Her husband scowled. I just said I'd already put the smokes out. And you'd like it if I cremated myself, wouldn't you? Then you could spend my burial money over at that casino you like so much.
Mr. Duggett, if you could focus on what you saw,
prompted Cole. Oh, right. Anyway, I woke up and the next thing I seen was the big bald fella coming out of the house.
Wait a minute. The bald fellow was in the house?
Said Cole.
You never said that.
I didn't? Well, I'm saying it now. He came out moving fast. He ran into the woods. Then I heard a car pull up. That was 4:30 or so. I remember because I checked my watch. That was me, said Puller. I drove up, called Sergeant Cole, and then went in the house. I looked around, found Wellman dead, and then heard Cole drive up. He looked at Cole. I saw a guy running in the woods, came back out, and that's when I hooked up with you when we went after the guy.
So the bald guy who came out of the woods must have hung around while you were in the house.
Must have, agreed George. I saw him take off, and just a few moments later I heard the back door open and you came out. I didn't see where you went after that. Puller said, hid behind the car parked in the driveway. Cole said,
But Larry's car was taken. How did that happen? Who did it?
She turned to the Duggets.
Did either of you see anything about that?
They both shook their heads. George said, That might have happened when I was asleep.
And I was in the bathroom a long time. When you're old, everything just takes longer.
Puller said, Just to get the timeline straight, you last saw Wellman patrolling between 12:30 and 1. He didn't go into the house. The next you saw was Baldy leaving the house shortly before I arrived. I found Wellman dead around 5, and he was killed about 3 hours or so before that, or 2 a.m. That would be about an hour after you saw Wellman patrolling, and then you fell asleep. But Baldy could have already been in the house or come there when you were asleep. Cole interjected.
That means Baldy could have killed Larry and then fled.
Puller shook his head. But what happened to the car? This guy apparently didn't drive off in it. And if this guy did kill him, why hang around in the woods at all? Why not just get the hell away? It was only because he hung around that I spotted him. It's a real head knocker, added George. Puller said, Did you notice if the patrol car was missing when you woke up? Or did you hear a car start up? Neither, said Duggett. I must have really been out.
Would you two like some coffee and cupcakes?
Asked Rhonda. Her husband barked, It's the morning, for Christ's sakes, Rhonda. Who the hell eats cupcakes in the morning?
I do,
she said primly. We already ate, said Puller. Well, we hope we were helpful to you, said George.
Do you think we're in any danger?
Asked Rhonda, in a way that demonstrated she was thrilled at the prospect. I've got a gun, said George grimly.
You've got no bullets for it,
said his wife.
And even if you did, you haven't fired it in years. Probably shoot yourself before you'd hit anything else.
Cole and Puller left the couple bickering over this point and walked back to the police cruiser.
So where does that leave us?
We've got to find Baldy.
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah. Year 61. As they were driving back through Drake, Cole slowed her cruiser and pulled to the curb. Puller looked where she was staring. Roger Trent is back in town.
he said. A black Cadillac Escalade with gold trim sat idling at the curb. A man he'd never seen before at the wheel. Puller eyed the driver closely, his gaze taking in all relevant details, and his mind crunching through those observations and arriving at certain conclusions. Interesting, he thought. Next to the vehicle stood Roger Trent. He was dressed in a suit. Puller noted that it looked baggy and wrinkled, as though the man had slept in it. He had opened the door of the vehicle and was about to step inside. "Looks like he just walked off the plane," he noted. "Let's have a chat with him." She pulled to a stop next to the Escalade, and Puller rolled his window down.
"Hey, Roger, got time for a cup of coffee in the crib?"
Trent scowled at Puller and then glanced at Cole. "I just had a cup of coffee there."
"Got some things to talk to you about. Won't take long."
"Is it about those death threats?"
"Yep."
"I'll give you 10 minutes. He turned and walked into the restaurant. A minute later, Puller and Cole were seated across from him. They ordered their coffees. The place was about 3/4 full, and everyone there kept shooting nervous glances at the trio. Puller noted this and said, "You come here often? I understand you own it." "I own just about everything in Drake, so what?" Puller ran his gaze down the man's wrinkled suit. "You just got back into town?" "Yeah, again, so what?" He glanced sharply at Cole. "I thought you wanted to talk to me about those death threats."
"We're working on it, Roger."
"Right. Well, you might want to look a little closer to home, just like last time."
"I have, and I don't think that's the source. I wanted to let you know that."
"I'm not sure you're the most objective person to make that decision." "We think Molly Bittner's murder had something to do with her working at your office, Roger," said Puller. This comment drew a sharp glance from Cole, but Trent didn't catch it. He was staring at Puller. "And why do you think that?" "Soil reports." "I don't know what that means. What sort of soil reports?" "You know, the environmental kind." "I still don't understand." "Eric Treadwell and Dickie Strauss were friends. Did you know that?" "Not really, no." "They have the same tat sleeve. Dickie said he copied it from Eric's." "What does any of that have to do with me?" "I'm not sure, Roger," said Puller. He took a sip of coffee and studied the man. "How'd the trip to New York go?" Trent looked startled. "How did you know that's where I went?" "Bill Strauss told us. He wouldn't tell us why, but he did say that your company was very profitable and investment opportunities were everywhere." Trent glanced away, and Puller saw a small tremor start up in the man's left hand. "Everybody needs energy," added Puller. "Right," said Trent curtly. "I'll be done here because you clearly have nothing to tell me that is helpful." Cole glanced at Puller. He said, "I guess so. You should probably go home and get some sleep. You look beat." "Thanks for your concern," snapped Trent. As the other man rose, Puller did too. He stepped closer and said in a low voice, "I would take those death threats seriously, Roger, but maybe not for the reason you think." Trent grew a shade paler, turned and left. A few moments later, the Escalade roared off. As Cole and Puller walked outside, she said,
"What exactly was that about?"
"That man is scared, for a lot of reasons. Personal, business. Why do you think that is? He owns the whole town, big fish in a little pond."
"I don't know."
"Big fish in a little pond," repeated Puller. Cole got it.
"There's a bigger fish in town."
"Could be."
"Who?"
"We find Baldy."
"How? You said you had an idea."
Let me put it another way. We find Dickie Strauss.
"You think he's the guy Duggett's all running from the house?"
Fits the physical description. Burns on the arm? Try a tat sleeve. And if it wasn't Dickie, it might have been one of his tat sleeve crew."
"There aren't any gangs in Drake, Puller."
"None that you're aware of."
"Why would Dickie Strauss have been in that house? And if he was, then that means he killed Larry Willman. Why would he do that?"
That's not necessarily so.
What do you mean? They were both in the house, and Larry ended up dead. Somebody had to kill him. He didn't hang himself.
Agreed.
So what's your point?
Let's just find Dickie instead of arguing. Any idea where he might be? She slid the cruiser into drive.
Yeah.
Where?
You'll find out when we get there. I can play things close to the vest, too.
Chapter 62. The concrete dome. Puller studied it as they passed by. Maybe Drake should make that into a tourist attraction, he said.
Yeah, that would be a great draw. Stare at cement for $1,
replied Cole. She turned down a street and steered the cruiser into the neighborhood that had once housed people that had worked in the nearby facility. They passed abandoned houses that were starting to cave in, and other homes where people had worked to make them livable. Puller stared at small kids with dirty faces and skinny mothers who ran after them. He didn't see many men, but figured they were probably out earning a living, or at least trying to find work. He sniffed the air. Nice aroma.
We try to get them to take their trash to the dump, but it's an ongoing struggle, and the bathrooms in these places stopped working a long time ago. Must have put in outhouses of some kind.
Nice life for the citizens of the richest nation on Earth.
Well, those riches must be concentrated in the hands of a few, because we don't have any of it.
They are. Like your brother-in-law. He looked around. Those are electrical poles, but those transformers don't seem to be hot.
People here were trying to tie into them and getting fried. We had the electric company turn this part of the grid off and do a workaround.
She pointed to a telephone pole that had some cable running from it down to the ground, where it snaked inside some of the homes.
Telephone service is being tapped into, as you can see. We let that pass. Folks here can't necessarily afford cell phones, but they can still talk to people. Phone company's okay with it. Hell, more and more people don't even have landlines these days. They make their money off cell phones and data usage and stuff like that.
Cole pointed up ahead.
There's our destination.
The place was at the end of the street and far larger than the other homes. Puller stared at the massive overhead doors painted red, though the paint had mostly faded away. It struck Puller what he was looking at. A firehouse?
Used to be. Hasn't been used for that since they domed over the bunker. At least that's what I was told as a kid.
So what do they use it for now? The next instant, Puller heard the motorcycle start up. Actually, it was more than one motorcycle.
Harley Club, of which Dickie Strauss is a member. They call it Xanadu. Some of them might not even know what it means, but it helps keep most of these boys out of trouble.
And Treadwell, too? He had a Harley. Is that where the tat sleeve came from?
I don't know about the tat sleeve, and no, not everyone in the club has one.
But it would have been nice to know that Dickie and Treadwell belonged to the same club.
We just found out that it might have been Dickie that ran out of the Halversons' place. Until then, I had no reason to suspect he was involved.
But maybe the motorcycle gang was connected to Treadwell's death.
It's a club, Puller, not a gang. Most of the members are older guys. They have families and bills to pay.
She pulled the car to a stop in front of the old firehouse and they got out. Through the open doorways, Puller could see an old fire truck with rotted wheels in one bay, and the ubiquitous fire pole just beyond it. Wooden lockers lined both sides of the wall, and there was old firefighting equipment stacked in piles. In the other bay were a half-dozen vintage Harleys. Puller counted 5 men inside, 2 on their Harleys and revving the motors, and the others tinkering with their machines. How come those guys aren't out working?
Probably because they can't find jobs.
So they just sit around playing with their expensive rides?
Most of these bikes are 20 years old, Puller. Nobody's playing with anything. I know most of those men. They work hard. But when there's no work, what do? County unemployment rate is nearly 20%. And that's folks who are still looking. Lots of people have just given up.
Do they keep their bikes here?
Sometimes. Why?
You said the people who live here are scavengers.
Yeah, but they don't touch the motorcycle club stuff.
Why not?
Because the club members help them.
How?
They collect food, blankets, and hire some of the guys to work for them when they have jobs lined up. Most of the club members have special skills: mechanics, plumbers, electricians, carpenters. Like I said, hard workers. They'll go by the houses and fix stuff for the families free of charge.
Bunch of good Samaritans.
We do have them here in Drake.
They walked up the cracked concrete drive to the front of the firehouse. Several of the men looked up. Puller saw Dickie Strauss walk out of a back room, stop, stare at them. He was wiping his greasy hands on a work rag. Cole said,
"Hey, Dickie, we'd like to talk to you."
Dickie turned and ran toward the back of the building.
"Hey!"
shouted Cole.
"Stop, we just want to talk."
Puller had already moved forward into the building. Two guys who'd been working on their Harleys blocked Puller's way. They were both built like fire plugs, older than Puller, with tie-dyed bandanas and overtly confident expressions. Their hands were huge, and the pronounced cords of muscle in their forearms showed they performed physically hard labor for their daily bread. Puller held up his badge. "Out of the way. Now." One of the men said, "This is private property. Let me see your warrant." Cole said,
"Let him by."
Puller had one eye on the fleeing Dickie and the other on the lead bandana. "I need to talk to him," said Puller. "Just talk." "And I just need to see your warrant." "This place is abandoned." "Does it look abandoned to you, Slick?" asked the other man. Cole was about to pull her gun when the lead bandana put a hand on Puller's shoulder. A second later, he was face down on the concrete floor. His stunned expression revealed that he had no idea how he got there. The other man yelled and swung at Puller. Puller grabbed the man's arm, cranked it down, whipsawed it around, and the man joined his buddy on the cement. When they tried to move, Puller said, "If you get up, I will put you both in the hospital. And I don't want to do that. This is not your fight." Both men collapsed back down and stayed there. Puller had just straightened up when Dickie's huge friend Frank rushed at him from a darkened corner of the building. His nose was bandaged, and he had two black eyes from the previous collision with Puller's head. He was holding a long board. "Payback!" snarled Frank. He was about to swing it against Puller's head when the shot whipped past him and carried a chunk of the board with it. The impact knocked the wood out of Frank's hands. Frank Puller and the other Harley guys looked over at Cole. Her Cobra was now pointed at Frank's crotch.
"Your choice. Do you want kids or not?"
Frank quickly backed off, his hands protectively over his privates. Puller raced past them and out the rear entrance. The dirt bike whizzed around the corner and came at him. Dickie had taken the time to put on a helmet, or else Puller would not have done what he was about to. He pulled his forward M11, took 2 seconds to aim, and shot out the rear tire. The bike slid sideways. Dickie fell off, and the two-wheeler came to rest about 20 feet from him. A few seconds later, Dickie was yanked up by Puller. "You could have killed me," shouted Dickie. "If I'd shot out your front tire, you'd have gone head over bars. This way the only thing you hurt was your ass. But then again, with you, I don't see much difference between that part of your body and your brain, if you actually have one." Cole rushed up to them and holstered her Cobra. She got right in Dickie's face.
"Are you an idiot or what? What the hell kind of stunt was that?"
"I just freaked," whined Dickie. "Were you really infantry?" asked Puller. "Because 1st Division has pretty high standards, and I don't think there's any way they would have let a screw-up like you in the ranks." "Go to hell," snapped Dickie.
"Where you're going is jail."
Cole snapped back. "What for?" "Trying to kill a military officer, for one thing," said Puller. "That'll put you in a federal pen until you're middle-aged." "I didn't try to kill you. What do you call trying to run me down with your bike?" "You were trying to kill me," Dickie shot back. He glared at Cole. "He shot out my tire, could have killed me."
"Well, I'm sure you gave him a damn good reason. Now tell me why you took off like that. All we wanted to do was talk."
"This guy already beat up Frank. I didn't want him to come after me. He's a psycho."
That's bullshit and you know it. Why did you run, Dickie?
The young man said nothing. He just looked down at the ground, his chest huffing in and out. There was blood on his elbow from where he'd hit the ground.
Okay, have it your way.
Cole cuffed him and read him his rights. My dad'll be pissed about this.
I'm sure he will be. That's your problem. But if you talk, it'll go a lot easier with you.
I'm not saying anything. I want a lawyer. This is bullshit. My dad will sue your ass off. Did you kill Officer Wellman? Said Puller. That'll get you a one-way ticket to life in prison. Too bad West Virginia doesn't have the death penalty. Dickie's face collapsed, and the anger bled out of him like a ruptured artery. Puller continued. What would you say if we told you we had an eyewitness who put you at the Halversons right about the time that Deputy Wellman was killed, and then saw you running away from the place? When he spoke, Dickie's voice was so low they could barely hear it. That's not... I'd say that person was nuts. There was nothing behind the words. Dickie looked like he might throw up. Puller said, Up to you, but we have eyewitness testimony, and I'm betting you touched something in that house. We'll get prints and DNA samples from you. We've got some unaccounted-for trace at the murder scene, and something tells me they'll match yours. Then it's bye-bye to the rest of your life. Cole added,
And because of the little stunt you just pulled, we have probable cause to get those samples.
And we don't even have to get them from you. Since you were in the military, your prints and DNA are on file, said Puller. You can't access those for a criminal investigation, said Dickie. Only the ID remains. Puller smiled. So you checked. Interesting. Dickie's face turned the color of vanilla. I didn't kill nobody. But you were at the house, said Puller. Dickie looked around. The Harley guys were clustered near the back of the firehouse watching them. Frank and the two that Puller had laid out were looking particularly homicidal, but made no move to advance on them. Can we go somewhere private and talk about this? Dickie asked. First smart thing you said since I've known you, answered Puller. Chapter 63. Dickie sat in the back seat of Cole's cruiser with Puller next to him. The younger man gazed out the window, looking like he was being driven to his execution. Puller studied him, tried to absorb what he was thinking. He could have asked questions, but he didn't. He wanted Dickie to just think about things right now. A guilty person would be building a web of lies to cover his crimes during this time. An innocent person would be anxious, afraid that his words could be twisted. He would be trying to think of the best possible way to convey his innocence. A person who was innocent in some respects and guilty in others would have a more complicated thought process. Puller pegged Dickie Strauss as squarely in that camp. Cole called out from the front seat.
If we take you to the police station, everyone in town will know in about 5 seconds.
Could we go somewhere else then? How about my motel room? Said Puller. You know where that is, right? You've been keeping tabs on me, right? Whatever, said Dickie sullenly. They reached the motel. Out of Dickie's sight, Puller confirmed that none of his intruder traps had been sprung, though from the look on Cole's face, he could tell that she knew what he was doing. Dickie sat on the bed. Cole sat in a chair opposite. She'd taken off the cuffs. Puller stood, his back against the wall. Heard you helped Miss Louisa, Dickie began. That was nice of you. Yeah, well, she died anyway. So much for good Samaritans. But we need to focus on you, Dickie. How much of this has to come out? He asked.
Depends on what it is. If you kill Larry, all of it will come out.
Like I said, I didn't kill nobody. Dickie's hands were balled to fists. He looked like a little kid, albeit with a tat sleeve. Puller half expected him to drop to the floor and throw a tantrum.
Well, you understand that we can't just accept your word on that. You have to prove it to us.
Dickie looked up at Puller. You ever look into my discharge? Puller shook his head. Like I said, me and the Army, we didn't get on. But it didn't have anything to do with my ability to do my job. I was a good soldier. There's not one black mark against me. I would have stayed in for the full ride if I could have. I liked it. Like my buddies, wanted to serve my country. But it wasn't my choice. They didn't want my kind. Puller considered this. As he gazed at the young man's face, the answer came to him. Don't ask, don't tell, said Puller. Dickie's gaze fell to the floor. He nodded.
The military policy on gays?
Said Cole, looking at Puller. Puller said, Under DADT, you were fine so long as you keep it secret. You don't tell, they won't ask. But if it comes out, you're gone. He looked at Dickie. What happened? Somebody ratted me out, and there were some pictures of me and some of my buddies. Hell, today it wouldn't get 5 views on YouTube. But back then the Army didn't care. Your butt was gone? In a second. Said if I didn't accept the general discharge, things would get real ugly. I can believe that.
Does your father know that you're gay?
Dickie smiled bitterly. Why do you think I joined the Army out of high school? My old man thought it would cure me. Okay, so you're gay, said Puller. That's your business and certainly no crime. It is to some folks, especially around here.
Well, we're not some folks,
said Cole. Puller said, Let's get back to Officer Wellman. Why were you in the house? Me and Larry were friends. Cole sat back in her chair, her eyes widening.
You didn't go there to... Larry is married with a family, and it was a damn crime scene.
Dickie said quickly, It wasn't like that. We fooled around some when we were teenagers, but Larry was straight. We weren't going in there to have sex.
So why did you go to the house?
Dickie nervously rubbed his palms together. Puller could see the sweat on the skin. And it wasn't just because the motel room's wall AC unit only managed to move hot air from one side of the room to the other. Just wanted to see what had happened. Why? Bunch of people murdered? Just wanted to see.
And Wellman let you in the house? I don't believe it.
He didn't. Cole looked confused.
Then I'm not quite getting this. You want to take a breath and try it again?
I called him up, told him I just wanted to take a peek. I could tell he didn't want to do it.
Of course he didn't. It would have cost him his job if I'd found out. Your presence there would have corrupted the crime scene.
But was he going to let you in? Asked Puller. He told me to come over. That maybe he could let me see some things they'd found, some pictures.
This is unbelievable.
Puller held up his hand, his gaze directly on the man. Keep talking, Dickie. So I went over there.
And killed him.
I told you I didn't kill him. Then what happened? Said Puller. He wasn't there. I mean, his car was gone. I thought maybe he'd gotten sick or gotten cold feet. But then I thought, you can't just leave a crime scene unguarded. I watched Law and Order and NCIS. I know this stuff. Sure, you're right. Can't do it, said Puller. Then what did you do? I tried to call him on his cell, but he didn't pick up. What time was this exactly? Asked Puller. I don't know exactly. Maybe around 4 or so. Go on. I got to the back of the house. The door there was slightly open. I opened it some more. Called out to see if Larry was in there for some reason. Got no answer. I was scared. But you went in anyway. Why? Asked Puller. I thought Larry might be hurt. He told me to come by, and then he wasn't there. I was worried about him. Bullshit. You wanted to see the bodies. Dickie looked up at him, scowling, but then his features relaxed. You're right, I did. I figured maybe Larry got called off on something else. That's why his car was gone. Anyway, I went inside. He stopped, his face draining of any remaining color. You saw them, Puller said. Dickie nodded slowly. I'll see 'em in my dreams, in my nightmares till I die,
Very poetic.
said Cole sarcastically. What did you do then? Asked Puller. I was going to leave, but I heard something from the basement. What was the sound? Puller tensed. A lot would depend on the answer. Like a squeak. Like somebody stretching something. Puller eased. Okay. What next? I had my knife with me. I called down the stairs. Thought it might be Larry. I didn't want him to shoot me. No answer. Cole said in an incredulous tone,
So you went down into a basement in a house full of dead people in the middle of the night because you heard a sound? You know, in addition to the crime shows, you might want to take in a few movies like Halloween and Friday the 13th. You never go into the damn basement, Dickie.
But you went down there, said Puller. What happened? And that's when I saw him, Larry, just hanging there.
Did you make certain he was dead? Or did you just turn tail and run, leaving him there?
He was dead, said Dickie. I seen dead guys in the army. I checked his pulse, looked at his eyes. He paused, then forced it out. He was dead. Then what? Asked Puller. I got the hell out of there. I ran out the back. And then just kept going? Puller tensed again. Dickie let out a long breath. No, I stopped running. I felt like I was going to barf. I squatted down there in the woods, maybe 10 minutes or so, got myself together. Then I heard a car pull up. Thought it was maybe the cops, or, Puller said, whoever killed Larry coming back. Dickie nodded. If it was, I wanted to see the son of a bitch. Call the cops on him.
Or her. It could have been a woman.
Dickie pointed a finger at Puller. But it was you. Saw you go in. Didn't know who the hell you were. But then I saw your jacket. CID. Knew what that was. Larry told me the dead guy was Army. That explained why you were there. And then? Asked Puller. Little while later heard another car pull up. He pointed at Cole. You that time. That's when I took off. And that's when I saw you out of the window, said Puller. He looked at Cole. Story coincides with what we know. She nodded and then glared at Dickie.
Would have been nice to know this before. I should arrest you for withholding material evidence.
And for just being stupid, added Puller. So, were you and Eric friends? I knew him. He was in Xanadu. He held up his arm. I told you, I got a tat sleeve like his. When you went in the Halversons' house that night, did you know that Eric and Molly were across the street dead? Of course I didn't. Puller let this answer hang there. I was worried about him, though. Why? Asked Puller. Stuff. Stuff got a name? Dickie shrugged. Not that I ever heard.
Any reason why Eric and Molly would have wanted a soil report done?
Soil report? Nope, no reason I know of. How about a meth lab? Asked Puller. Got any stuff on that? Eric didn't do meth. Okay, but did he make it to sell? That's the key question. Dickie didn't answer right away. I think I need to lawyer up. Think or no? Asked Puller, while Cole looked at him warily. Puller pushed off from the wall and stood next to Dickie. Let's look at this intelligently, Dickie. See how it affects you. Will you take a couple of minutes to do that with me?
Puller. He said he wanted to lawyer up.
Puller shot her a glance and she closed her mouth. He turned back to Dickie, put a hand on his shoulder. Just hear me out, Dickie. What do you have to lose? The Army kicked your ass out. Didn't let you serve when I know you wanted to. This is a second chance for you to do something for your country. Dickie mumbled, I'll listen. Chapter 64.
Puller snagged a chair with his right hand, swung it around, and set it directly in front of Dickie. When Puller sat down in it, his knees were almost touching the other man's. "I'll let you in on some top-level stuff, Dickie, but in return, I need some things from you. You're patriotic, right? Want to help your country?" "As much as the next guy. Like you said, I'd still be in the Army serving if they hadn't pulled that crap on me." "I know, I hear you. I served with gays and straights. Didn't matter to me so long as they could hit the target they were shooting at and had my back when I needed it." Dickie looked more comfortable. "So what's going on?" "Trouble's coming to Drake, Dickie. In fact, it's already here. All these people dead, some of them your friends." "I know that. I know, man. But it's not just those people. The feds think something big is coming here, really big."
To Drake?
Cole said, obviously stunned by this news. Dickie said, "Big like what?" "If I knew, then it wouldn't be such a problem. But I don't know. And if that situation stays the same, then we're all screwed. You see that, don't you?" Dickie nodded. "Yeah, I guess so. I knew you were smart. Mechanized guys all have to be smart. Lots of stuff to remember with all the equipment you guys had. I just had to worry about my gun and personal gear. You guys were wheeling around in 30-ton armor." "Ain't that the truth? I drove the Bradley, and even the damn Abrams, and I was good." "I bet you were. Army's loss. Don't Ask was a bunch of crap anyway." "Damn sure was," agreed Dickie. "So something big is coming. People dead, pieces not adding up. Weird chatter coming out of Drake that federal ears caught. Now what I need from you is some human. You know what that is, right?" "Sure. Human intelligence. On the ground here in Drake. You know stuff. You know people. You know folks who knew Eric and Molly. Your old man works for Trent." "You think Roger Trent is involved in this?" Dickie said sharply. "I don't know who's involved and who isn't. That's why I need your help. You up for it?" "What do you want me to do?" "Listen. Go to places. Sit with folks. Listen some more. Don't make it obvious. Don't play detective. I just want you to do what you normally do. But just do it differently. Listen. Pay attention. Something seems weird, remember it. Get in touch, okay?" Dickie was already nodding. "Okay. Sure." Puller handed him a card. "My contact info. I assume you know how to reach Sergeant Cole." Puller rose. "That's all?" said Dickie. "I can go?" "You're not doing me any good sitting in my motel room. I need you out there. Give you a chance to serve your country again, even if your country did screw you over." Dickie rose, looked at Cole, then put a hand out to Puller. "Ain't been many folks willing to give me a shot like this." "I'm not most folks. I had you pegged wrong, I guess."
I guess we did the same to you.
Noted Cole. "You need a ride?" Puller asked. "No, I'm cool." After Dickie left, Cole said,
And you didn't tell me something big was coming to Drake because why?
"Because I was told not to, and then I decided to disobey orders."
What's it based on?
Chatter NSA picked up. In Dari. Justice is coming. Whatever is going to happen will happen soon.
Dari? What the hell is that?
Dialect spoken in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan? You heard that in Drake?
Apparently so, at least in the vicinity of. Couldn't get an exact location. And it was encrypted in old KGB code. And it was sent out shortly after the murders, gotten DHS's blood pressure up.
What else do you know?
Not enough. That's for damn sure. You know, one thing Dickie didn't explain.
What's that?
How did he get to the Halverstons that night? Didn't drive. No car out front. He ran into the woods, escaped that way. Long way back to town.
That's true.
Complicated guy. Who would have figured?
You think he knows more than he's telling us?
I think he's caught between a rock and a hard place. He's involved in something that he doesn't want us to know about.
but I don't think it's connected to the chatter.
But I don't know why you recruited him to help us, especially if you think he's involved in something criminal.
I've spent most of my adult life reading people, especially soldiers and those formerly in the ranks. My instinct tells me that Dickie wants to help. I think he went to the Halversons that night because he suspected something. Or someone. What I think he wanted was just another chance to prove the Army screwed up in discharging him. So I gave it to him.
Well, if he gets killed, that second chance will have come at a big cost.
Most second chances do. And most of the time, they're worth it.
When he went to the Halversons, do you think he knew Treadwell and Bittner were sitting dead across the street?
I think he might have known. I think he probably tried to call and got no answer. I think he might have gone over to their house that night, too, but couldn't get in. The place was dark. He couldn't have seen the bodies from the window, and there were no signs of forced entry.
So what's his connection with Treadwell? Not just the Harley Club. He's scared.
7 people have been killed. He should be scared, along with everyone else. Chapter 65. Cole left to take care of some paperwork back at the station. They arranged to meet later. Puller drove off in his car. 3 minutes later, he parked and sat there thumbing in a phone number. The voice said, "Mason." "Agent Mason, it's John Puller." Puller could hear the squeak of the man's chair as he presumably leaned back. While the normal world went on around them, Mason was working 24/7 to keep the monsters at bay. "I'm glad you called. We got one more piece of chatter and some additional intel that have combined to ratchet this sucker up to a new level. I thought it was pretty high already. What new stuff do you have?" "Another KGB code-encrypted piece of Dari. This time they said some shit about Allah the Great and Good. That didn't get me excited. What did get me excited were numbers." "What numbers?" "A date, Puller. They gave us the D-Day. At least that's what we think." "And what was the date?" "You're not going to like this because I sure as hell don't. 3 days from today." "You said you had other intelligence. Does it at least give us some idea of what they're planning?" "Yes. The mystery on that score is finally solved, and that's the real scary part. There's a gas pipeline that runs through Drake, northwest corner of the county." "Okay." "We didn't think anything of it, really. Pipelines are natural targets, but not that popular because the human damage potential is not that significant. This pipeline supplies natural gas for 3 states. West Virginia, of course, Kentucky, and Ohio. The pipeline is owned by a Canadian outfit but operated by an American company, Trent Exploration. From what you've told me, you had some interaction with Roger Trent, right?" "Right." Puller thought rapidly. "You think anyone at Trent is involved in this?" "I'm not ruling out any possibilities at this point." "But what's the vulnerability of the gas pipeline? And even if they did blow it up, how much damage are we talking about? Like you said, it would be limited." "The structural damage could be severe, but manageable. And then you'd have disruption of service. Not that sexy for a terrorist. They like body parts hanging from trees, not gas customers complaining because their stovetop isn't working. And there are resources in the area that can respond to any damage to the pipeline and bring things under control." "Okay, so the pipeline is the target?" "We don't think it's that simple." He paused, and Puller could visualize the man organizing the words in his head. "What's a very popular tactic that the Taliban employs in Afghanistan? You should know this better than most." Puller did know better than most. "A feint, and then the real hit. One bomb to draw in the first responders. Second bomb goes off to kill them." "Right. Only here we believe it's a variation on that tactic. We believe the attack on the gas pipeline is a diversionary tactic." Puller felt the hairs rise on the back of his neck. "So, what's the real target?"
If that gas pipeline explodes, first responders from a 100-mile radius will get there ASAP. That's not guesswork. There are tri-state teaming agreements in place in the event that pipeline goes up in flames. Those resources are committed to that contingency, and they can't be stood down for any reason. Okay. Mason continued. Now, there's lots of forest in that area. It's been dry as hell. You could be looking at a fire that could cover 3 states and fed by a mountain of gas, at least until they could shut it down. As I said, disruption in power could be severe. Hundreds of thousands of homes are fed by that gas. No telling when they could get it up and running again, especially with a forest fire raging around it. That sounds bad, but like you said, not very sexy for a terrorist. Then what's the primary target? Puller said again. By definition, that has to be worse than the diversionary target. 40 miles from that pipeline is a light-water nuclear reactor that feeds power right to the national grid. Puller drew a long breath. You think that's what they're after? It's the only asset we can see in the area worth their while. How would they attack the plant? Right now, security seems tight, but we can't afford to find out later it wasn't good enough. But if they can pierce that place and somehow blow the reactors, it would be devastating. A radiation cloud could cover multiple states within a few days. And with all emergency crews fighting a gas pipeline eruption and potential fire, together it would be catastrophic. So beef the security the hell up at the nuke plant. We think they have folks on the inside there. That was the separate piece of intelligence I was telling you about, Puller. Can you find out who? In 3 days? Probably not. And if we change security in any way there... Puller finished the thought for him. The insider will easily find out, tell his people, and they go early and try to blow it anyway. And the same for the pipeline. Right. At some point we have to make that decision, Puller. We have to beef up security at both places. But ideally we nail these bastards before that becomes necessary. Necessary? Joe, it's 3 days. I told you it was bad. I haven't seen one Middle Easterner in Drake while I've been here. Well, I have to believe they're keeping a pretty low profile. What do you want me to do? I'm just one man. Keep doing what you're doing. Find these guys, Puller. And if I don't in time, then I have to pull the trigger. And they'll pull the trigger too. Way it goes. Keep me in the loop and I'll do the same for you. He paused. I wish I could send you some assets, but the brass here thinks that might tip our hand. Yeah, I know. I do have one local asset. Right. Cole the cop. No. Guy named Dickie Strauss. Puller filled Mason in on what he'd gotten Dickie to do. At the very least, it gives me another pair of eyes on the ground here. He was a former soldier. I'm not thrilled you engaged this guy, Puller. We know nothing about him. I didn't have a lot of options, Puller replied. He could hear Mason sigh. When are you meeting with him? We don't have much time. I can meet with him tonight. You got a safe place to do that? Puller thought for a moment. Yeah, I do. Place called Xanadu. 66. Puller climbed out of his car and walked into the Drake County Library. It was a one-story orange brick structure that was architecturally tasteless and had not worn well. He went inside, asked a librarian at the front desk a few questions, and was shown what he needed. While there were a few computers in the library, Puller found himself using the old-fashioned method of looking through newspapers by hand. He covered the time period that seemed relevant to him. What he discovered was nothing which in itself was significant. As he was leaving, his phone rang. It was Kristen Craig, the forensic tech from Ucasville in Georgia.
Got some preliminaries for you, Puller.
He sat in his car with the air running and wrote down what she told him.
We did a super fast rush on the DNA samples you sent. Looking at the exclusions list, we found one set unaccounted for. We uploaded it to the FBI's combined DNA indexing system. We might get a hit.
What else?
We identified the wadding in Colonel Reynolds' body. It was a 12 gauge.
Anything else, manufacturer?
Nope, sorry.
Okay, keep going.
The doc up there who did the posts was good. Our guys have basically validated everything he did. We don't have the bodies down here, obviously, but the guy knew what he was doing.
Okay. Validation was good, but what Puller really wanted was some info that could help him solve the case.
We did find something strange on the .22 caliber round you sent down.
What was that?
Well, I had it confirmed by 3 different people down here because it's not something you'd expect to find on a round fired into someone's brain.
Don't keep me in suspense, Kristen.
It was gold foil. West Virginia is coal country, not gold, right?
Puller thought of the Trents in the big house. Well, for some people up here, it's apparently the same thing, but gold foil?
That's what it is, just a nearly microscopic bit, but we confirmed that's what it was. Don't know what it means.
You make any sense of that soil report I sent down?
The soil report didn't reveal anything startling. The uranium levels were normal, particularly for coal country. There was nothing else remarkable. If someone was killed because of it, damned if I know why.
You and me both. What about the stuff from the meth lab?
Now that was interesting. You sure it was just a meth lab?
It looked like one. It had the stuff you'd normally associate with one.
Yes, it did, but it also had one item that you wouldn't normally find in one.
Like what?
Tungsten carbide.
What did you find that on?
Some of the bottles, the tubing, and some coils. Enough to where it couldn't be just some trace residue.
So it might have been on Treadwell's or Bittner's hands.
Possibly. We did find Treadwell's prints on the equipment.
So it wasn't just planted there. That's good to know.
You were thinking it was planted?
No, but I like confirmation of my ideas as much as the next person. So tungsten carbide. That can be used in industrial tools as an abrasive in the jewelry trade.
That's right. Stiffer and more dense than steel or titanium.
Treadwell had a ring. Maybe it was made of tungsten and it leached somehow onto his skin.
It wasn't. We checked the ring.
He worked at a chemical shop and he had a Harley.
Again, that doesn't necessarily explain the presence.
Anything else?
Isn't that enough?
You haven't given me any answers.
I only provide facts. You have to come up with the answers, my friend.
She clicked off, and Puller slowly put his phone away. There was another use for tungsten carbide that he, being in the military, well knew. It was very often used in armor-piercing ammunition, particularly when the material of choice, depleted uranium, wasn't available. But if Treadwell were making such ammo, there wasn't any other evidence of it in his home. You needed space and specialized equipment to manufacture it. And money. And many of the components on the list to make ordnance utilizing depleted uranium were ones that the government watched very carefully. How could a Harley-driving redneck who worked at a chemical supply store in nowhere, West Virginia, manage that? And if Treadwell had managed to do that, why had he been murdered? Maybe whoever he was building it for found out he might have gotten cold feet and was working with the government through Reynolds. Puller would have to check at Treadwell's place of business to see if they might be missing a quantity of tungsten carbide, if they even carried it. And if so, the case might take on a whole new light. He pondered how this could be tied into what Mason had told him. If the targets were the pipeline and the reactor, that type of ammo could be used to puncture the pipeline and maybe the reactors. If so, that meant Treadwell was tied up with jihadists, and Puller wondered how that was possible. How could folks like that operate in an area like this, and no one the wiser? Then he started to think about the pipeline, owned by a Canadian company but operated by Trent. Was Trent working with terrorists? Was he being paid to help them carry out this mission? But why would a fabulously successful coal mogul do that? Blowing up a nuke reactor could make all of Trent's coal mines radioactive. Unless they were paying him far more than his business was worth. And that might explain the death threats, and Trent being so nervous. Maybe he'd had a falling out with his business partners. Puller eased the Malibu from the curb. He had fewer than 3 days to discover the truth. He knew the odds were long against him, but he had put on the uniform to serve his country, and serve it he would, even at the cost of his life. Chapter 67. The Mercedes SL600 was parked in front of Puller's motel room when he drove in around 2 o'clock. Gene Trent was sitting in the driver's seat. The car was running, and the AC was cranked. Puller parked next to the other car and got out. Gene Trent did the same. She had on a sleeveless pale yellow dress with a V-front and a white sweater over top, coordinated pumps, and a white pearl necklace. Her hair and makeup were flawless. The old motel seemed an incongruous backdrop for such glamour. "Looking for a room at the motel?" Puller said, as he walked over to stand next to her. She smiled.
When I was 15, I used to clean this place for $4 an hour, and I thought I was rich. Sam did the same, but she only got $3 an hour.
Why the discrepancy?
She was smaller and couldn't work as hard. People around here drive tough bargains.
I believe it.
You got time for lunch? Or have you already eaten?
I haven't. At the crib? She shook her head.
Another place. Nicer. Over the county line. I'll drive.
Puller thought about this. He had short time to divert a possible catastrophe. Did he have time for a leisurely lunch? Then his thoughts went back to what Mason had said. Trent operated that pipeline. What's the occasion?
It's lunchtime, and I'm hungry.
Have you been waiting long?
Long enough. Guess you've been busy.
Guess I have.
How's the investigation coming?
It's coming.
You are remarkably tight-lipped.
It's an army thing.
No, I think it's a cop thing. My little sister's the same way.
So your hubby was back in town. He joining us for lunch? Her radiant smile diminished a few watts.
No, he won't. You ready?
He looked at her fine clothes and then down at his own work ones. Fancy place? Not sure I'm dressed for the occasion.
You look just fine.
She drove the country roads with an expert's touch, hitting the turns and accelerating at just the right moment, so that the big Mercedes engine was at optimal RPM on the straightaways. You ever think of signing up for NASCAR? She smiled and punched the gas on a particularly long stretch of road, winding the car up to 80.
I've thought about a lot of things.
So why lunch with me, really?
Got some questions? Hope you have some answers.
I doubt it. Remember the tight-lipped thing.
Then your opinion, how about that?
We'll find out, I guess. 10 miles later, they crossed into another county, and 2 miles farther down the road, she pulled onto a tree-lined asphalt driveway. Around 2 curves, the land opened up as the trees receded, and Puller eyed the sprawling 2-story stucco and stone building. It looked like it had been dropped intact from Tuscany. There were 2 aged fountains out front, and nearby a small stream with a water wheel slowly turning. There was an outdoor tiled eating area in an adjacent courtyard. A weathered wooden pergola, strung with flowering vines, provided a ceiling for this dining space. Puller looked at the sign hanging over the front door. Vera Felicita. True happiness?
You speak Italian?
Some. You?
Some. I've been there many times. Love it. I'm thinking of moving there one day.
People always say that when they visit Italy. But then they come back home and realize it's not as easy as it sounds.
Maybe.
Puller looked around at the expensive cars sitting in the cobblestone parking area. Most of the outdoor tables were filled with people as nicely dressed as Gene Trent. They were drinking wine and forking and spooning into elaborate-looking dishes. "Popular place," he said.
Yes, it is.
"How'd you come to find it?"
I own it.
Chapter 68. Jean Trent climbed out of the car, and Puller fell into step behind her as she headed to the front entrance. She stopped and turned to him.
We're also a B&B, 4 rooms, and I'm thinking about adding a spa. I brought in a CIA chef and a professional team to run everything. We're hoping to get our first Michelin star this year. We were cash flow positive after 18 months. Our reputation has really grown. People come from Tennessee, Ohio, Kentucky, and North Carolina.
And no coal mines around.
This is one of the few counties in West Virginia that has no coal.
She looked around.
What you do have is unspoiled land, mountains, rivers. I spent a long time looking for just the perfect location, and this is it. I did business plans and demographic and marketing studies. I wanted to fill a need. That's the best way to build something that's lasting.
I didn't know you were a businesswoman.
Probably lots of things about me you don't know. You want to find out more?
Why not? They went inside and were shown to a private, book-lined room where a table for 2 had been laid out. Puller knew little about decorating, but he saw that the interiors had been put together with an experienced eye. Everything was good quality. Comfortable, nothing overdone. He had been to Italy many times, and this was probably about as close as one could come to it in West Virginia. The server was dressed in a white jacket and black bow tie, and attended to them with quiet professionalism. They scanned their menus, but Puller finally let Jean order for him. The bottle of white came first, and 2 glasses were poured out.
I know you're technically on duty, but I'm especially proud of this Italian Chardonnay, and I'd like you to try it.
He took a sip and let it go down slow. Has significantly more body than one associates with an Italian white. She clinked her glass against his.
It's called German Dreams, 2007. But an army man who knows his wines, how did that happen?
My father took my brother and me overseas a lot when we were younger. Had my first taste of wine in Paris when I was 9.
Paris when you were 9? I was in my late 20s before I even left the country one time.
Some people never get to go.
That's true. Now I go every year, months at a time. I love it. Sometimes I almost don't come back.
So why do you? Come back, I mean. She took a sip of wine and dabbed her mouth.
This is my home, I suppose.
Any place can be your home.
That's true, but my family is here.
He looked around. Is Roger a partner in this?
No, this is all mine.
Pretty expensive proposition.
He didn't bankroll me, if that's what you mean. Bank loans and sweat equity.
Still, I'm sure being married to him didn't hurt.
It didn't. So he's back in town?
I had a cup of coffee with him at the crib.
Why?
To talk about those death threats. For the record, I don't think Randy is behind it this time. She put down her wine.
Did Sam tell you about that?
Yeah, she did. He paused. I guess Roger's business is doing great.
I'm not really involved in it.
He relies on Bill Strauss a lot.
He's the COO. That's his job.
He hesitated, pondering whether to mention the pipeline. He decided that was too risky. Noting her suspicious look, he said, I'm asking more questions than you are. Sorry, it's just how I'm wired.
We'll see what we can do about that later.
Their food came, and Puller spent a few minutes digging into it. As he swallowed his last bit of fish, he said, I think you'll get that Michelin star. Her face brightened.
I appreciate the confidence.
Not easy to carve something like this out of the wilderness. She finished the wine in her glass.
Are you plying me with compliments for some particular reason?
Just being honest. But you invited me to lunch. You said you had some questions. Why don't you get started?
But you only offered opinions instead of answers.
I can't promise what I can't deliver.
Would you like some coffee? We get our beans from Bolivia. They've started to turn out great product, a special blend.
I hardly ever turn down coffee.
Have you ever been to Bolivia?
No.
South America in general?
Yes?
Business or pleasure?
I don't travel for pleasure. I travel with a gun. The order was placed and the coffee arrived promptly. It was served in delicate-looking cups with a flower and vine pattern. Puller knew instinctively that Jean Trent had personally picked them. She just seemed the type to want to control things, no matter how small. "Good coffee," he said. She nodded and said,
"Now to my questions. Well, I really only have one. Based on what you've found out so far, do you think Roger's really in danger?"
"I have no way to know if he is or isn't. I came here to investigate the murders of an Army colonel and his family. I did tell him to take them seriously."
"Why?"
"Just my gut."
"I know you thought I was being very cavalier about my husband's personal safety, but I can assure you that I think about it a lot."
"But also, like you said, he takes precautions." He finished his coffee and set the cup down. "Do you have any reason to believe that your husband is in danger? Or that he might be connected in some way to the murders that have taken place?"
"Well, one of the victims worked at his company, but I doubt that Roger even knew her. I can't believe that he has any connection to those people getting killed. I mean, what would be his motive?"
"Don't know. Is Roger involved in any litigation right now?"
"He's always involved in litigation, usually with the EPA or some environmental group, occasionally with a wrongful death action because of a workplace fatality."
"So what kind of environmental lawsuits?"
"I don't know the particulars. Generally speaking, surface mining is pretty bad for the environment. You can't quote me on that, but it is. People get upset and they sue. If the government thinks Roger hasn't lived up to his legal obligations or has run afoul of some regulation, they come after him. He keeps the lawyers gainfully employed. Why do you ask?"
Puller was thinking of the soil report, but he wasn't going to tell her that.
Okay, I lied. I do have another question.
"Shoot."
Why are you really here?
"I thought that was pretty clear."
Dead colonel, off post? I checked you out. You're from the 701st. They could have brought in CID from Fort Campbell. The 701st is special, so why you?
"You know the military well, do you?"
My father was in the Navy. Lots of men from around here were in the armed forces, and like I said, I checked.
"Who'd you talk to?"
I have my contacts. That's all you need to know. And from what I found out, it seems that sending someone like you out here sends a pretty clear message. This is not just a routine murder.
"No murder is routine in my book."
So you won't tell me?
"I'm just doing my job, Jean. Other than that, I really can't say much." She dropped him back off at the motel. Puller watched her go until she disappeared from view. Then he turned and looked at his motel room. Then his gaze swiveled to his car. He walked toward it, stopped about 15 feet away, studied it. He moved in a counterclockwise direction around the vehicle, saw something, a bit of insulated wire with the copper seam exposed. It was tiny, a few centimeters, but the sun had hit it just right so that it gleamed like a bit of revealed gold. He dropped to his knees and then bent his head down. He was up in a second and moved away from the vehicle. He phoned Cole. "Got a bomb under my car. Want to get somebody over here to come get it?" While Cole hurried there with the bomb cavalry, Puller sat on the front steps, leading up to the motel office, and calmly considered the situation. Folks sure seemed to love their explosives around these parts. And now, maybe he understood the invitation to lunch. Year 69. The bomb wasn't as sophisticated as the ones at the abandoned house. At least that was the pronouncement of the retired ATF agent who arrived 2 minutes after Cole did. Puller stood next to Cole as the bomb was removed from the car and taken away. "Didn't have much time," he said.
What?
"Wasn't as sophisticated because they didn't have enough time to put it together."
Who are you talking about?
"Your sister invited me to lunch today. She was waiting for me here. She insisted on driving. I left my car here. I really didn't know why she wanted me to go to Vera Felicita with her, but she did.
She took you to her B&B?
Yeah, then we came back. She drove off real fast, and I luckily spotted the footprint and the piece of wire. Otherwise, you'd be identifying my remains if there was enough left of me. Cole didn't say anything right away. She scuffed the dirt with her shoe, her brow furrowed in thought.
Are you accusing her of being involved in this?
I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just presenting facts.
What reason would she have to kill you?
Well, if her husband is involved in those murders and he goes to jail, his company will probably tank, and there goes her big house and her fancy B&B.
She built that place with her own money and financing.
So she says. But that operation must have cost a real chunk of change to get going. What bank would loan her that unless Roger co-signed?
But how do you figure Roger being behind the murders? He was the one receiving death threats.
He says he received death threats. We have no independent proof of that.
That's true.
And I checked something in the local newspapers at the library today. There were no public notices of the blasting for Sunday night. They blasted without fulfilling the notice requirement.
That's a real big deal, Puller. Nice work.
So we have gunfire and explosives going off at pretty much the same time. One covers the other. And that mine belonged to Trent, who had the authority to do blasting without filing the requisite public notice.
Legally, no one. Whoever did authorize it is in serious trouble.
I think we need to find out. And we need to find out if anyone saw someone around my car this afternoon.
I'll get right on that. But, Puller, I can't believe that my sister had anything to do with it.
I don't want to think that she did either, Cole. But the circumstances are suspicious.
They are.
She scuffed the gravel with her shoe again.
I'm not sure I'm the best person to investigate this.
If you're okay with it, I can do it.
I'm okay with it. But, Puller, one more thing.
Yeah?
Yes, she's my sister. But you let the evidence take you where it goes, okay?
Okay.
When are you going to do it?
Right now. Chapter 70. Stroke, 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 breath. Stroke, 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 breath. The air was humid, the smell oppressive. You could walk briskly and break into a flop sweat. 4 more strokes, a single breath. Then another quartet of strokes, and Jean Trent came up for air after touching the side of the pool for the 60th time. Working off lunch? She jerked around in the water and stared over at the far edge of the 30-meter pool. Puller was sitting in a teak chair, his big hands on his thighs.
How did you get in here?
He pointed to the wall of glass. Through that door over there. You really ought to lock it.
I mean, how did you get on the grounds?
He rose, came over to her, looked down. You mean, how did I manage to dodge the fat old guy in the rental uniform out there? She walked to the steps and came out of the pool and wrung out her hair. She had on a black one-piece. She was trim, with good muscle tone. She might have also just tried to blow his car up with him in it.
You swim?
Not unless someone I'm after jumps in the water. Wanted to talk to you. She walked over to a teak chaise lounge with a blue cushion with white piping set against one wall. A terry cloth robe was there. She slipped it on and sat down on the chaise.
What about? Did lunch not agree with you? You seem out of sorts.
He perched on a chair next to her. I was actually wondering whether I should arrest you. She appeared startled.
What? Why?
Attempted murder of a federal officer. She sat forward.
And how exactly do you figure that?
When I got back from lunch with you, there was a bomb under my car. I'm getting tired of people trying to turn me into little pieces of flesh.
I know nothing about that, and since I was with you at lunch, I could hardly have planted a bomb in your car.
You could have paid someone to do it.
And why would I do that?
That's what I'm here to find out.
I need to get dressed. I have a dinner to go to tonight. If you want to continue this conversation, we'll have to do it at another time.
Actually, we'll do it right now. She stood.
I want you out of my house, now.
And I want some answers. I'm here with the blessing of the police department. Jean's lips parted, but she said nothing. In other words, your sister knows I'm here.
I didn't put a bomb in your car.
Under my car.
I didn't do that either. What reason would I have to kill you?
That's an easy one. I'm here to investigate a series of murders. If you or someone you're connected to is involved in those crimes, you naturally want me out of the way. So you invite me to lunch. You insist on driving. We come back and I almost go boom. You can see why I'm suspicious. She sat back down. Her confidence seemed to drain away.
I can't explain that. I don't know what is going on.
When she looked back up, there were tears in her eyes.
I'm telling you the truth, Puller.
He watched her, debating the authenticity of those tears. He'd watched lots of suspects cry, from iron-hard soldiers to expectant moms to teenagers who'd lost their way as military brats. Just because you say it's the truth doesn't mean anything to me, he said. So until I find out otherwise, you're officially a suspect. Do you understand that? She nodded dumbly. And if you have any information that would help me in my investigation, now would be a really good time to share it.
Information like what?
Like, why is your husband so nervous? And don't tell me it's about death threats. I've come to the conclusion that that's just bullshit. It happened before with your brother, and I think he's just using that as a convenient cover.
Cover for what?
He's upgraded his security, Jean. The driver of his Escalade, he's a former Marine.
How do you know that?
Army can sniff Marines out from 100 miles away. The guy is a pro and he's armed. And he's new, isn't he?
Yes.
It was a good choice. He's light years ahead of the old fart outside.
But his security here hasn't really been increased. We still just have the same retired cop outside.
That's because Roger isn't here right now. So I guess he's less concerned about your personal safety or that of your daughter. His pro travels with him only.
What would he be afraid of?
You said he has lots of enemies, but they're just the same old ones, right? How about something or someone new? That would justify the new muscle.
I can't think of what that might be. As I said, I don't get involved in Roger's business.
If you keep lying to me, Jean, I will cuff you and haul your ass right out of here. More tears spilled from her eyes.
I don't want to go to jail.
And tell me the truth. You picked everything out at your B&B right down to the coffee cups. You know about business management. I'm betting you supervised the construction of this house because, judging from the interior decorating at Trent Exploration, that's not Roger's strong suit. So are you telling me you ceded all knowledge of his business to him? Because I'm not buying it. They sat in silence for a couple of minutes. The humidity weighed down on Puller. At least the desert had been a dry heat. He watched Jean. He was not going to break the silence. He was not going to get up and leave. He was just going to wait for her to finally crack.
There are some problems at Trent Exploration.
Like what?
Like missing money, diverted accounts, offshore phantom banking relationships. Things that shouldn't be there are, things that should be there aren't.
And Roger is aware of this?
Very.
What's he doing about it?
Whatever he can. But his options are limited. He made some business decisions last year that required an infusion of capital, a lot of it. The revenues he thought would develop from those business decisions never materialized. The debts are still there. He thought he had money to cover it, but with all the money disappearing, he's in a cash flow bind. That's why Roger was in New York, trying to get some financing help, but the banks still aren't lending. They've tried everywhere they can think of.
And now death threats? Maybe from the people ripping him off?
I don't know. I really don't.
Okay. Trent is a big company, but it's not GE. and it's located in a pretty small town. Are you telling me none of you have a clue or even a guess as to who is stealing the company blind? How about Randy?
Randy? Why would he do that?
He blames Roger for your parents' death, for one thing.
Even so, he would be in no position to steal from Roger. He knows nothing about computers or financial transactions. This was done by people who are very familiar with both.
Maybe somebody he's hooked up with.
In Drake? I don't think so. The situation is getting desperate, though. Roger and Bill are running out of places to turn.
How about you? If the company goes under, do you lose everything, including the house?
Probably. But that's why I've been building up my B&B. Not because I suspected Roger was having money troubles, but I guess I just wanted to be more independent.
In spite of himself, Puller felt sorry for her. So Roger really has no idea where all this financial chicanery is coming from? He's a real smart guy. How does he get ripped off and not know how?
It's been driving him and Bill crazy. Their whole lives are tied up in this company. If it goes down, they go down.
Puller said nothing. He just stared moodily off. Jean eyed the scars on his neck.
Middle East?
He nodded.
Remember I told you about the young man I loved?
The one who didn't come back from Gulf One.
He looked a little like you.
Still wish he'd come back?
Still.
He looked around. You wouldn't have all this.
Maybe I don't have it now.
Maybe you don't. He rose.
You're not going to arrest me?
No. What you told me helps, though. I appreciate it.
I used to be a naturally honest person. Then I married Roger and things changed.
He headed out the way he'd come in.
What are you going to do?
She called after him. Find a killer. 71. Hey, Bill, how goes it? Bill Strauss had just come out of the Trent office and was heading to his car. Puller was leaning against his Malibu. He'd been waiting out here for nearly an hour. Puller, what are you doing here? Puller pushed away from the car and walked toward the man. My job. Got some questions. You have some time? Strauss glanced at his watch. I'm actually late for a meeting. It won't take long. It can't wait? Not really, no. Okay, shoot. Blasting last Sunday night. No public notice given. Who authorized it? Strauss looked taken aback. What are you talking about? On Sunday night of last week, blasting took place at one of the Trent operations. You have to give public notice, and blasting doesn't usually take place on Sundays. You have to get special permission. The notice wasn't given. Was the special permission obtained? I'd have to check the records. Roger said he knew nothing about it. Who at your company oversees that stuff? Technically I do, as COO, but I have a lot of duties, and I have to delegate. We have people who cover the blasting authorizations and appropriate notice provisions. Then they would be the ones I should talk to. They would? Unfortunately, they're not at this office. They work in Charleston. Can I get their contact information? Why is this important? Those people weren't killed at the mining operation. It's still important. So you'll get me the contact info? Okay, Strauss said slowly. Great. I'll expect it tomorrow. I'm not sure. Puller cut in. Seen your son lately? No, why? Just wondering. You a member of the Xanadu Club? What? No, I'm not. I'll let you get on to your meeting. Puller climbed in the Malibu and drove off. On the way, he called Dickie and made arrangements to meet with him tonight. When Puller got back to the motel, there was a shiny blue Bentley parked out front, and Roger Trent was at the wheel. Chapter 72. I assume you're looking for me since there's no one else staying here, said Puller. Trent had on dark slacks and a white open-collared shirt. A cigar was in one hand. His face was red, the corpuscles around his thick nose swollen. As Puller drew closer, he smelled the alcohol on the man's breath. "You sure you should be piloting that thing around in your condition?" "What condition is that?" "One called inebriated." "I'm not even close. I have a big appetite for everything." Puller looked at the man's gut. "I can see that. You ever think about Weight Watchers?" "You've been pulling my chain ever since we met." "You're a hard person to love, Roger." To Puller's surprise, the other man started laughing. "Well, at least you're honest. I understand you and my lovely wife went to lunch today at Vera Felicita. Her invite, not mine." "Not saying otherwise, but you accepted." "Yes, I did." "Did you have a good time?" "She's very nice company." "Did she tell you what happened afterwards?" "That someone put a bomb under your car. Yeah, she did mention that. That's why I came by, to tell you she had nothing to do with it." "Thanks, that's a big relief." "I was just thinking that we both have a lot in common." "Oh, yeah? What's that?" "Somebody obviously wants us dead." "They're just phoning you. I'm the one getting the bombs." Trent leaned against his Bentley. "You ever wonder why I haven't moved away from here? I could live anywhere, you know." "Your wife prefers Italy, I know that." "That's my wife. I'm talking about me." "Okay, yeah, I have wondered. And I can tell you're itching to tell me. Big fish in a little pond syndrome?" "Hardly that simple. You see, Puller, I don't have a need to be loved. Far from it. You don't go into the coal mining business to be loved. I like being loathed. It gets my juices going. I love it, actually. Everybody against me. You see, in Drake, I'm the underdog. A rich underdog. The richest, in fact. But still, the underdog. You ever thought about getting counseling?" Trent laughed again. "I like you. I'm not sure why. Hell, maybe I do know why. You hate me too. But you do it on a different level. You do it to my face, not behind my back like all the others around here." "Does that include your family?" Trent leisurely blew a smoke ring and watched it drift upward and then disappear. From the nearby woods, the cicadas started up. "Probably. Sam can't stand me. Randy is a whack job. Jean loves my money. One big happy family. But I can't blame folks. Remember? I said jealousy. It's true. I bet you're a hotshot soldier. Probably were in combat in the Middle East. Got a slew of medals." "You just come up with that on your own?" "I checked you out. Yeah, I bet it was rough over there. But let me tell you what real combat is like. Business is combat. And to win, you've got to be an asshole. No marshmallows make it to the top in business. It's kill or be killed. And if you're not at the top, you're at the bottom. And that's where most people will live their whole lives." He flicked his cigar to remove some dangling ash, and then put it to his lips. "Thanks for the Business 101, Roger. Now why don't you talk to me about your financial problems?" The cigar sagged in the man's mouth, and the mirth-filled look in his eyes vanished. "What financial problems?" "You checked me out. I checked you out." "Then your information is flawed." "Tough-looking Marine you have guarding you now. Where is he, by the way? With death threats, I wouldn't be going around alone." "Your concern for my well-being is touching." "And I take it the bankers in New York weren't receptive to your cash flow problems." Trent threw his cigar down on the dirt and ground it in with his foot. "What the hell did Jean tell you, that stupid bitch?" Less than 3 days. That's all Puller had. He decided to go for it. "You have your fingers in lots of pies, Roger. Coal. But you operate gas pipelines too, right?" "What's that have to do with anything?" You tell me. Nothing to tell. You sure about that? Real sure. Being in debt is bad. Treason is worse. You on drugs or something? Just giving you some advice. Why should I take advice from you? Because it's been given with good intent. Trent laughed. You're a real funny guy. Not really, no. And if things play out the way I think, you're going to need more than one Marine to keep you safe. Are you threatening me? Bellowed Trent. You're smart enough to know that the threat won't be coming from me, Roger. Trent climbed back in his Bentley and drove off. Apparently, Puller had struck out again. He had to hope that Dickie would have something more useful to report. Chapter 73. It was nearly 10 o'clock when he arrived. The neighborhood was quiet. No one was outside. Puller could hardly blame them. It was hot, humid, and the mosquitoes were out in force. It was a night to stay inside the walls, not frolic outside them. He steered his Malibu through the network of surface streets, following the path that he and Cole had earlier. He made one more turn, and the firehouse was up ahead. No lights on, but he didn't expect there to be. No electricity here. That's probably why they all went home when it started to get dark. The overhead doors had been pulled down. Puller wondered if they were locked, too. He stopped his car, got out, looked around, and sniffed the air. A mosquito buzzed his face. He swatted it away. That would only signal more comrades to come, he knew. He trained in enough swamps to understand that. He locked his Malibu using his remote fob. He parked it close to the building. He had decided to keep his car as close to him as possible from now on. He walked up to the overhead door, reached down and tugged. It slid up easily on oiled tracks. He looked around again, could see no one. Still, his right hand sat on top of his forward M11. He grabbed his mag light from the trunk and popped it on. The beam cut through the darkness as he moved inside. While he was waiting for Dickie, he wanted to check out a theory. There were two Harleys parked side by side to his right, their front wheels chained together. To his left was a rolling toolbox with a big padlock. It appeared that the members of the Harley Club didn't completely trust their neighbors. Both Harleys had large saddlebags. They had locks on them. Not unheard of, and in fact, Puller had expected to find them. He picked the locks and probed the interior of the bags with his light. In the third bag he found what he was hoping for, a bit of plastic, an edge of duct tape, and a few nearly invisible shiny flakes. In another saddlebag he found a few crumbly brown grains. The shiny flakes were pure crystal meth. The brown flakes were an impure version of meth called peanut butter crank. Illegal drugs were more of a problem in the military than the brass liked to let on. Over the years, Puller had seen just about every type of illicit drug there was. So he had found the distribution pipeline for Eric Treadwell's modest meth operation. The Xanadu Bike Club put it in their saddlebags and delivered it to their customers. And in impoverished areas where people wanted to forget about their reality because it was so bad, drug dealers had easy prey. So Treadwell and Bittner had been small-time drug dealers. That wasn't why they were killed, he was sure of that. He would let Cole know about this, but it didn't get him any closer to stopping the terrorists. He went through the storage lockers on the left side of the wall. Nothing. Mostly filled with stuff from the Harley riders. When he attempted to access the lockers on the right, he found them locked tight. He picked the lock of one of them and found nothing. He did two other lockers and found the same, nothing. He didn't waste time on the others. He checked his watch.
He'd gotten here purposely early, just in case Dickie wasn't playing straight with him, and someone had set up an ambush. He had some more time to kill. He decided to employ it by searching this place. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility that folks who distributed meth could be persuaded to do something far more heinous, even if it meant hurting their country. Maybe folks around here felt their country had already abandoned them. So what did it matter? There was another room off to his left. He went in there, the shadows devolving to cave-like darkness. For there were no windows in here. It was empty. He backed out, his ears straining for the sounds of anyone drawing near. He ventured up the stairs. There was a kitchen that looked like it was being used by the club. He opened some cabinets and found cans of soup and cereal boxes. There was another room adjacent to the kitchen. He opened the door and peered inside, his light cutting into the dark. This must have been the fire chief's office, he thought. Old desk, old file cabinets, shelves, and a couple of rusty chairs. He looked through the file cabinets, but they were empty, as were the shelves. He sat down behind the desk and started opening drawers. He found nothing until he dipped his hand farther back in one of the drawers after his light hit on something. He looked at the yellowed piece of paper. It had the date 1964 on it. The heading said, FIA. He didn't know what that meant. He read the body of the document. It dealt with procedures in the event of a fire at the facility. There was nothing in it that revealed to Puller what the facility did. Maybe this had to do with what Mason had told him about the bomb-making component work. He eyed something written in the margin. The ink had faded, but he could still make it out. The numbers 92 and 94. He put the page in his pocket and rose. He heard the noise as soon as he left the small office. A motorcycle coming fast, its engine throbbing. He strode quickly over to a set of windows on the second floor that overlooked the front of the firehouse. It had to be Dickie. He hit his watch with the light. It was time. He could see the bike's single headlight stabbing through the gloom. The motorcycle rolled onto the cracked concrete fronting the firehouse. Now Puller could make out more clearly the man's image. Blocky shoulders, chunky torso. It was Dickie. The sound of the shot made Puller jerk and instinctively duck. As he watched, the round hit the rider directly in the head, smashing through the helmet, drilling through the skull and brain, exploding out the other side. The Harley drifted to the right as the rider let go of the handlebars. The man fell off to the left and hit the concrete. He jerked once and lay still. The bike continued on before hitting the wall of the firehouse and falling over on its side, the engine still running. Puller didn't see this last part. He had leapt to the fire pole and slid down it. The shot had come from the left, long-range rifle round. Puller figured the sniper was on the ground somewhere. There was no high dirt here, just houses. The shooter could be in one of them, and there were a lot of them. All empty. Well, maybe not. Puller eased out of the front entrance next to the still-running bike. He bent down, turned it off, his M11 making defensive arcs. He thumbed the number on his cell phone. Cole picked up on the second ring. He explained things in 3 efficient sentences. She would be bringing the cavalry to his aid for a second time today. He counted to 3 and then zigzagged his way to the Malibu, keeping the body of it between him and where the shot had come from. He unlocked his trunk and quickly snagged what he needed: night optics and his body armor. The outer tactical vest was a modular soft armor configuration that could stop a 9mm round. But that wasn't good enough tonight. Puller took a few seconds to slip the ceramic plates into the inserts in the tacked vest to bump up his protection level. He powered up his optics, and the world was revealed in a sharply defined green. He looked over at the body. The helmet was still on, so he couldn't see the person's face. The last piece of equipment that Puller reached for in his trunk was probably the most important. H&K MP5 machine gun. It was the clear weapon of choice by special forces for close-quarters battle. Its max range was 100 meters, which meant Puller was going to have to get a lot closer to his target. Sniper rifle against close-quarters small arms put the latter at a decided disadvantage. Added to that was the fact that Puller was certain the shooter had a night vision scope to make the kind of shot he just had. He would have preferred to have his bolt-action sniper rifle, but the H&K would have to do. Puller put his MP on 2-shot bursts and slammed the trunk closed. He had one bit of recon to do. He got in his car, started it, and drove it in reverse over to the body. He used the car as a shield while he slid out. He saw the entry and exit wounds on the helmet. He popped open the visor and saw Dickie Strauss staring back at him. He turned to his left and saw it. The slug was lying on the pavement. He focused on it without touching it. It was a .338 Lapua Magnum round, and Puller's body armor was not rated to stop it. The Lapua also had a range of up to 1,500 meters, and with ideal conditions and a little luck, a talented sniper could hit his target from even farther away than that. He broke all crime scene protocols by doing a quick search of the dead man and retrieving his cell phone and wallet, which he pocketed. Puller got back in his car and, keeping his head down, drove it forward to the firehouse. He got out on the passenger side and slid the MP5 support sling over his head. It was time to go hunting. Chapter 74. Sam Cole's rack lights cut through the darkness, and her sirens shrieked through the normal quiet. She knew these roads better than just about anyone, but a couple of times she pushed herself and her cruiser so hard that she thought they would both go off the road and into the open air before she plummeted to an early death. She tore into the last curve and punched the gas when she hit the straightaway. A few seconds later, she saw the firehouse. Pulling to a stop, she pointed her headlights at the body on the concrete. Cole drew her gun and opened her door. She called Puller on her cell, but got no answer. She slid out of the car, keeping the door between her and wherever the shooter might be. She eyed the wrecked bike by the firehouse, and then her gaze drifted to the Malibu. She heard sirens in the distance. A minute later, 2 police cruisers pulled next to her vehicle. She called out,
"Shooter somewhere out there."
She saw the deputies open their car doors and duck down behind them.
"Cover me."
She had on standard-issue body armor and hoped it was enough. She scooted forward and over to the body. She lifted the visor and stared down at the face. Dickie Strauss didn't look like he was asleep. He looked like someone had dropped a cannon on his head. She called out to the deputies.
"Fatality."
She eyed the holes in the sides of the helmet.
"GS to the head. Heavy ordnance."
"Better take cover, Sarge," said one of her men. Cole scuttled back to the car and took up position behind the door. She eyed her deputies.
"Call in backup. I want all roads into here blocked off. Whoever it is, they are not getting away."
"What about the army dude?" one of her men said back. Cole looked out into the darkness. "Come on, Puller," she thought. "Don't be dead. Don't be dead." Puller had set up a surveillance position next to an abandoned house about 500 yards from the firehouse. He had come this way following in his mind's eye the trajectory of the shot. A moderately talented sniper could nail a target all day from 600 to 1,000 yards away, if he had the right equipment. The Lapua round signaled to Puller that the sniper did indeed have the right equipment. Police snipers in urban settings typically shot at ranges under 100 feet. Military snipers operated at distances considerably more than that, since combat was an altogether different beast. Puller had heard the report, so the shot wasn't over a mile away. Military sniper rifles were generally longer than their police counterparts, to allow the cartridge propellant to completely burn its fuel load, which reduced muzzle flash and powered up the bullet's velocity. That kept the sniper's position harder to find and increased the odds of a lethal shot. Puller pondered whether the sniper also had a spotter. If so, it was 2 against 1. He heard sirens in the distance. Cole and her team were almost here. That was both good and bad. Good in that reinforcements were always welcome. Bad in that the shooter now had more incentive than ever to get the hell out of here. He swept the area ahead, looking for the telltale sign of a laser finder. The devices were great at acquiring targets, but discouraged in the battlefields for the simple reason that they gave away your position. Puller had always relied on his scope and spotter, and compared the height of targets to their images on the mil-dot scope. The average human head, shoulder width, and distance from the hip bones to the top of the head could be roughly gauged. If you had that, you could use your scope to find the proper range. Cops aimed for the apricot, or medulla oblongata, the roughly 3-inch long part of the brain that controlled involuntary movement. You hit that, death was instantaneous. Since military snipers usually aimed at nothing under 300 meters, they aimed for the body, because the torso was a larger target. The shooter confronting Puller had blurred this dichotomy. Headshot, but at over 300 meters. Cop or military, or both. If the shooter fired again, Puller might be able to locate his position by triangulation. But if the shooter fired again and hit Puller in the head or torso, the Lapua round would either seriously injure him or more likely kill him. He studied what was up ahead. Empty houses, quiet streets. But not all of the houses were empty. There were cars parked in front of some. He could see low-level lights in some of them. Were they not aware a sniper was in their midst? Had they not heard the shot? He looked back in the direction of the firehouse. His focus went to the exact location of Dickie Strauss's body. Round impacted. Bike kept going. He'd fallen off about 3 seconds later. Back up the timeline to that. Retrace the trajectory. He looked in the opposite direction. He checked the probable firing line one more time. The only straight sight line. House at the end of a cul-de-sac. Dark. No cars out front. Behind it, more houses. But on the next block, they were all facing the opposite way. He listened, forcing himself to ignore the sirens. No sounds, no running, no footsteps. He made up his mind. A moment later, he was on the move. For a big man, he could move with almost no sound. It was both easy and hard. Long legs, less movement to cover more ground. But big men were not noted for being light on their feet. People always assumed someone his size would sound like an elephant coming. Some had thought that right before their deaths. Puller hoped tonight would be another example of this. Chapter 75. The sniper rifle weighed 14 pounds and was 42 inches long, almost like a barbell. That was why you fired it mostly in the prone position. He carried it in his right hand. The collapsible bipod at the end of the muzzle was in the closed position. He moved quickly, but methodically. One kill tonight. He had no desire for another. Not tonight. He glanced back over his shoulder. Nothing except the darkness looked back at him. He was 20 feet from the tree line. From there, a 5-minute walk through the woods. A car waiting, a fast drive. Before the police could set up their roadblocks. He liked this area. Lots of ground to cover, and not nearly enough cops to do it properly. He stopped, turned back. Sirens, yes. But something else. Something unexpected. His left hand slipped to his waistband. Another inch with the hand, and you can get a good look at your intestines. The man's hand stopped right where it was. Puller did not step clear of the trees. He had no idea if the other man was alone. He kept his MP trained on the target. First, take the rifle by the muzzle and toss it away from you. Second, lie face down with your hands interlocked behind your head, eyes closed, and your feet spread-eagled. The man set the rifle stock first on the ground, gripped the muzzle, and threw the weapon. It landed 6 feet away, thudding to the ground and spraying up grass and dirt. First part done. Now execute step 2, Puller said. How'd you get ahead of me? Asked the man. Puller didn't like the question, but he liked even less the tone in which it was asked. Unhurried, earnestly curious, but seemingly unmindful of the consequences of being caught. His gaze swept the field in front of him. Was there a spotter out there? A backup team to ferry the sniper away? Lucky triangulation, he said. Worked to the logical conclusion, and double-timed it there. Never heard you. That's right. Why take out Dickie? Don't know what you're talking about. Lapua rounds aren't that plentiful around here, I would bet. You can walk away from this, Puller. Right now, maybe you should. Puller liked this change in tactics even less. It was like the other man was holding the gun on him, offering him a free walk. I'm listening, he said. I'm sure you've already considered it. You won't learn anything more from me. It's not my job to do your job. 8 people dead now. Must be a good reason. Puller slid his finger to the trigger guard on the MP5. Once it ventured inside the guard, he would fire. Must be. You talk there might be a deal. I don't think so. You that loyal? If that's what you want to call it. I let you get to me. My fault. My responsibility. Face down. Last time I'll ask. Puller lined up his shot. At this range, the man was dead. He braced the MP against his right pec. With his left hand, he toggled his forward M11 in a 30-degree arc. The man dropped to his knees, then to his stomach. He started to interlock his fingers, but then his hand shot to his waist. Puller used his M1 to pump 1 shot each into the man's arms, and then stepped to his left and behind a tree. His muzzle flash had given away his position. He had not gone for a kill shot because he didn't have to. The man couldn't have got off a clean round at him. And now, with his arms immobilized, he wouldn't be able to even point his gun at Puller. The man had gone for his weapon for perhaps 2 reasons. First, he wanted Puller to kill him. Puller had decided not to be so accommodating. He wanted a witness he could interrogate. Second, he wanted Puller to fire, revealing his position, hence Puller's sidestep behind the tree. He awaited incoming fire from another sector. It didn't come. His glance shot back to the wounded man, who still lay there, blood gushing out from the backs of his legs. No arterial spray because Puller hadn't aimed at that. He noted a second too late that the man's hand was under him. The shot rang out. Shit, Puller muttered, as he watched the man's torso jerk up and then come back to rest on the ground. The bullet had come out the man's back, dead center. Contact kill shot in reverse. Self-inflicted. Puller had just lost his potential witness. Whoever these people were, they were dedicated to something. Choosing death over life was not an easily made decision. It seemed the man had intended it all along. As soon as he knew he'd been compromised and was near capture, Puller had relaxed for just a moment. It was almost a fatal mistake. He blocked the knife with his gun barrel, but the man leveled a blow at Puller's arm with his other hand, and the impact knocked his MP5 to the dirt. Puller raised his M11, but a sidekick from his opponent sent that weapon to the dirt too. The man came at him again, whipping the knife in different directions to confuse Puller. He was 6'2", 190, with thick dark hair, a lean, tanned face, and the calm gaze of someone accustomed to killing other people. But then so was Puller. He pinned the man's knife arm against his torso, dipped down, and slammed his head into the man's throat. The blade dropped to the ground. Puller pivoted around, gripped the top of the man's head with his right hand, and jerked it to the right. At the same time, he slammed an elbow directly into the left side of the man's neck. The man gurgled and blood started to trickle out of his nose and mouth. "Give it up, and you get to live, asshole," said Puller. The man continued to struggle. He kicked at Puller's groin, gouged at his eyes. That was irritating but manageable. Puller wanted this guy alive, but when the man got his hand on Puller's rear M11 and tried to jerk it free, Puller decided it was better to be alive without a captive he could question, rather than dead. Puller moved fully behind the man, looped one long arm with the elbow up around his opponent's damaged neck, gripped his torso with his other arm, and pulled in separate directions. When he heard the man start to scream, he lifted him off the ground, whipped him around, and slammed him into the nearest tree. He heard the spine snap, and he dropped the entire load to the dirt. Breathing hard, he stared down at the mess he'd made of a human body. He looked over at the knife, serrated blade, worn handle, lots of use. His blood was supposed to be all over it. He felt not an ounce of remorse.
Puller!
He glanced to his right. He recognized Cole's voice. "Over here. Keep back. Got a dead sniper and his backup, and there may be more. I'm okay." 10 minutes passed, and Cole said,
Can we join you?
Puller made one last scan of the tree line. "Okay." A few minutes later, Cole and 2 of her deputies were within his sight line.
Puller!
"To your right." He stepped out to show his location. Cole and her deputies scuttled forward to join him around the dead men. Puller knelt down and eased the sniper over. "Shine your light on his face." Cole did so. The deputy named Lou let out a gasp. He said, "That's the guy who was pretending to live at Treadwell's place." Puller rose. "I thought it might be." "How?" asked Lou. "He matched the description you gave of him earlier. Now we know he's as good at sniping as he is at killing up close." Lou looked at the other wrecked body. "What the hell did you do to him?" "I killed him," Puller said simply, "before he killed me."
That was Dickie Strauss back there.
"I know.
What was he doing here?
Coming to meet me." Cole looked at the wounds on the back of the man's arms.
Your rounds?
He nodded. "The guy went for his gun. Thought he was trying to get me to kill him. I didn't. Then he ate his own round. Should have seen that coming. But a guy wants to kill himself and he has a gun handy. Not a lot you can do about it."
Guess not.
Puller looked around and said, "Let's secure the crime scenes. Call in Lan Monroe and whoever else you need. Then you and I can go talk."
What about?
"Lots of things." 76. Cole was waiting for him at her house.
Puller had made one stop at his motel room and then driven over. She greeted him at the front door, and he followed her down the hall to the kitchen.
You want a drink? I'm having a beer.
I'm good. They sat in a back room that overlooked the rear yard. It was hot and humid, and Cole's wall AC wasn't much better than the one in his motel room. He thought he could taste the coal in the air, feel his skin turning oily black by just being here. She sat across from him, her fingers curled around the neck of her Michelob.
While you were following up some leads, I checked out Treadwell's place of business. The only useful piece of info I got from them is that nothing was missing from their inventory, and they had no idea why he would have tungsten carbide residue in his house. They don't carry anything like that.
So it wasn't work-related?
Nope.
I found the answer to the meth lab.
What?
He told her what he'd discovered at the fire station.
Damn, the Xanadu Club dealing meth?
Looks to be, but doesn't really get us anywhere. And we're running out of time.
What do you mean?
He told her about his conversation with Joe Mason, about the pipeline operated by Trent, and the nuclear reactor that was apparently the real target. And finally, he told her about Trent's financial problems. When he was done, she put her beer down and leaned back in her chair.
I'm not sure where to begin. Jean never told me anything about money problems, and she told you.
I think I caught her at a vulnerable moment. And I'm not family. Maybe she just didn't want you to know. Maybe she was embarrassed that she might be poor again.
Are you hungry? I'm suddenly starving.
Cole, forget about food. We've got less than 2... She said in a trembling voice.
I need to make sandwiches, Puller. I need to do something normal, or I'm going to lose it. I am. I mean it. I didn't sign up for something like this. Shit like this is not supposed to happen in places like Drake.
He said in a soothing tone, Okay. How about I help? They went to the kitchen and made turkey sandwiches with pickle slices on top and chips as the garnish. They ate standing up at the kitchen sink.
What are you thinking?
Puller took a bite of sandwich and followed it with some chips. Shooter knew what he was doing. Rifle was first class, so was his ammo choice. He picked his position well, executed his shot, and nearly made his escape. I had to hustle to beat him and also bagged some luck in the process. And I'm really good at hunting down shooters in pretty much any environment. He paused, and he still almost got away. And his partner was good. Not as good as me, but really good.
Modest.
Realistic. Underestimating or overestimating your ability can be fatal. There are guys out there better than me. He just wasn't one of them.
Okay.
Let's assume Dickie, Treadwell, and Molly were in on the meth dealing. I said Dickie struck me as a guy who was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He was dealing meth, which he obviously wanted to keep secret. But he had also stumbled onto something else that was far worse.
You said he was meeting with you tonight. Any idea what he was going to report?
No, maybe nothing. I was the one who called the meeting. She popped the fridge and pulled out 2 bottles of Deer Park. She handed him one.
A pipeline and a nuclear reactor. And we have 2 days? That's nuts, Puller, nuts.
It is what it is.
You have to call in the heavy artillery.
I've tried, Cole. The guys upstairs aren't budging on this.
So they're just hanging us out to dry.
They stood there facing each other across a few inches. But it seemed to Puller like miles. He had served his country most of his adult life. And serving your country, in essence, meant serving its citizens. People like the woman staring hopelessly at him right now. He had never felt so conflicted in his life. I don't know what to tell you, Cole. I really don't.
Well, there's one thing I need to do.
What's that?
I need to tell Bill Strauss he's lost his son.
I'll go with you.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I do. They rose and left together. Chapter 77. They drove there in Puller's Malibu. The night air seemed even more stifling than it had been during the day, when the temperature had hovered in the 90s with a matching humidity level.
The spray of his headlights picked up swarms of mosquitoes just waiting for victims. A deer leapt out from the woods on the left about 50 feet ahead of them. Puller tapped his brakes. A few seconds later, what looked like a small mountain lion exploded from the brush, cleared the asphalt in 2 bounds, and disappeared into the woods on the other side. Predators, it seemed, were out in force tonight. It was hotter than this in the Middle East, but no humidity. This reminds me more of Florida, said Puller, as he piloted his ride along the curvy-back roads that seemed to be the only kind Drake had.
Never been to Florida. West Virginia's the only place I've ever been. This is my home.
He punched the AC button to max and rubbed the line of sweat off his forehead, even as her words stung him. Let's talk it out, he said.
This puts me in the mother of all awkward positions, Puller.
He glanced at her. I know. You're an officer of the peace, a public servant. Protect and defend.
Right. So what am I supposed to do, evacuate the county?
Puller gripped the steering wheel tighter and peered out into the darkness. Cole had been telling him which way to go to get to the Strausses' home, but apparently they were on a long straightaway, at least long by local standards, and Cole had obviously seized the opportunity to voice her concerns. You can try, I guess, but without more to go on, I'm not sure how effective you'll be.
But if you back me up, and the folks up in D.C.?
That won't be happening.
Why the hell not?
Puller decided to tell her the truth. They see you guys as an opportunity to write a new page in the playbook and nail some bad guys in the process.
You mean we're guinea pigs?
Yeah, you're guinea pigs. The feds figure if we hit the panic button, the bad guys will just pull up stakes and go to another place and do it there.
But this is my hometown. I was born here. I know the people. I can't just wait around for them to be wiped out.
Puller had been staring at her, but now he looked away.
Puller, do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I do. And that means I probably shouldn't have told you.
The hell you shouldn't have.
Bottom line, the feds are going to do nothing to precipitate this. They want to see it play out. They'll call in the troops at the last minute. It should be enough time to ensure minimal collateral damage.
Should be enough time? Minimal? Collateral damage?
He interrupted her. But that doesn't mean that we just have to sit here with our tails tucked between our legs. We can try to solve this sucker before the trigger is pulled.
But what if we can't?
It's the best plan I have.
You're asking me to decide between my country and my people.
I'm not asking you to do anything, Cole. I'm just telling you what they told me. I don't like it any better than you do.
So what would you do?
I'm a soldier. It's easy for me. I just follow orders.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
So?
He gripped the wheel so tightly that he could feel it give a little. So I don't know. They ate up more ground in silence. She broke it only to give him the final directions to Straus's place. As they neared it, she said,
What if I decide to raise the alarm?
It's up to you.
You won't shoot me.
It's up to you. And no, I won't shoot you. He took a long breath. In fact, I'll back you up.
You will? Why?
He looked over to see her staring at him. I just will. Right thing to do. Sometimes the brass forgets about that little detail. Right thing to do. They saw the lights of the Strauss home up ahead. As Puller turned into the driveway, he said, We can get through this if we keep working together. She pressed the palms of her hands against the dash, as though trying to slow down runaway thoughts attempting to escape her mind. He reached over and squeezed her shoulder. You're not alone, Sam. I'm right here with you. She turned to him.
First time you've called me Sam.
I'm in the Army. We're a formal race of people. This drew a rare smile from her. She patted his hand.
I'm good, John.
She looked at him.
Is that okay, that I sometimes call you John? I know that probably sounds silly with everything that's going on to worry about something like that.
It's fine. And it's better than Romeo, I guess.
Or Juliet.
Chapter 78. The Strauss home was a little over half the size of the Trent's, which meant it was enormous by Drake standards, and by most American standards, Puller thought. It stood within its own 5-acre grounds and even had a little gate out front, though there was no guard here as there was at Trent's mansion. Cole had called ahead and roused Strauss and his wife from their beds. The couple was waiting for them when they rang the doorbell. Mrs. Strauss was a large, boned, fleshy woman who had taken the time to fix her hair after being awoken in the middle of the night. She wore slacks, a blouse with the bottom untucked, and an expression that was devastated. Bill Strauss was dressed in jeans and a polo shirt. He had an unlit cigarette dangling between his fingers. Perhaps Mrs. Strauss, like Rhonda Duggett, did not allow smoking in her house. They sat huddled on a couch together, while Cole explained what had happened. When she came to the gunshot, Bill Strauss looked up. "So you're saying someone murdered him? Killed Dickie on purpose?" Puller said, "I was there. That's exactly what happened." Strauss gazed at him. "You were there? At the firehouse? Why?" Cole answered,
That's not relevant, Mr. Strauss.
"Do you have any leads on the killer?" "We have better than that," said Puller. "We have the killer." Both Strausses gaped at him. Bill Strauss said, "You caught him? Who is he? Why did he kill our son?" "We don't know who he is. And we can't ask him why he killed Dickie because he killed himself a few minutes after he shot your son." Mrs. Strauss started to weep softly into her hands, while her husband slid a hand around her shoulders. When the woman completely broke down and started sobbing uncontrollably a few moments later, her husband led her off down the hall. Puller and Cole sat there waiting for him to return. Puller rose after a couple of minutes and started looking around the room. Strauss came back a minute later. He said, "I'm sorry about that, and I'm sure you can understand how distressed we both are."
Absolutely. We can come back another time if you'd like. I know this is very difficult.
Strauss sat back down and shook his head. "Now, let's just get it over with." This time he did light up and blew the smoke off to the side.
We're trying to find out who the dead man is. If we do, it could help break the case.
"So you're sure he's not from around here?" asked Strauss. "Don't think so, but we'll confirm it."
Any reason you can think of why someone would want to harm your son?
"Not a one. Dickie didn't have any enemies. He had friends. He had his buddies in the motorcycle club." "Where did he work?" asked Puller. He didn't currently have a job," said Strauss. "Well, where did he last work?" "There isn't much work in Drake." "Well, there's Trent Exploration," said Puller. "And you're the COO." "Certainly, that's right, but Dickie didn't want to work at Trent." "Why's that?" "Just wasn't something he was interested in." "So you supported him?" asked Puller. "What?" Strauss said distractedly. That is to say, I would give him money from time to time, and he lived at home. He was our only child. Maybe we spoiled him." He paused, drawing a sharp breath and with it more nicotine into his lungs. "But he didn't deserve to be murdered."
Of course not,
said Cole. "If he lived here," said Puller, "we'll need to search his room at some point."
but not tonight.
"He told me why he was booted from the army," Puller said. This comment drew a sharp glance from Strauss. "It was unfortunate," said Strauss. "The gayness or the booting?" asked Puller. "Both," said Strauss frankly. "I'm not a homophobe, Agent Puller. You might think everyone from a small town like this is not very open-minded to such things. But I loved my son." "Okay," said Puller. "He was a good man. He wanted to do the right thing." "What do you mean?"
He was helping us in our investigation.
"Helping you? How?"
Just helping us.
"Do you think that's why he was killed?"
I don't know.
"My God," said Strauss. "All these people killed in Drake in just a few days. Do you think they're connected?"
We do.
Why?
Can't get into that.
Puller sat staring at Strauss for a few minutes, debating whether to take a new tack. Finally, he decided time was just running out. Did you find out about the blasting approvals? In a distracted tone, Strauss said, I call the office that handles it. They checked. The foreman for that operation requested the special permit and it was received. But there was a glitch in the public notice. It didn't go out in time. The foreman didn't get that information, so he blasted anyway. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. Who would have known about the timing of the blast? I knew, the foreman. Lots of people at Trent. Roger Trent? Asked Puller. I don't know for sure. But if he had an interest, he could have found out easily enough. Cole rose and handed him her card.
You think of anything else, you give me a call. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Strauss looked confused at the abrupt end of the interview, but rose on unsteady legs. Thank you, Sergeant Cole. Puller was the last to get to his feet. He drew close to Strauss. A lot of people have died, Mr. Strauss. We don't want to see any more corpses. Of course not. His face reddened. You're not implying I had anything. No, I'm not implying anything.
You think he's lying, don't you?
Said Cole, as they walked back to the car. I think he knows more than he was willing to share with us.
So he helped get his own son killed? He seemed genuinely torn up about it.
Maybe he didn't intend for his son to be involved in any of this. They got in the car and Puller drove away from the Strausses' home. Cole looked back through the rear window.
I can't imagine losing my child.
Actually, everyone can imagine it. No one wants to experience it.
You ever think about getting married?
Puller thought, I am married. My wife is the United States Army, and she can be a real bitch sometimes. I guess everybody thinks about it, at some point.
It's hard being a cop and married.
People do it all the time.
I mean being a female cop and married.
People still do it.
I guess they do. You know, if you think Strauss is holding something back, I probably shouldn't have been so quick to postpone searching his son's room.
We'll get to it, but I doubt Dickie would keep anything of real importance there.
Well, where would he keep things of real importance?
Maybe the same place Eric Treadwell kept his tungsten carbide.
You really think that's important?
It's important because it's inexplicable. He looked at his watch. Sleepy?
No, I feel like somebody hitched me to a live wire, but you should stay at my place tonight.
Why? I've got a room.
Someone also tried to blow you up, twice.
Okay, maybe you're right. They picked up her car and he followed Cole to her house. She showed him to his room and made sure he had everything he needed. She paused at the door as he sat back on the bed and slipped off his army boots. He looked up. Yeah?
Why, Drake? Just because we have a pipeline and a nuclear reactor nearby?
I guess for some folks that's all it takes. He dropped his second boot on the floor and pulled his Forwood M11 from its holster.
You expecting to live your whole life with a gun in your hand?
Are you? I don't know. Right now it seems like a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Puller, if we make it out of this alive...
She paused.
Maybe we could...
He looked up at her. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Chapter 79. It was 1 a.m. when Puller found himself in Afghanistan again, in the middle of the firefight that he would win every time, even if he couldn't bring home the men he'd lost. He woke from the dream slowly, calmly, but he woke with something else. An idea. There had been a hole, a lead he had not followed up. While he'd been killing Afghanis in the desert, his mind had finally fixated on that hole, and he didn't have much time to get it done. He rose, dressed, and left the house as quietly as he had moved through foot patrols in the Middle East. He had paused only to check on Cole. She was asleep in her bed, a single sheet over her in deference to the heat outside. He left her a note on the fridge, made sure her front door was securely locked,
rolled his car out of the driveway and partway down the street before starting it up, and then he was off. 30 minutes later, he eyed the bleak concrete block building. There was no security system. He'd already noted that on his last visit here. He scanned the area one more time and then moved forward. The front door lock took all of 30 seconds. He moved through the interior. He hadn't used his flashlight yet because he had memorized the interior from his earlier visit. Down the hall, 15 strides, door on the left, he used a penlight to illuminate the lock while he used his tools to pick it. 20 seconds later, he was on the other side of the door and had closed it behind him. He stared over at the other door. He tried the knob. Surprisingly, it wasn't locked. He opened it with his gloved hand. The large freestanding safe stared back at him. This would be the trickier one. But he'd brought with him several elements that could be used to defeat it. He shone his light on the metal face of the safe. It was old but sturdy. He inserted his tools in the lock. He worked with a practiced hand for 5 minutes. There was a low click, and he tugged on the locking mechanism arm and pulled the door open. It took him 10 minutes of searching before he found what he was pretty sure he had been looking for. He unfolded the blueprints and placed them on the desk. He shone his light over them, going page by page. Then he took pictures of each page, folded the plans back up, replaced them in the safe, cranked the door closed, and made sure it locked properly. 5 minutes later, he was driving off in his Malibu. He reached Cole's house, carried the camera in, and sat on his bed, going through each frame. When he was finished, he sat back and thought about it, trying to put things in order. Strauss had had this in his safe. Eric Treadwell and Molly Bittner had designed a plan to get this out of the safe and make copies of it. If he needed any confirmation that they had done so, he had it. He had brought with him fingerprint cards of both Treadwell and Bittner. Both of them must have been sweating when they pulled their little raid at Strauss's office, because the moisture, along with their prints, had been transferred perfectly to the paper. And it was the sort of paper that would carry latent prints pretty much forever. The matches had been perfect for both Treadwell and Bittner. This is what they had risked so much for. This was ultimately what they had sacrificed their lives for. The one piece he had not followed up on. Until now. Now the question was, did he tell Cole? The answer was clearer and more immediate than he thought it would be. He looked at his watch. 0400. Ironic. He was going to wake her up early again. Chapter 80. Sam Cole rolled over, opened her eyes, and nearly screamed. Puller was sitting next to her in a chair he'd drawn up to the bed.
What the hell are you doing here?
She said, sitting up. Waiting for you to wake up.
Why didn't you just wake me up?
You were sleeping so peacefully.
I didn't think that mattered to you. You woke me up before from a sound sleep.
It was nice watching you sleep. She started to say something and then stopped.
Oh.
Puller looked down. Flustered, she said,
So you decided to wait and scare me to death?
Wasn't my plan, but it sort of worked out that way. Before she could say anything else, he held up his camera.
You want to take my picture?
I want you to look at some pictures.
What am I looking at? Stay here. I'll make some coffee and we can look at it together.
30 minutes and 2 cups of coffee later, Cole sat back against her pillow.
Okay. What does all this mean?
It means we have a lot more digging to do, and not a lot of time to do it.
Are you sure this is important?
It's why they broke into Strauss's safe. And I think it was why the Reynolds and Treadwell and Bittner were killed. So yes, it's important.
But I thought they were killed because of the soil report.
I did too. But there was nothing on it that would raise any alarm. They were killed because somehow it was found out that these plans had been taken from Strauss's safe, and they also discovered that Bittner and Treadwell had told Reynolds about it. So they had to die too.
So what happened to the soil report?
Remember the pieces of the certified mail delivery we found under the couch?
Yes.
I think the killers planted them there, as a red herring.
Why? And why not just leave the whole thing for us to find?
Then we don't waste any time running that lead down. But if we had thought about it some, it was pretty convenient that they left the green pieces of the certified mail receipt for us to find.
And Larry Wellman?
Was on patrol when they showed up. He had to be silenced.
Damn, Puller, it makes sense.
Her features became troubled.
So they killed Larry just to plant pieces of paper to throw us off?
Way I see it.
And Dickie?
In way over his head. I don't think he knew anything about the killings. When he found out, it was only a matter of time. And when I enlisted his help, I pretty much signed his death warrant. She looked at him quizzically.
When did you think of all this?
When I was back in Afghanistan.
What?
In my head, only. My brain tends to work faster when I'm there.
I can understand that.
She looked at the pictures on his camera.
So what do we do with these?
I'm going to download it to my computer and then print out pages. But the bottom line is, we need to go there.
Go there? You mean just to look?
No, I mean more than that. He checked his watch. It's still dark outside. You game?
It wouldn't matter if I am or not. We don't have any time to waste. Now get out of my bedroom so I can change.
Chapter 81. Puller and Cole neared the edge of the woods, knelt, and did a quick scan of what was up ahead. Puller shifted the rucksack on his back from his left shoulder to his right. He did another look around. They didn't have a margin of error on this, and he could afford no mistakes. Dawn was coming. Cole copied him and did a long look around too. No lights. Home's dark. No cars passed by. They could have been the only ones left on the planet. He looked right, left, and then at his target, and gave Cole a nod. They stepped out. Puller had on his fatigues and his face was blackened. M11 pistols forward and back. His strapped MP5 rested against his chest. Cole was dressed in black pants and a dark shirt. Her face was blackened like Puller's. She had her Cobra and a throwaway in a belt holster. Sweat stained Puller's undershirt. The humidity level was off the charts. The combination of the heat and air moisture was debilitating. He could imagine the people in the old homes with no electricity sweltering in the oppressiveness. Or maybe they felt lucky to have a roof over their heads. He eyed the dome of concrete. It rose up into the night sky like a solid tumor among otherwise healthy organs. He used metal clippers to cut a hole in the fencing. And a minute later, he and Cole were next to the tumor. Cole pulled some pages from a knapsack she carried, and they studied them under a penlight Puller had in one of the pockets on his pants. "We need to get an approximate size on this thing," he said, and she nodded. While Cole waited where she was, he turned west and stepped off. 100 long strides later, he stopped. He'd been doing roughly 4-foot exaggerated pacing. It was difficult in the undergrowth, but he managed as best he could. 400 feet. Longer than a football field. He next stepped off the width of the dome. 200 strides later, he stopped. It was 800 feet wide. Nearly a sixth of a mile. He calculated roughly the square footage inside and came away impressed. The feds rarely did anything in a small way, particularly back then when they actually had money to burn. A large facility. Large enough for what? The blueprints he'd found in Strauss's safe hadn't revealed that. The plans had contained a warning from the federal government that no blasting could take place within 2 miles of the dome. In addition, various spots on the blueprints had been marked with the symbol for danger. There had been no date on the document. There had been no explanatory notes. Puller and Cole had scanned every inch of the plans and still didn't know what the place had been used for. Clandestine, top secret. Probably why they picked Drake. Today it was a massive lump in the middle of nowhere. Puller rejoined Cole. She said,
How big?
Bigger than it looks. He looked back through the woods at the neighborhood. Late 1950s style. Over half a century old. A lot going on back then in the world. He turned to her. What else did your parents tell you about this place?
Not that much. There was a siren one time that went off. No one was ever told what happened, my dad said. The police were never called here, that I know of. Sheriff Lindemann's predecessor was sheriff back then. I talked to him about it long after he retired. It was totally out of his jurisdiction, he said.
Puller slipped the paper he'd taken from the firehouse out of his pocket. A fire plan. The numbers 92 and 94 written into the margins.
So did you figure out what those numbers mean?
Maybe.
What then?
If it was referring to what he thought it was, this case was about to take on an entirely new and potentially catastrophic angle. I'll tell you when I'm sure.
Why not now? You've been speculating to me before.
Not like this. I want to be sure. I don't want to cause a panic if it turns out I'm wrong. She licked her lips.
I'm already panicked, Puller. I mean, pipeline, nuke reactor, how much worse could it get?
It could get a lot worse.
Okay, you officially panicked me right past my maximum level.
He knelt in the woods, listened to the sounds of the wildlife passing close to him. Dawn was breaking. He heard a rattle from a nearby snake. He knew there were copperheads in here as well. The swamps in Florida had been filled with aggressive water moccasins. During the last stage of ranger training, some injuries came from snake bites. Some of his fellow rangers had been afraid of snakes, but they could never show that fear. One had almost died from a deadly bite from a coral snake, but he'd recovered, only to die 4 years later in Afghanistan, when an IED had exploded under his feet. Snake bites were bad. IEDs were worse. Puller listened, considered their options. His deliberations went fast. He didn't have many. He approached the concrete wall from the back side. He pushed through the thick vines and forest tendrils covering its surface. He touched the rough hide of the thing. You sure your dad said this was 3 feet thick?
Yes, he watched them do it.
On a structure this big, that would have been an ocean of cement. Only the feds could have done something like this. It was like building the Hoover Dam in a way. And for what? We have to get inside this sucker, he said.
Okay, how?
He touched the smooth surface. Concrete, unlike wood, became weaker over time, especially in elements like these. But 3 feet allowed a big margin of error for degradation of the material. He stared up the side. It rose nearly 10 stories into the air. A few trees were taller than it, but not many. He could climb some of the vines to the very top, but then what? 3 feet. He couldn't hack through that, at least not without people knowing about it. He needed jackhammer plus dynamite. He looked down, where the concrete met the dirt. Burrow underneath? He pulled out a collapsible spade from his knapsack and began to dig. 2 feet in, he struck something. He removed some more dirt and hit the hole with his light.
Looks like iron.
Yeah, it does. Rusted, but still intact. He wondered how far out from the perimeter it went. It was probably a good many feet. People who engineered gigantic domes had almost certainly not gone cheap on the other details. No way under, no way over. Yet there had to be a way. You didn't build something like this and not provide a back door just in case something happened and you needed to get back in. Something hit him. Let me see the plans again. She handed him the pack. He rifled through several pages before he found the one he wanted. He looked at the writing. It was clear. He just hadn't focused on it before. That was it. He looked at Cole. We need your brother."
Randy? What does he have to do with this?
She scowled.
You're not telling me he's involved in this. First, you think my sister tried to blow you up, and...
He grabbed her arm. "No, I don't think your brother is involved in this. But I think he can still help. We need to find him." 82. They cleaned up back at Cole's house and started looking. But finding Randy Cole proved harder than it probably should have in such a small town. Cole exhausted all of her possible places within an hour. She called her sister, but Jean had no idea where he was. They went into the crib and then scoured the small downtown area, taking it block by block. Nothing. "Wait a minute," Puller finally said. With Cole in his wake, he fast-walked to Annie's motel. Puller started kicking open doors. On the fifth, Cole looked into the room and said, "Randy?" Her brother was lying fully clothed on the bed. Puller and Cole moved inside, and Puller shut the door behind him. He flicked the light on. "Randy, wake up." The man did not move. Cole drew closer.
Is he okay? Randy!
"He's fine. His chest is moving up and down." Puller looked around, then said, "Wait a sec." Puller grabbed an old bowl off a cracked wooden bureau and went into the bathroom, where Cole could hear water start to run. Puller came back out with the full bowl of water and threw it on Randy's face. He shot up and then rolled off the bed. "What the shit?" screamed Randy as he hit the floor. Puller grabbed him by the back of his shirt, lifted him off the floor, and threw him back on the bed. As his eyes focused, Randy gazed at Puller and then saw his sister staring at him. "Sam, what the hell's going on?" Puller sat down next to him. "Bed better than bushes now?" he asked. Randy focused on him. "Was that water?" "How drunk are you?" "Not much, not anymore." "We need your help." "About what?" "The bunker," said Puller. Randy rubbed his eyes. "What about it?" "You got in there, right?" "What?" Puller gripped him by the arm. "Randy, we don't have a lot of time, and I can't waste the time we do have trying to explain. We found a blueprint for the bunker. On it, it said there could be no mine blasting within 2 miles. The only reason they would have put that warning on there is if there had been a mine shaft already there or the potential of one. And they wanted to make sure that no one detonated explosives nearby. Your father was the best coal hunter around, and you worked with him. You probably know this county better than anyone. So is there a mine shaft that leads to the bunker?" Randy rubbed his head and yawned. "Yeah, there is. Daddy and I stumbled on it one day. It was already there, of course. We were looking for something else entirely. It was really 2 mine shafts. We followed the first one in and found a second that ran in that direction. Followed that for a while. Daddy figured we were under the bunker at that point, and he was right. That shaft was probably there from the 1940s, Daddy thought." "But you did get into it?" asked Puller. Randy looked sleepy again. "What? No, we didn't. At least not at that point. I think Daddy was curious about it. He'd always told us stories about the bunker. We talked some about getting in there, but then he got killed." Randy drew a long breath and looked like he might be sick. "Just keep it together, Randy," said Puller. "This is really important." "After Daddy died, I went back in there and dug a little more. I found a side shaft. Then I let it be for a long time. Went off on some drinking binges. Started sending threats to that asshole Roger. Then about 18 months ago, I went back in there. I don't know why. Maybe I was trying to finish something Daddy started. That's when I found a way in. Took some finagling and some muscle, but within a couple of months I was in. They might have put that dome over the building, and there was a concrete floor, but the floor had cracked in places, probably where the dirt shifted.
Maybe from them dynamiting for coal way off somewhere. So you got in. And what did you find? Asked Puller. Big-ass place, dark as a cave, of course. I looked around some, saw some stuff, workbenches, crap on the floor, some barrels. Barrels of what? Don't know. Never looked that close. Cole said,
Randy, that was dangerous as hell. That stuff in there could be toxic. It could be radioactive. Maybe that's why you've been feeling like crap all this time. Headaches and all?
Guess it could be. What else did you see in there? Asked Puller. Nothing. I got the hell out. Place gave me the creeps. Okay, next big question. Did you tell anyone what you found? Asked Puller. Nah, what for? No one, said Puller. You sure? Randy thought for a minute. I might have told somebody, come to think of it. Dickie Strauss? Randy stared at him. How the hell did you know that? We played football together. Used to hang out a lot. I was into the Xanadu thing for a while till I lost my bike to repo. Yeah, I told him. So, what does it matter?
Dickie's dead, Randy. Somebody murdered him. And we think it has to do with the bunker.
Randy sat up straighter, all alert now. Somebody killed Dickie? Why? Puller said, because he told someone else about the bunker. And somebody got inside there too. And whatever they found is the reason all these people have been killed. Randy said, so what the hell is in there? That's what I'm going to find out, said Puller.
So you have any ideas? I mean, about what's in there?
Yeah, I do, replied Puller.
What?
Asked Cole.
Tell me.
Puller said nothing. He just looked at her, his heart beating way too fast. 83. Even though it was still early in the morning in Kansas, Robert Puller didn't sound particularly sleepy. The younger Puller didn't think his brother slept much in USDB. He was a brilliant guy, and brilliant guys didn't tend to sleep much in the outside world full of demands on their time and intellect. Puller figured they didn't sleep much more when all they had to look at were 3 walls of concrete and a metal door that remained shut 23 out of every 24 hours of each day. "How you doing, bro?" said Robert. "I've been better and I've been worse. Balance is good in life. 92 and 94. What do they mean to you? Even numbers. Another perspective. Give me some context." His brother sounded engaged now, instead of just curious. "Pure science. Your area of expertise." 2 ticks of the clock went by. 92 is the atomic number for uranium. 94 is the atomic number for plutonium. That's what I remembered, too. Why? Hypothetical. Okay? What sort of uranium and plutonium would you need to build a nuke? What? Just answer the question. What the hell are you involved in, John? His brother did not often call him John. To his older sibling, Puller was either bro or sometimes junior, although lately the latter term had not been used by him very much because it was a reminder of their father. Just give me your best answer. You need lots of things. Most you can obtain, others you can build. If you have time and some expertise, it's not that hard. What's hard is to get the nuclear fuel for the process. There's only 2 that exist. Uranium and plutonium. Right, and you need highly enriched uranium, U-235 or HEU, to make a nuclear bomb. To do that, you need a manufacturing facility, big bucks, lots of scientists, and a number of years. And plutonium? Should we be talking about this? They're monitoring the call. Nobody's listening, Bobby, said Puller. I made arrangements for this to be private. His brother didn't say anything for a long moment. Then I'd say whatever you're involved in is way beyond a hypothetical. And plutonium?
You get plutonium-239 mostly from radiating uranium in a nuclear breeder reactor. What you're really doing is scrubbing out plutonium-240, which is abundant in reactor-grade plutonium, but which can cause a fizzle when using it as a nuclear weapon. But again, tough to get? Impossible to get for the man on the street. Who has a nuclear breeder reactor in their backyard? But could you get it? I suppose you could steal it or buy it on the black market. How about in the U.S.? How do they make it? The only U.S.-owned gaseous diffusion plant is in Paducah, Kentucky. But that's used to enrich uranium for fuel in nuclear reactors. Totally different process. But could it be highly enriched by that process to get it to be the fuel for a nuclear weapon? Paducah is set up to enrich uranium for use in nuclear reactors, not build the fuel for bombs. But could a plant like Paducah highly enrich uranium? Puller persisted. Theoretically, yes. He paused. Where exactly is all this going? How much U-235 would you need to build a bomb? Depends on what type of bomb and what type of method you're using. Ballpark, said Puller. With a simple bomb design and a Nagasaki yield, you need anywhere from 15 to 50 kilograms of HEU, or 6 to 9 kilograms of plutonium. If your weapons program is super sophisticated and your bomb design is perfect, you could get the same boom with roughly 9 kilos of HEU, or as little as 2 kilos of plutonium. So, Nagasaki? Yield equivalent over 21,000 tons of dynamite, plus the radiation fallout kicker. That's 42 million pounds of TNT. Mass destruction. And a little more HEU or plutonium? Your results go up exponentially. It's all in your bomb design. You can use the gun method, which is not good at all, although the first A-bomb dropped on Japan used that design. That's basically a long tube. Half your nuclear charge at one end, backed by a conventional explosive, and the other half of your nuke fuel at the other end. The conventional explosives are detonated. It pushes the fuel down the tube where it hits the other half of the fuel, and you have your chain reaction. It's crude, highly inefficient, and your explosive yield is severely limited. You need a tube of infinite length to sustain the chain reaction. And you can only use uranium, not plutonium, because of impurity factors. That's why the industry moved on to the implosion method. Puller said, "Give me the 2-cent tour on the implosion method." You can use either uranium or plutonium. You basically use conventional explosives, called explosive lenses, to squeeze the pit where your nuclear fuel is located into a supercritical mass. The shock wave compressing the uranium or plutonium must be perfectly spherical, or the pit material will escape through a hole and you'll end up with what's called a fizzle. You also need an initiator, tampers and pushers, and ideally a neutron reflector to push neutrons back in the pit. The trick is to keep the pit from blowing apart too quickly before you reach optimal supercritical mass. The longer the fission material is allowed to react, the more atoms are split and the bigger the boom. You can triple your explosive yield without a gram more of nuclear fuel if your design is good. What are some of the elements you'd need? Meaning what exactly? Talk to me about gold foil and tungsten carbide. There was silence for 3 beats. Why those two specifically? Do you know that they're present in your case? Yes. Jesus. Talk to me, Bobby. I'm running out of time here. Gold foil can be used in the initiator component. You use a small sphere with layers of beryllium and polonium separated by gold foil. That's placed in the center of the pit and is obviously a critical part of the design. And the tungsten carbide? It's 3 times stiffer than steel and dense as hell, and therefore works very well as the neutron reflector. That is, to get the neutrons back into the pit to maximize the supercritical stage. Are you telling me that... Where the hell are you? In the U.S. How did they get the fuel? What if I told you there was a secret government facility operating in the 1960s that was closed a long time ago, and a 3-foot thick dome of concrete was put over it, and the sucker was just left that way? All the workers at the plant were shipped in from outside and lived in a neighborhood right next to it. The workers were never allowed to talk about it with the local folks. And when the plant closed down, they shipped all the workers off. Ring any bells? You were networked in tight with all this stuff when you were with the Air Force. 3 feet of concrete? In a dome shape. Out-of-the-way place? As rural as they come. Entire population far less than 1 block in Brooklyn. Facility had its own fire department, and I found a sheet of paper in there with the numbers 92 and 94 written on it. And I also found out that blasting for coal was not to take place within miles of the dome. They're blasting near there? Are you serious? Yes. That's unbelievable. Even if they're blasting miles away, there are bedrock fissures that could be weakened. That could be catastrophic. What about this facility? I don't know. I wasn't even alive in the 1960s. But if you had to guess, based on your experience. There was a long sigh. If I were still in uniform, I could never tell you this. He paused. I could be convicted of treason, but since I already have been convicted of treason, what the hell? He paused again. In the past, I heard of early-stage processing and enrichment plants that were built in rural America. This was post-World War II, when the only thing that mattered was kicking the Soviet Union's ass. These facilities were built to enrich uranium and also work with plutonium for use in nuclear weapons. Most, if not all of them, were closed down. Why? Their techniques were unstable or cost too much. It was an entirely new science. People were feeling their way, trial and error, mostly error. Okay, they closed down. They take all their stuff with them, right? His brother didn't answer. Bobby? Right? If you took all your stuff with you, would you build a 3-foot thick concrete dome to cover it up? And nobody complained about it? Locals, folks in government? You have to consider the time, John, the 1960s, the big bad Soviets. There wasn't a 24-hour news cycle. People actually trusted their government, even though Vietnam and Watergate were about to change that. And since nothing has happened in the interim, I guess the locals just assumed everything was okay. He paused. Is it right there, out in the open? Nothing is out in the open here, and the forest has mostly reclaimed it. What do you think is going on? The same thing you're probably thinking is going on. You need to get this up the chain of command fast. I would, except for one thing. What? I'm not sure I can trust my own guys. Is there anyone you can trust? Yes, but I need you to do me another favor. Me help you? I'm sitting in prison, John. Doesn't matter. You can still help from there. CID is behind me on this. They can give you some flexibility even from there. But I really need you, Bobby. His brother's answer was immediate. Just tell me what you need. Year 84. Puller drove to Cole's house and waited. Then a call came in 2 hours later. Then after that came the call that Puller had been waiting for. When the military wanted to get something done, it could move with amazing speed. It didn't hurt that the Secretary of Defense had thrown his weight behind them. Cole sat across from him in her living room, anxiously watching. Puller answered the call. On the other end was a retired colonel in his late 80s named David Larimore, who lived in Sarasota, Florida. The man was Puller's last best hope, because he actually had been an engineer and the military-side production supervisor at the Drake facility back in the 1960s. In fact, according to DoD records, he was the only person left alive who had worked there. Larimore's voice was weak but steady. He appeared to have all his faculties as Puller began talking to him. Puller hoped the man's memory was faultless. He would need every scintilla of information he could get. Larimore said, "I guess you're never really retired when you wear the uniform." "Guess not." "You related to Fighting John by any chance?" "He's my father." "Never had the pleasure of serving under him, but he did the Army and his country proud, Agent Puller." "Thanks. I'll let him know." "Got a call from a 2-star. I've been out of uniform nearly 30 years, and it still scared the crap out of me. He said I was to tell you everything. Didn't say why." "It's complicated, but we really need your help." "Drake, that's what you want to know about?" "Everything you can tell me." "It's a sore spot, son, at least in my memory." "Tell me why." Puller looked over at Cole, who was staring at him with such intensity that he thought she might stroke. He pressed the speaker button on his phone and set it down on the table between them. Larimore's voice floated into the room. "I was assigned to Drake because it was the latest facility the government had in its nuclear weapons development program. I had my degree in nuclear engineering and had been stationed at Los Alamos, and also did some work on the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs. Now, this was the 1960s, so we were way past the A-bombs that we dropped on the Japs in '45, but there was still a lot we didn't know about thermonuclear weapons. The Hiroshima A-bomb used the gun method. Compared to what they do today, that's kindergarten stuff. We were measuring A-bombs that topped out at a .7 megaton yield. The Soviets dropped an H-bomb in the Antarctic called the Tsar. It was a 50 megaton blast, the biggest ever. You could wipe out a country with something like that." Puller watched as Cole collapsed back in her chair and put a hand to her chest. "There's a classified file I saw that said the facility was used to make bomb components. There might have been some radioactivity left behind, but that was it." Larimore said, "That's not correct. But I'm not surprised there's an official record out there like that. Military likes to cover its tracks. And back then the rules of the game were a lot more liberal." Puller said, "So you were building nuclear fuel for warheads, to be used in the implosion method." "You a nuke head?" "What?" "That's what we used to call each other back then, nuke heads." "No, but I have friends who are." "We were working with a defense contractor. Name would mean nothing to you. It's long since been snapped up, and the company that bought it has been sold and sold and sold." Puller could sense Larimore taking a walk down memory lane, and he didn't have time for that. "You said it was a sore spot for you. Why?" "Way we went into that area, built that monstrosity, didn't tell anybody what it was. We shipped in everybody from outside the area. We didn't encourage mingling with the locals. And when they did go into the little town there, we had them followed, just the way it was back then. Everybody was paranoid." "I don't think things have changed all that much," commented Puller. "Was that the only reason you were sore?" "No. I was also upset how we left things." "You mean the concrete dome? 3 feet thick?" "The hell you say?" "You didn't know that?" "No. The facility was supposed to be dismantled and shipped away, every molecule of it. It had to be that way because of what we had there." "It's all still there. At least I guess it is. Under a huge dome of concrete. I don't know how many acres, but it's a lot." "What the hell were they thinking?" "How come you didn't know about that?" asked Puller. "I did my job as part of the phase-out. Then I was shipped out to another facility way down south. I was a supervisor on the military side, sure, but the private sector guys really ran it, and the generals signed off on whatever they wanted." "Well, apparently what they wanted was to cover it with concrete rather than dismantle it. Why would that be the case?" Larimore said nothing. "Mr. Larimore." "I'm here." "I need you to answer that question." "Agent Puller, I've been out of the service a long time. Shocked the hell out of me when I got the call today." I got a good pension that I earned and a few years left to bask in the sunshine down here. I don't want to lose that." "You won't lose anything. But if you don't help me, a lot of Americans might lose their lives." When Larimore next spoke, his voice was stronger. "Might have to do with why we shut down in the first place. That's what I meant when I said I didn't like the way we left things." "Which was why?" "We screwed up." "How? Did something go wrong in the diffusion process?" "We weren't doing gaseous diffusion." "I thought that's what we were talking about, like they do in Paducah." "You ever been to the Paducah plant, son?" "No." "It's huge. Has to be for gaseous diffusion. Far bigger than what we had in Drake." Puller looked at Cole in confusion. "Then what were you doing in Drake?" "Experimenting." "With what?" "Basically trying to make a super nuclear fuel that we could spike our warheads with. Our goal, I suppose, was to obliterate the Soviet Union before they obliterated us." 85. Super nuclear fuel? Puller stared at Cole. This time she wouldn't meet his eye. Instead, she looked distractedly at the floor. Puller said, "Mr. Larimore, I found a piece of paper at a firehouse near the Drake facility. I know the firehouse well. We had a couple of incidents where those fellers were needed." The paper had the numbers 92 and 94 written on it. "Atomic numbers for uranium and plutonium." "Right. But the gaseous diffusion method is only used to enrich uranium," said Puller. "We can't use gaseous diffusion on plutonium. You get that from breeder reactors." "That's right. Capturing a neutron, getting to P239. But if that document had both atomic numbers, that means we used both uranium and plutonium at Drake." "Why?" "Like I said, to try and build a super nuclear fuel for weapons. We had no idea if it would work or not. The goal was to use uranium and plutonium in a new bomb design. We were juggling combinations and concentrations of each to see what configuration would yield the biggest boom. In layman's terms, sort of a hybrid between the gun and the implosion method, if you understand me. I was told that the gun method was very inefficient, and plutonium couldn't be used in that design. Those were the obstacles we were trying to overcome. We were trying to beat the communists at their own game, and the name of that game was explosive yield." "But you said you screwed up." "Well, let's just say the science and the design logic were flawed. Bottom line was it didn't work. That was why the facility closed." "But if they closed the plant, surely they would have taken the nuclear material with them." "The fact that they covered it with 3 feet of cement tells me they didn't." "But why the hell would they leave something that deadly behind?" Larimore didn't answer for a few seconds. "This would be a guess on my part." "I'll take it. They were probably afraid it would blow up in their faces and radiate a good part of the country. I can't say I was totally surprised when you said they'd cemented over it. Back then, they covered up a lot of stuff, quite frankly. Let it stay where it was. Probably thought it was safer than trying to transport it. You're probably way too young to remember this, but around that time, a few incidents happened that scare the crap out of the country. A B-52 that was carrying a hydrogen bomb on one of its wings crashed somewhere in Kansas. The bomb didn't detonate during the crash, of course, because atomic weapons don't work that way. And then we had the plutonium train." "Plutonium train?" "Yeah, the military wanted to move some of its plutonium stockpile from point A to point B, right across the country. Train moved through major population centers. Nothing happened, but the news folks got wind of both the plane and the train. It was not a good time for the military. There were hearings on Capitol Hill, and some guys lost their stars. Can you imagine if that happened today?"
With our 24-hour news cycle? Anyway, that was fresh in everyone's minds back then, especially the military brass. So I guess they said, screw it. It stays right where it is. And the place they left it was a rural county with not many people. It wasn't my call. If it had been, I would have done it differently. You think someone would have revisited the issue? Not necessarily. You go out there now and start messing around, the news folks will get wind of it. Then the government has to start explaining. And maybe they were afraid that if they did open the sucker up, they wouldn't like what they found. It's been 5 decades, Puller said. Do you think that stuff, if it is there, is still dangerous? Plutonium-239 has a half-life of 24,000 years. So I'd say you aren't out of the woods yet. Puller drew a long breath and looked at Cole. How much of it is in there? I can't tell you for sure, but let me put it this way. If they kept the usual supply on hand that we maintained, and it got out somehow, it could make what we did to the Japs look puny by comparison. I'll tell you what, whoever made the call to leave it there should go to prison. But they're probably all dead by now. Lucky them, commented Puller. Larimore said, So what are you folks going to do? We need to get inside the dome. Any ideas? Cole tapped him on the arm and mouthed,
Mine shaft.
He shook his head and looked back at the phone. Any ideas? He said again. 3 feet of concrete, son. You got a jackhammer? We have to do it surreptitiously. Puller could hear Larimore take several long breaths. You think somebody's going to... His voice trailed off. We can't afford not to think that, can we? You probably knew that place as well as anyone. Anything you can think of would be more than what I've got right now. Can you dig along the perimeter? Iron footings that go out more feet than I can deal with. Several more long breaths. Puller looked at Cole and she stared back at him. The room wasn't hot, but he saw several beads of sweat on her forehead. One slid down to her cheek. She made no move to wipe it away. Puller could feel the perspiration sheen on his face. Larimore said, Ventilation shafts. Puller sat up straighter. Okay. Inside of the facility was not a place where you could let dust and other things collect. And we also had stuff in the air that we had to get out. We had about as powerful a ventilation and filtering system as you could get back then. We had ventilation shafts on the east and west sides. The filtering system was massive. It wasn't housed in the facility for a number of reasons. The air would be directed there, filtered, and recirculated inside the facility. Place didn't have any windows for obvious reasons. All self-contained. It could get hot in there, especially about this time of year. I'll need to know exactly where those shafts are. And where was the filtering system housed? I can tell you roughly where the shafts were located. It's been over 40 years since I've been there, son. Memory's not perfect, but I know exactly where the filtering system was located. And both the shafts bleed directly into it. And those shafts are big, large enough for a tall man to stand up in. Where is the filtering system? Puller said eagerly. Right underneath the firehouse. Puller and Cole exchanged glances. Larimore said, Figured that was the best place to put it. Always a fire hazard with filtering systems. Anything goes wrong, folks are right there to take care of it. The fire station was manned around the clock. The filtering system was alarmed, so they'd know if there was a problem. How do you get to the filtering system from the fire station? You been there? Yes. You seen the wooden lockers? I'm talking the ones on the right side, main level. Yes. There's a catch behind a panel on the inside of the locker, farthest to the left. You can't tell it's there if you don't know where to look. There's a pressure plate on the inside of that locker. It's located on the left side,
top corner. You push right on that corner and the panel will swing out on hinges. Behind the panel is a lever. You pull that lever and the whole row of lockers slides out to the right. Stairway going down is revealed. Nifty piece of engineering. Those stairs take you to the filtering system, and from there you can get to the shafts. He said, "I appreciate this, Mr. Larimore. Agent Puller, if you're really going in that place, keep a few things in mind. Wear a hazmat suit with the most powerful filter you can find. Bring a flashlight because you'll have no light. The plutonium and uranium cakes are in lead-lined barrels. The plutonium cakes are marked in red with the skull and crossbones insignia. The uranium cakes are blue, with the same skull and crossbones. We were working in a brand-new field and used our own marking system." "So they're cakes?" "Right. The fuel term is sort of misleading. The uranium and plutonium look like round cakes. They're both radioactive at the highly enriched level. But plutonium is super radioactive. The plant workers handle the stuff using robotic arms behind protective shields. Even your hazmat suit probably won't protect you completely against direct exposure. And one more thing, Agent Puller." "Yeah? I wish you luck, son. You're sure as hell gonna need it." 86. Puller stood in front of the cracked mirror in his bathroom at Annie's motel. He had on his combat uniform, and his face was streaked black and green. Forward and rear M11s were in their holsters, rounds in chambers. The MP5 was fully loaded, and the discharge set on 2-round bursts. He had 4 extra clips in the cargo slots in his pants. He had to bend forward some to get his full image into the silver-backed glass. In the Middle East, mirrors had been hard to come by out in the field. Puller had used a jerry-rigged contraption he'd made from a scrap of glass with some goop coated on the rear side to capture the light and thus his reflection. Some of his men thought him more than a little weird for looking at himself in a mirror before going out to fight. Puller didn't care what they thought. He did this for one reason, and one reason only. If he was going to die, he wanted his last image to be of a man in a uniform going off to fight for something worth fighting for. In Iraq and Afghanistan, the motivation had been easy. It had mostly come from the guy next to him, fighting to keep that guy alive. It had also come from representing the pack he was part of, the United States Army in general, with the Ranger as a specialty. In third place had come his country. A civilian would have thought that unusual, that the priorities had somehow gotten reversed, but Puller knew better. His priorities were right in line with most who wore the uniform and were routinely catapulted into harm's way. His ritual completed, he turned out the light, locked the door of his room for perhaps the final time, and headed to his car. He checked his gear and made sure every item he was going to need was in there. That included a few things that Cole had gotten for him. As he drove off, he thought about when he'd arrived in Drake. It had been days, but those days felt like months. It had been oppressively hot, just as it was now. He could feel the heat and sweat collect inside his combat fiber. He looked at the motel office, thought of the little room where the tiny woman had sat for God only knew how many years. From poodle skirts, big hair, and probably dreams beyond Drake, West Virginia, to death by worn-out bodies 6 decades later. He had met the woman all of 2 times, didn't even know her last name. But for some reason, he didn't think he would ever forget Louisa, if only because he had failed to save her. He hoped he had better luck saving the rest of the people who lived in Drake. He had been on the phone for several hours and speaking with several different people up the chain of command. What he had requested was unusual, and there was always resistance from the military when you requested the unusual. But Puller had insisted, and the military got its back up even more. And then Puller had demanded. And added to that demand was the perfectly logical fact that if people died because the military had refused to take proper steps, careers would be lost, and not just his. That had gotten the right people's attention, and Puller's plan was now in place. He drove right at the speed limit, his gaze dead center on the road. Many switchbacks later, he stopped at the rendezvous spot and waited for Cole's headlights to cut the dark. His watch clicked to 20 minutes past 11, and he'd wondered if she'd had second thoughts when her pale blue pickup slid in next to his. She got out, leaned into her truck bed, hauled out a large coil of phone cable on a plastic reel, and tapped on Puller's trunk. He popped it, and she put the cable inside. She got into the passenger seat of the Malibu. She had on her leather jacket, a black T-shirt, dark jeans, and boots. He saw the Cobra in its holster. He looked down and saw the bulge of her backup weapon in an ankle holster. "Caliber?" he asked.
.38 short-nosed chambering silver tips.
She opened her jacket slightly, and he saw the gutting knife inside a leather carrier.
And this for true emergencies.
He nodded approvingly. She glanced over at him.
You look ready to fight.
"I am ready to fight."
You really think someone will be there?
"I don't play the odds. I prepare for all contingencies."
I can't believe my brother told Dickie Strauss about that mine shaft, and that's what started this whole thing.
"And that's the reason we have to get in the bunker a different way."
Otherwise, we might get ambushed.
"Right." They reached the spot a quarter of a mile away from the east side of the bunker. Puller slipped his rucksack over his shoulder. It was loaded down with a bunch of gear. He looped the phone cable reel over the other shoulder and then lifted out the body armor. "Put this on. You'll have to crank down the straps to make it fit you. It'll still be big on you, but it's a lot better than naked flesh and bone getting hit by whatever they might be chambering."
Is it heavy?
"Not nearly as heavy as me hauling your dead body back."
Thanks, I get the point. What about you?
"Already armored up." He helped her on with it, and after inspecting her from all angles and making a few minor adjustments, they hit the woods. Cole followed Puller, who moved confidently through the thick trees, finding paths and trails that seemed invisible to Cole until he advanced down them. She whispered,
I've lived here my whole life, and I'd be lost in here in 10 seconds.
Puller skirted the hide of the bunker, walked north till he reached the end of the concrete, and then headed west again. He checked his luminous watch. He was 2 minutes ahead of schedule. Sometimes on the battlefield, being early was just as bad as being late. He slowed his pace just a bit. When they finally reached the edge of the woods, Puller squatted on his haunches, and Cole did the same, coming to a stop on his right. Dead ahead was the firehouse. Puller pointed to the right of the structure. "Phone line comes in to that spot. There's a jack in the office on the second floor." Cole had a thought.
The passageway from the firehouse to the bunker wasn't on those plans.
"That's right. It wasn't."
But why not?
"For a very good reason. Back door in they didn't want to publicize." He rose. "You ready? Because it's time to do this." Cole rose. Her legs wobbled a bit, but then regained their steadiness. She swallowed a lump the size of a fist and said,
Let's roll.
87. The first part of the mission went exceptionally smooth. They entered the firehouse through a back door. Puller noiselessly attacked the lock, and the wood swung back shortly thereafter.
They teach you breaking and entering in the Army?
Cole said in a low voice. "It's called urban warfare." They made their way up the steps to the second floor after confirming that the first floor held nothing that was breathing. Puller spent 10 minutes rigging the phone cable into the wall jack. He pulled from his knapsack what looked like an old-fashioned sat phone, the size of a large brick.
Where did you get that?
"Army. They never throw anything away. He attached the cable to ports on the phone. He hit a button on the phone and held it up to his ear. We have a dial tone.
Is your call going to be long distance?
She said, managing a weak smile. The longest, he replied. They walked back down the stairs and reached the set of lockers that David Larimore had told him about. These lockers were all secured and looked like they hadn't been touched since the place had closed down. He shook off his knapsack and said, "Time to dress for the show." He pulled out 2 hazmat suits and accompanying filtration gear.
The guy said plutonium has a half-life of 24,000 years.
That's right. He handed her the suit. She stared down at it.
He also said these suits probably wouldn't protect us against direct exposure to that crap.
These suits are a lot better than anything he had back in the 1960s. But you can stay here if you want and cover my rear flank. It might actually be a better plan than you going in there with me.
That's bullshit, and you know it.
She started to put on the suit. When they were done, she gazed up at him.
We look like astronauts ready to do a moonwalk.
Maybe not so far from the truth. Puller broke open the last locker, found the pressure point for the panel, pushed it, and the little door popped open. He felt for the catch. He hoped that after all these decades the mechanism would still work. He breathed a sigh of relief as he heard a pop, and then a slight rush of air, and the wall of lockers swung away from the wall. It did so with a screech. The thing probably hadn't been opened since the 1960s. This made him smile. Whoever they were up against had not used this way to get into the bunker. They'd gone through the shaft. Cole hit the opening with her light. Revealed was a set of stairs. "You look disappointed," said Puller through his mask. She started and stared up at him. "Hoping we might not be able to get in?"
Maybe.
"Facing fear is better than running from it."
What if it's fear you can't beat?
"Then it might be better to be dead." He pulled out 2 pairs of night vision goggles. "The place will be pitch black inside, presumably. So this is the only way we'll be able to see. Once we confirm we're the only ones in there, we can use our flashlights. I'll show you how to use the goggles. They take some getting used to. And if something happens to me, you'll need them to get out as quickly as possible."
If something happens to you, it'll probably happen to me, too.
He shook his head. "Not necessarily. We have to buck up the chances that at least one of us will survive." He explained how the device worked, and then slid it over her head and flipped the eyepieces down over Cole's clear mask shield. He powered it up and took her through what she was looking at. "Okay, you're officially night vision goggles certified." He powered up his own goggles and slid them down in front of his eyes. He handed her the roll of cable. "Spool this out as we go."
I got the longest length I could. Think it'll be enough?
"We have to go with the equipment we have. If it's not long enough, we'll figure something else out." She nodded. He led the way down the stairs, his field of vision reduced somewhat because of the green that made him feel like he was in a dirty aquarium. But certain details were enhanced beyond what his naked eye could ever pick up. Puller liked details. They were often the difference between walking out of a situation and being carried out of it. They reached the bottom of the steps. They were now in a long hall, formed from concrete painted yellow. They had traveled half of it when he began to see the filtration equipment. He tapped Cole on the shoulder and pointed ahead. "Filtering station." She tapped him on the back to indicate she'd seen it too. The machinery they encountered was large, elaborate, and was probably state-of-the-art for its time. Puller faced next what he had expected to, even though the filter station had not been on the facility plans. A large fan, twice as tall as he was. This would be a tricky part. At least they didn't have to worry about the thing starting up. He contoured his body to get past it, and then helped Cole do the same. They were careful with the phone cable, so that it was not against the blades of the fan. The last thing they needed was a cut line and no communication. No cell signal could work from under 3 feet of concrete. Puller worked the line down to the bottom of the floor, so that the only thing it was touching was the base of the fan, which was rounded, smooth metal. They continued on another 100 feet or so. In his head, Puller calculated distances and concluded that they were close. He shifted his knapsack to a better position and lifted his forward M11 from its holster. The MP5 rested against his chest, and he could deploy it on target in seconds. He looked back and saw that Cole had her Cobra out too. The inside of the facility was large enough not to be classified as close quarters, but an MP5 was a devastating weapon in virtually all encounters that did not involve long-distance killing. But if there was a sniper in here with the same green glasses Puller had, he and Cole were probably dead. They made their way through 2 more barriers, one of which Puller had to dismantle, and then they stepped out into a space that was enormous by most definitions. It was also totally dark. Without the goggles, they would be operating blind. They had about 300 feet of phone cable left. He hoped it was enough. He immediately stepped to the right and took cover behind a long metal workbench. Cole scooted along behind him. The place smelled of mildew and rot. What the concrete bunker above could not protect against was moisture from below. Puller looked around at the walls of the building. They were high, windowless, and built of brick. The ceiling was about 30 feet above him. It was solid with fluorescent lights hanging from support poles. There were additional floors above this one. The plans had shown that. Probably admin and other support offices, but they appeared to be in the main work area of the facility. And overlaying the entire building was the dome of concrete. Puller felt like he was inside a building that was inside an egg. "We have to grid search this place," he said through his mask.
What exactly are we looking for?
"Things breathing, 50-gallon lead-lined barrels, and something that looks like it shouldn't be here."
And what is that exactly?
Asked Cole impatiently. "Something that looks new," he answered. "You go left and I go right. We'll work our way to the center." He handed her a walkie-talkie. "These will work in here. They're not bouncing off a satellite somewhere. But they're not secure either, so someone could be listening." 30 minutes later, Puller had found them. He counted the barrels. There were 5 of them. He couldn't tell if they were lead-lined, but he hoped they were. As he drew closer, he could make out the muck and mildew clinging to the sides of the metal. He hoped there were no holes in them. If so, he was probably already dead. He drew even closer and used a gloved hand to rub some of the muck off. He was looking at a faded blue label with a skull and crossbones. Blue meant uranium. The next barrel in line was the same. He pushed against each with his hand. They were full, or at least seemed to be. The weight could be coming in part from the lead lining. Yet the tops appeared sealed and had enough crust around them that Puller didn't think they had been opened in decades. 2 other barrels had red labels and the skull warning. Plutonium cakes. He pushed. They were full too. The last barrel in the line had the same red label. Plutonium. But that wasn't what he was focusing on. The top was off of the barrel. He eased a few steps closer. Then, deciding to just go for it, he got so close he was able to look down into it. Lead-lined, yes, that was good. There was no penetration into the lead from the outside elements. That was excellent. The barrel was also empty. The plutonium was on the loose. That was catastrophic. And then he noted something else. On the concrete floor were 6 identical rings, lined up next to the barrels. Puller knew exactly what that meant. There had been 6 other barrels here, uranium and/or plutonium, and now they were gone. He got on his walkie-talkie. "I found the stuff, and we got 1 empty barrel that used to hold plutonium, and a half-dozen missing ones." The walkie-talkie crackled, and Cole said shakily,
I found something too.
"Cole, you okay?"
Just get over here. I'm on the east side, about 300 feet from where we came in.
"What is it? What did you find?"
Roger. I found Roger Trent.
Chapter 88. Together they gazed down at the prone man. Puller didn't think he was dead because he was trussed up. One did not tie up the dead. Just to be sure, Puller knelt next to him, stripped off his glove, and felt for a pulse. He gazed up at Cole. "Slow but steady. He's been drugged."
And I found these.
Puller looked where she was pointing. This was the last thing he would have expected to find in here. They were banker boxes. He opened one. They were full of financial records. Puller sifted through a few files. There was also a baggie filled with labeled flash drives.
What are they?
"Looks like financial records. Like I told you, your sister said Roger was having problems. Maybe these records tell a story someone never wants anyone to discover, along with Roger."
But who would do that?
"I have my suspicions."
Who?
She broke off because Puller was looking over her shoulder. He said, "Did you check your entire side over there?"
No, I was doing my sweep when I found Roger lying on the floor. Why?
He pointed. "That's why." Cole turned around and saw what had captured his attention. There was a light coming from the opposite side of the building. A soft green light. It had just come on. In the pitch dark, he would have seen it before. She hustled after him, her cobra out. Puller stopped, and so did she. She looked where he was looking. The box was about 4 feet long and the same width, and looked to be built of stainless steel. It was a nice job, no obvious seams. The metal looked like it had been cast in one piece, a nifty piece of craftsmanship. Puller knelt down next to it, put his gloved hand on the box. Then he took it away. He looked up at Cole. Warm.
What's powering this thing? There's no electrical source in here.
There's a lot of energy in here, Cole. There's probably enough in those barrels over there to power New York City for 1,000 years, once you ran it through a nuclear reactor. She stared down at the box.
Is this it? Is this a bomb? It doesn't look like a bomb.
Since when have you seen a nuclear bomb up close and personal?
I've seen them on the wings of planes. I watched a History Channel program of the ones they dropped on Japan. They didn't look like a box.
Well, looks can be deceiving.
Did it just turn on? I didn't see that light before.
Neither did I. Which means that this sucker just woke up. She drew a sharp breath.
Does it have a timer? Is it ticking down?
You've been watching too many movies. Puller was looking over every inch of the box, trying to find a seam, an indication of a hinge, a break in the metal. He ran his fingers over the top, feeling for anything his electronic-aided eyes had missed.
So it doesn't have a timer?
Puller snapped. Cole, I don't know, okay? I've never been around a nuclear weapon before.
But you're in the Army.
Not that part. And the Navy and Air Force control most of the nukes. The infantry are just the working-class guys shooting and getting shot at in all types of weather, just like they did 200 years ago. Biggest weapon I was around was a .50 cal. You can kill hundreds of people with a .50. This thing can kill tens of thousands, maybe more.
Puller, if you open that thing, won't whatever is in there kill us?
It might. But if I don't open it, whatever is in there will probably kill us anyway, plus a whole bunch of other people. His fingers stopped probing and held on one spot, 6 inches from the right side of the stainless steel.
Did you find something?
In answer, he picked up his dumbbell-sized phone and punched in a number. It's time to bring in the heavyweights.
What if the call won't go through?
Then we are screwed. That's what. She started to say something, but he held up a finger. The phone works. He spoke into it. Hey, Bobby, got time to give your little brother some tips on defusing a nuke? Chapter 89. Robert Puller had been on standby at USDB for the last 2 hours, on orders directly from the Secretary of Defense. Though the military had many experts in nuclear armaments, Puller had insisted that the only one he wanted or trusted was his older brother. That the man was serving a life sentence for treason made the choice problematic. But when Puller held his ground against even the 4-stars, the Defense Secretary had intervened and approved Puller's plan. And even the military men had to concede there were few people in the world who knew more about the science of nukes than Robert Puller. Robert was alert and also anxious. His brother was sitting next to a nuclear bomb, after all. On an earlier phone call, Puller had filled him in on everything that David Larimore had told him. "Describe the box to me," said Robert. 4 feet square, stainless steel, bolted to the floor. "Speak up, can't hear you clearly." "Sorry, I'm talking through a mask," he repeated the information in a louder voice. "Okay, implosion, not a gun device." "Right." "Talk to me about the barrels. The empty one was plutonium?" "Right. At least that's what it said." "This guy Larimore have any idea how much plutonium was contained in each barrel?" "If he did, he didn't say. I don't think he ever believed they'd leave the shit behind, and I have to agree with him on that point. I'm going to assume that this design is not super sophisticated, so we're talking at least 6 kilos and possibly more." "That barrel could hold a lot more than 6 kilos, even with the lead liners." "I understand, but the size box you're talking about clearly shows they didn't put the equivalent of a 50-gallon drum worth of plutonium in there. That would be overkill." "Maybe they're nuts. You ever think about that?" "Maybe they are, but I'm only concerned with the science of it." "Can I take the top off, or will I get blasted by radiation from the plutonium?" "How heavy is the top?" Puller pulled on it, and then tapped it. "Not that heavy. So probably no lead lining or other shielding. The plutonium should be completely surrounded by the explosives, and also a tamper pusher, and maybe another layer or two that will shield you. And we know there's a tungsten carbide neutron reflector in there. That thing is super dense. You should be okay." "Should?" "Best I can do, bro." Puller drew a long breath and motioned for Cole to step back. She did. He tugged. The lid came up. He was not hit with the blinding blue light. "John?" "I'm good. I'm not glowing. I take that as a positive sign." "Do you see a timer?" Puller glanced up at Cole, who shrugged and managed a smile behind her mask. Puller said, "Do they really use timers on this stuff?" "It's not for melodramatic effect like in the movies. It has a very real purpose. The conventional explosions have to go off exactly at the same time, or a hole in the shock wave will be created, and the pit will escape through that. Then you get that fizzle, like we talked about before, bro." Puller poked around the box. He uncovered a group of wires and saw it. "Okay, got it. That must be the light we saw coming on earlier. This sucker must have an internal power source, because there's no juice in here. What's the timer at?" 62 minutes and counting." "Okay," said Robert. "Wires?" Cole was holding a strong light over the box, illuminating it for Puller. His latest generation goggles allowed him to see clearly even in lighted conditions. "A bunch," said Puller. "They were covering the timer. Should I try and cut some of them? Maybe it'll stop the countdown." "No. Chances are excellent that they're booby-trapped. If you're looking at 20 wires, only 3 of them mean anything. That's a common ruse in conventional bomb-making. And the same rule, we can assume, holds true for pseudo-nukers. You cut any of the fakes, it'll probably accelerate the timer to 0, and you can kiss your ass goodbye. Okay, we'll not cut wires, said Puller firmly. It was oppressively hot in here to begin with, and the hazmat suit made it hotter still. His mask kept fogging up, and he would use his forehead to clear it, which didn't work so well, since that was the primary source of the sweat. He finally just ripped the mask off, wiped his eyes with his hands, and put his goggles back on. The initiator will be in the dead center of the sphere, said Robert. That floods the pit with neutrons during detonation. The gold foil that was found at the crime scene was probably used as a layer between the beryllium and polonium, as we postulated before. The plutonium will be shaped like a ball around that. The tamper pusher will be around the plutonium. The pusher increases the shock wave hitting the pit, and the tamper helps hold the pit from blowing apart too quickly to maximize your yield. Okay, Bobby, I don't need a lecture on every little thing. I guess I'm just trying to make sure I still know what I'm talking about, said his brother slowly. Don't second-guess yourself. You know this stuff. You're a genius, always have been. Okay, the explosive lenses form the outside layer. You should be able to see the lenses, like faces on a soccer ball. They're carefully shaped explosive charges, almost like a work of geometric art. Do you see them? I see them. How many? A lot. How are they arranged? Pretty seamlessly. No gaps? None that I can see. Puller heard his brother let out a breath. Somebody knew what they were doing. What the hell does that mean for me? If they manage to compress the chain reaction long enough, the bomb yield will rise exponentially, like we discussed. And from your description, it looks like they were pretty sophisticated in their design. Puller checked the timer. It was at 59 minutes, 27 seconds. How do I turn this thing off, Bobby? John, you can't actually turn it off. Then what the hell am I doing here? Puller barked so loudly that Cole jumped and almost dropped her light. There's really only one way to do it, Robert said in a calm tone. We have to screw up the detonation. The lenses are seamless now, but if we throw off the timing of the detonation, we can cause a fizzle. So how do I do that? We throw off the detonation sequence by adding one of our own. Puller looked up at Cole in dismay. So, you're telling me that in order to beat this thing, we have to detonate it? Is that what the hell you're telling me? Pretty much, yeah, said Robert. Shit, muttered Puller. That's really the only way? If there was another, I'd tell you. How about if I just start whacking stuff? Odds are real good you're dead, and a mushroom cloud probably goes up over West Virginia. I should have let the cavalry come in here, chopper this thing out and drop it in the ocean. They couldn't have done that in an hour, and hindsight is 20/20. Maybe they could have gotten in here before it engaged, stopped the timer from commencing, or dropped it in some deep hole. Again, hindsight. If this thing goes off, it's my fault, Bobby. 2 points, John. If that thing goes off, you won't be around to care. Second point, the person or persons who built that thing are the responsible parties, not you. Now how much time left? 57 and a half till doomsday. Puller looked up at Cole and pointed to the way they'd come in. He mouthed 2 words. Go. Now. She shook her head and gave him a stubborn expression when he pointed to the way out. When he did it a 3rd time, she flipped him off. John, you there? What's going on? Asked his brother. Nothing. Just a tactical issue that has been resolved. Now when you say fizzle, What exactly are we talking about? Maybe half a kiloton yield. But that's just an educated guess on my part. The concrete dome should help contain most of the blast. Half a kiloton, said Puller. That's equal to 500 tons of TNT. You call that a fizzle? Hiroshima got hit with a 13,000-ton yield, and they only used 60 kilograms of uranium, and of that, only 600 milligrams actually reacted. That's about the weight of a dime. I have no idea how much plutonium they've got in this sucker, but we have to plan for the worst-case scenario. There's no way it's as small a yield as with Hiroshima. We're talking gun versus implosion method, uranium versus plutonium. To be safe, let's assume it's millions of tons of TNT equivalent. That'll send the concrete dome into orbit and spread radiation over 6 states or more. And you can pretty much kiss West Virginia goodbye. Fresh sweat sprouted on Puller's face. Okay, half a kiloton doesn't sound so bad now. So tell me how to make a fizzle. We have to make a premature detonation happen. Yeah, that I get. How? Did you bring the stuff I told you to? Cole looked at Puller as she dug in his knapsack and pulled out 1 stick of dynamite, wire, blasting cap, and a timer. She had gotten these for him. She handed them to him while he cradled the phone against his shoulder. I thought I was going to use this to blow a hole in something. But if you'd told me then that I'd have to use this to detonate the nuke, I might not be here. Yes, you would, said Robert. I know my brother. This was said in a joking manner, but Puller knew the man wasn't smiling. He was, in fact, probably trying hard to keep his little brother calm. Trying, if it was possible, to take his mind off the fact that he might be sitting on the equivalent of millions of tons of TNT with a radiation kicker. Where do I put it? If you're looking at the bomb head on, place the stick 5 degrees to the left. Why 5 degrees? I like the number 5, John. Always have. Puller placed the stick in that spot and confirmed that with his brother. Robert said, Good. Now you obviously have to set the timer for the stick to go off before the bomb timer. With a nuclear weapon, even a millisecond difference in the timing of the explosions is sufficient. Stick detonates, punches a hole in the lenses, causing a series of staggered explosions. The sequential detonations will destroy the sphere along with the compression phase. The pit will squeeze through the created holes, and critical and supercritical stages will never be reached. With no pit, the plutonium can't be compressed, and the entire thing collapses. And that's real good? Asked Puller. Let me give you the 3 scenarios as I see them. If we're real lucky, we go low end. That means you just have a dirty bomb with nothing nuclear in the detonation. The most we have is a small boom with some radiation exposure, which 3 feet of concrete should be able to contain. That would be as good as it gets. The second, or medium outcome, is the half-kiloton fizzle. It obviously helps that you're in the middle of nowhere, covered by 3 feet of concrete. Collateral damage should be manageable. This county is full of a lot of people, actually, said Puller, as Cole stared at him from behind the light she held. And they're basically having a real shitty life right now. So the last thing they need is a mushroom cloud popping into their misery. I'm sorry, John. I didn't know. No reason you should. Puller drew a long breath. And the third scenario? My plan works, but it doesn't work that well. And we still go nuclear. And that means... Robert didn't say anything for a few moments. I've never lied to you, John, and I won't start tonight. That means that a large chunk of where you are will be completely vaporized. Like 100 hurricanes hitting all at once. There won't be anything left for miles. That's just how it works. Okay. Puller thought of something. Give me a few minutes, he said. What? Asked his brother. This thing is going to go boom under any scenario, right? Yes. Then give me a few minutes. He set the phone down, jumped up, and ran off. Cole rushed after him.
Puller, what are you doing?
He reached the barrels, sized them, eyed where he would be taking them, and decided on the best way. Mine shaft is over there. I'm going to roll these barrels into the shaft as far as I can. When the boom hits, if we're lucky, the concussive force will send these suckers deep into the rock and then bury them under tons of crap. It's our only option at this point.
Better than into the West Virginia air.
His muscles straining, Puller tipped the first barrel onto its side and quickly rolled it into the mine shaft. There was a slight downward slope, and the barrel rolled on its own down into the darkness. Puller ran back to the other barrels and found that Cole was trying to topple one over too, but her strength was not enough. "Just hold the light on it," he said. "I'll supply the muscle." A few minutes later, all of the barrels were in the mine shaft. Puller and Cole ran back to the nuke, and he picked up the phone. "I'm back." "What the hell were you doing?" demanded his brother. "Putting barrels of nuclear shit in a safer place." "Oh, right. Good idea. Okay. You ready?" Puller said, "Do you feel lucky?" His brother replied, "More to the point, do you feel lucky?" Puller licked his lips and glanced at Cole. She stood there as though marbleized. He set the timer on the dynamite stick to 30 minutes. That would give them plenty of time to get out of the blast area. They heard a groan. Cole said,
"Roger's waking up."
Her brother-in-law was indeed stirring. Puller said, "Go untie him, and make him understand that we need to get out."
"Puller, look!"
Robert apparently heard this. He said, "What's going on?" Puller didn't answer. He was too busy staring at the nuke bomb timer. It had gone from 47 minutes and 8 seconds to 5 minutes flat. Another booby trap they had engaged, perhaps by removing the cover. Puller reset his detonator for the only time he could, less than 5 minutes. He closed the lid on the bomb, and he and Cole raced over to Roger Trent. Puller used his K-bar knife to cut the bindings, and they got him to his feet, and then ran like hell to the filtration shaft. "John!" screamed Robert Puller's voice from the phone. His brother didn't answer. He dropped the phone next to the nuke. Now, all that mattered was getting out of the bunker. But even as he ran next to Cole, both of them propping up Trent beside them, Puller knew one thing for certain. We're dead. Number 90. As they raced along, a groggy Trent said, "What's going on? Who are you?"
"Just shut up and save your breath for running, Roger."
They made it through the filtration system far faster than when they had come the opposite way, even with Trent in tow. They raced up the steps, through the firehouse, and out onto the concrete drive in front. Puller and Cole had no time to stop and shed their hazmat suits. Their sweaty hair was plastered to their faces. They had stopped sweating so much only because their bodies were running low on fluids. Trent's face was flushed, and he was breathing heavily. "I think I'm having a heart attack." "Keep going," yelled Puller. He ripped off his glove and glanced at his watch. Nearly 4 minutes had passed. They had less than 1 minute. Maybe 500 tons of TNT, 1,000,000 pounds. The potential blast radius was far greater, even with the containment dome, than the distance they could run in the next minute, even if they were Olympic athletes. And if it went nuclear, in about 55 seconds there would be nothing left of them except vapor. Cole saw him glance at his watch and noted the expression on his face. Puller sensed her watching and looked over at the woman. Their gazes locked, even as they sprinted along.
"Nice working with you, Agent Puller."
She managed a weak smile. "Been my privilege, Sergeant Cole." They had 30 seconds left to live. In that time, they managed to cover another 20th of a mile. The dome was clearly visible behind them. Puller didn't look at his watch again. He kept running. He picked up his pace, so did Cole, so did Trent. The fresh air had helped revive him, and he had somehow realized that they were running for their very lives. Puller wondered briefly what the shock would feel like. He was about to find out. Inside the bunker, the dynamite stick detonated. Robert Puller's method worked, however. The staggered explosions, off by only milliseconds, allowed a seam to develop in the sphere, and the pit shot right through it. There would be no thermonuclear explosion. Now it became just a bomb. But it was a big bomb, and Drake County, with all of its coal mining over the years, had never witnessed a detonation such as this one. The earth trembled beneath their feet, but they felt that for only a second, which was the length of time their feet were actually on the dirt. An instant later, Puller, Cole, and Trent were thrown 20 feet in the air. They slammed into the dirt and were rolled head over heels by the concussive blast coming from the bunker. They ended up separated and nearly 100 feet from where they had last stood. Puller barely missed colliding with the trunk of a pine tree. Debris rained down from the sky. Puller, dazed and bloody, slowly rolled over. Somehow his MP5 had stayed with him. The barrel had struck him in the face when he'd hit the ground. His cheek was cut and swollen. Every part of his body was screaming in pain, both from the force of the blast that had hit him and from being thrown all that distance and hitting the earth with wicked velocity. As a chunk of flying concrete nearly took his head off, he spun around and looked back at the bunker. It was no longer there. At least, part of the top of it was gone. Chunks of concrete were flying through the air. Smoke and mist were rising up through the bunker's new hole. Part of its side had also been blown out. That must have been the source of the concussive force that had knocked them heels over ass. It appeared to Puller to be a man-made volcano on full eruption. He heard no screams from the adjacent neighborhood as debris slammed down on the houses. There were 57 people squatting in the old houses that had once been home to the plant employees. Cole had earlier that evening directed her deputies to mass evict all of them on the pretense of unlawful trespass. The explanation given was that the law-abiding citizens of the county had had enough. These people were in shelters, asleep, instead of in these homes, which were now being crushed under a maelstrom of flying concrete and rebar. Right now, it looked like a damn good call. He didn't know if the stuff belching from the bunker was radioactive or not, and at the moment he didn't care. He had to find Cole. He found Roger Trent first. Unfortunately, he had collided headfirst with a tree, far harder than he was. Half his head was gone. The mining mogul's financial problems, along with his life, were over. Puller looked frantically around as another explosion rocked the area, sending more debris into the air. Then he finally spotted her. Cole was nearly 50 yards from him. She was struggling to get up. "Stay down!" he cried out. "I'm coming!" He sprinted through the debris-filled air, dodging chunks of concrete that were as lethal as 50 cal rounds. He was 50 feet from her when it happened. The mortar-sized chunk of concrete hit Cole directly in the head. She fell back to the ground. "No!" Puller screamed. He started to run faster as concrete and rebar and things he could not identify hurled down at him. It was like he was dodging death once more in Kabul or Baghdad. He reached her and knelt down. The back of her head was bloody. He saw bits of her skull. He gently turned her over. Cole looked up at him. Her eyes were unfocused. Her brain was shutting down. He reached out helplessly to her. Her eyes stopped moving, and her gaze hung on him for a second. Her lips parted. He thought she was going to speak to him. She gave one last shudder. One last gasp of breath. Her eyes grew still, and Samantha Cole died. He sat back on his haunches. Not once had John Puller ever cried over a fallen comrade on the battlefield. Not once. And he'd had many opportunities to do so. Puller men did not cry. That was Rule 1. Yet as Sam Cole left him, the tears trickled down his face. Chapter 91. The federal government invaded Drake, West Virginia with the force of a rampaging army. And in a way, that's exactly what it was at this point. The Fed shut the town, and especially the area around the bunker, down. Every inch of ground was examined by teams of experts wearing the very latest protective gear. Air and ground tests were conducted. Robots ran in and out of Ground Zero 24/7. The media was kept in the dark throughout. The government had gotten quite adept at that over the years. The official story was that an odd combination of methane gas and some old World War II-era storage canisters had combined to give that part of West Virginia an unscheduled fireworks display. The air and ground contamination turned out to be far less than feared. No mass evacuation had to be ordered. Sophisticated imaging showed that the barrels Puller had rolled into that mine shaft had been effectively sealed under millions of tons of rock. The government wasn't sure whether they would go in to get them out, or let them remain right where they were. Puller's way had saved them a lot of money and storage costs after all. Remains of the plutonium pit and the bomb were found and taken away. The cleanup process began and would continue for a while. The government outright lied to the media and the good people of Drake every step of the way, and they did so with a smooth confidence. John Puller had been ordered by a string of generals and civilian brass to keep his mouth shut. He was a soldier, and so he did what he was told. One day that might change, he told himself. It would just not be today. Robert Puller was the only man in U.S. history to receive a commendation from his country after being convicted of treason for his part in helping to avoid a nuclear nightmare. However, there was never any talk of his sentence being commuted, and the commendation was given under the strictest secrecy. Puller did not attend Roger Trent's funeral. He assumed it would be an elaborate affair, no expense spared by his widow Jean, and he also wondered if anyone from Drake had bothered to show up. The man had been innocent of any complicity in attempting to create a nuclear holocaust, but that didn't take away from the fact that he was still a mean son of a bitch whose business had raped a region and ruined many a life, and Puller didn't give a damn about any of it. But there was one funeral in Drake that he did attend. Puller stepped out of the Malibu dressed in his brand-new dress blues. He cut quite a figure as he helped lift the coffin out of the hearse and carry it to the gravesite. This was Sam Cole's funeral, and nothing would have kept the man away. The Cole family was there, including Randy, who had on a brand-new suit that Jean no doubt had bought him for the burial of his other sister. He looked more like a lost boy than a grieving man. Jean was dressed all in high-dollar black. She looked entirely crushed. As Puller watched her, he had to assume it was more for the lost sibling than the dead husband. She was now a very rich widow, but she no longer had a sister. Samantha Cole was buried in her street uniform, not her dress uniform, but the one she wore every day. They had found a last will and testament that had asked that this be done. It seemed very fitting for the sort of cop she had been. Also buried with her was the Cobra. That was also in her will, and Puller had to respect the lady's foresight and attention to detail. Her cottage she left to her brother. Puller had earlier gone to her home and put a notice up on the front door declaring that anyone attempting to scavenge anything from the premises would be hunted down by the United States Army and dealt with appropriately and with extreme force if required. As he walked up to the coffin, Puller felt his throat constrict and his chest tighten. It was hot as hell and the sun blazed overhead. The humidity and heat combination must have been in the triple digits, and all Puller felt was the icy cold of nearby death. He lightly touched the polished mahogany, mumbled a few words that felt wholly inadequate. An inferior Romeo for the fallen Juliet. Finally he gathered himself and said, "You were a good cop, Cole. This place didn't deserve you." He stopped talking, trying mightily to keep his emotions from running totally away with him. He ended by saying, "It was an honor to serve with you." As they were walking back to the cars after the service, Jean Trent drew next to Puller.
What really happened? No one will tell me anything.
"Do you really need to know?" She bristled.
Do I really need to know why my husband and sister were killed? Wouldn't you want to know if you were in my shoes?
"The truth won't bring them back."
Well, you're a big help.
"I'm just giving you the best advice I can." She stopped, and so did he.
You weren't at Roger's funeral.
"That's right, I wasn't."
But you came back for this, in your fancy duds, with all your medals. Why?
"Because I owed it to your sister. It's about respect."
You cared for her, didn't you?
Puller said nothing.
Will you catch whoever killed her?
"Yes, I will." She looked away, and her mouth assumed a hard line.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
"You're rich and single. You can do whatever you want."
I'm not sure about the rich part. Most of Roger's assets have disappeared.
"You have the B&B. And a smart lady like yourself, you probably have some stashed away."
Assuming I do, if you were me, what would you do?
"You're really asking me?"
Sam thought a lot of you, and she was not easily impressed. If she thought you were okay, then so do I. And I'd like your advice.
"Move to Italy. Open a restaurant there. Enjoy the rest of your life."
Really? You think I should?
"Nothing keeping you here."
My brother is here.
"Take him with you."
Randy, to Italy.
Puller glanced over at Randy Cole. He was sitting by himself on a bench, looking like he didn't even know where he was. "He finally went to a doctor, right?" She nodded.
He has a brain tumor. It's not one of the ones that's always fatal. The doctors think they can treat it, or at least slow its progression, but we don't know how much time he may have left.
"Then I think you both could use a fresh start. Good luck." He started to walk away. She called after him.
Puller, I'm having a reception at the house. I was hoping you could come.
Puller kept walking. He didn't have time for receptions. He had a case to finish, and he was going to finish it. For himself, but mostly for Sam Cole. 92. The man lit his cigarette, waved the match until it stopped burning, and tossed it down on the damp cobblestone street. He was dressed in a dark blue jacket and white linen pants, with a hat pulled low over his forehead. His shirt was not monogrammed. It was stained with coffee, and a small hole had been burned into the cuff by a cigarette. It had rained most of the day, and the clouds were still puffy with moisture. The air was humid, but edged with a chill that made him shiver slightly. He looked right, and then left, and crossed the street. The bar had a neon sign that sputtered with each ebb and flow of the unreliable electrical supply. The door to the bar was battered and pocked, with what looked to be an arc of bullet holes. That sight didn't bother him. This was not the first time he'd been here. He edged through the crowd to the bar. He spoke the language passably, certainly enough to order a drink. Some in the crowd here knew him, at least by face, if not by name. The passport he carried was a fake, but looked real enough to allow him to travel here. He had no idea how long he would stay. He hoped it wouldn't be all that long. He took his drink, gave over his coins to pay for it, turned in his seat, and surveyed the crowd. Most were locals, some were tourists, and still others were probably here on business. He never looked directly at anyone, but he had become adept at noting anyone paying him unusual attention. There was none of that tonight. He turned back to the bar, but he listened for the door to open. When it did, he would turn back around to gaze at the newcomers. It happened twice. Locals and a tourist. The woman approached him. She was young, pretty, her hair dark, her accent strong but lyrical. He had seen her here before. She liked to mingle. She had never mingled with him before. She usually chose someone closer to her own age. Did he want to dance? She asked. No, he told her. Would he buy her a drink? No, he told her. Could she buy him a drink? He turned to her, dipping his chin low so she could not see him clearly. Why? He asked.
Because I am lonely.
He looked at the others in the crowded bar. I don't see how that's possible. I've seen you in here before. The men are very friendly towards you. She pulled out a cigarette and asked him for a light. He produced a match, struck it, and ignited the end of her smoke. He waved the match out and gazed again at her. She took a puff, blew the smoke to the stained ceiling, where a fan with bamboo blades slowly moved the hazy air from one side of the bar to the other. It was hotter in here. He could feel the sweat stain his armpits.
You are not local,
She said in English. I know I'm not, but you are.
since I was in the womb. Why do you come here?
Why does anyone go anywhere?
I have never been anywhere. I would like to get away from this place.
To get away.
What?
He felt the urge to talk to her. He wasn't sure why. Maybe he was lonely too. That's why I'm here, to get away.
To get away from what?
Life.
Was your life so bad?
Pretty bad, but also pretty good.
You are not talking sense.
He sat straighter on the bar stool. It does make sense, if you put it in context. She gazed at him, obviously perplexed.
Context? What is this context?
He finished his drink and tossed up his hand, ordering another. It was produced a few seconds later, and he drank that down too, wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his jacket. He wiped sweat from his forehead. Context is everything. It's truth. It's really the only thing that matters.
You talk funny, but I like you.
She swept one hand through his hair. Her touch and her smell awoke something in him. He thought he now understood why she had come to him in the bar. He paid for his drink, and then for hers. She kept her hand on his shoulder, and then it dipped to the small of his back. He kept one hand near his wallet, but he was reasonably sure that wasn't what she was after. Well, in a way, she was. Money. For services. He had a desire to be serviced. They left the bar 30 minutes later. They walked back to his hotel. It was only 5 minutes. It was the best hotel in the city, and it was still a dump. But he was not going to be staying here, not for long anyway. They went to his room at the top of the stairs. He took off his hat and his jacket and let them fall to the floor. She unbuttoned his shirt, helped him off with his shoes. When his pants were off, she said,
Give me a few minutes to freshen up.
He put his hand on her substantial rump and squeezed. She kissed him on the neck. His hand went under her skirt and glided over smooth flesh. She kissed him again, tonguing his cheek, his ear. His other hand reached for her breasts, but she was gone, off to the bathroom, to freshen up. He lay back on the bed in the dark. The ceiling fan whirred overhead. He watched it, counted the revolutions, then closed his eyes, waited for the bathroom door to reopen, see her silhouetted there, perhaps naked, perhaps nearly so. His life had changed so much in such a short period of time. It was both terrifying and exhilarating. Then a man said, "Hello, Bill. It's time we talked." 93. Bill Strauss sat up when he heard the man's voice. His body started to tremble. It was an immediate, visceral reaction that was paralyzing. He watched as the silhouette came forward. The bathroom door opened. The woman slipped through it and then out of the room, closing the door behind her. A setup. He had fallen for it. The silhouette turned to hard flesh. The man stood in front of Strauss and looked down. John Puller said, "You're a long way from Drake, West Virginia, Bill." Strauss just sat there staring upward at the far bigger man. Puller grabbed a chair, flipped it around, and sat down facing Strauss. In his right hand was one of his M11s. "How did you know?" "The fact that I ran for it, I guess." "Actually, I knew before then. You're not a good liar. I could read you pretty easily the night we came by the house to tell you your son was dead. At Trent Exploration, you were the second banana, but you wanted the bigger house. You were the brains and Roger was the front. Why should he get the lion's share? And you were in the perfect position to rip him off. No one suspected you, the money guy, because everyone assumed that if the business tanked, you would as well. But that wouldn't be the case if you'd already taken all the cash. And the plans to the bunker were in your safe, Bill, not Roger's. That was the clincher. You knew all about the place. And you figured out that Treadwell and Bittner had discovered the plans. Strauss's head dipped low. "Focus, Bill. I need you to focus." Puller smacked the man on the shoulder, and Strauss looked up at him. "They killed your son, Bill." Strauss knuckled his thighs and nodded. "I know that. You know I know that. But what are you going to do about it?" "What can I do?" "Your run is over. You're going to prison for the rest of your life. But you can make amends. You have that opportunity. You can go out on your own terms. That's something." "No, I can't. I can't do that, Puller." Puller edged forward, his hand bringing up the M11 slightly. Strauss eyed the gun. "Are you going to kill me? Is that why you're here?" "I came a long way to see you. And no, I'm not going to kill you. Unless you give me a reason to," he added. "I'm sorry about Sam." "I'm not here to talk about Sam. I'm here to talk about you. How did you find me all the way down here?" "I didn't have to find you." Strauss looked puzzled. "I don't understand." "I didn't have to find you because I never lost you. We knew where you were at all times. We followed your path all the way down here, in fact." "I don't understand. How did—" Puller stood. "They killed Dickie, Bill. Shot him right in the head. You never intended that, did you?" Strauss shook his head. "It wasn't supposed to be that way. Never that way. Right through the head. Just riding his bike. And bam!" Strauss nearly tumbled off the bed as Puller fired his gun and the slug ripped into the wall and stayed there. "Shot him," Puller continued calmly. "Blew up his brain. I was there, saw it all. Hydrostatic pressure to the head from a supersonic rifle round. A Lapua round, Bill. It was overkill. They wanted to make sure he was dead. He never had a chance. You never would have recognized your kid, Bill. He had no face left." Strauss pulled himself back up and snapped. "That was not part of the plan. I didn't know. No one told me that Dickie—" His voice trailed off, and he started weeping. "I suppose you're sorry he's dead," said Puller. "Of course I am.
When you came to my house and told me, I was distraught. His mother is devastated. But you had no problem leaving her behind, Puller pointed out. There was no way to bring her. There was no way to explain to her. He halted, ground his fists into his eyes, wept some more. So you kept the missus in the dark over all of this. I've set up an account for her. She would never want for anything. Except her husband and son. And since you left her behind, you couldn't know she wouldn't die when the bomb went off. I was told... our house was far enough away. Puller cut in. Doesn't it piss you off that they murdered your son? Strauss said nothing. Puller slipped his hand in his jacket and pulled out a photo. I have the autopsy photo right here. You want to see your kid? See what they did to him? More tears trickled down Strauss's face. He made no effort to brush them away. Wasn't supposed to happen. Well, it did happen, Bill. You want to see? Puller said in a tighter voice. He held out the picture. Strauss recoiled from it. No, I don't want to see him like that, he said in a hushed voice. Somebody did that to my boy, I'd want payback. I'd want revenge. I'd want justice. There's no way to do that now. Sure there is. Puller slipped the picture back in his pocket. Amends, Bill. You can make it right. You can do it for your son. I can't. You see, my wife, they might hurt. She's already in protective custody. She'll go into witness protection. It's all arranged, all done. All you have to do is the right thing. Puller sat back down, holstered the M11. Strauss said, What about me? Can I? Puller cut him off. You're going to prison, Bill. No deals. So I talk and still get prison? Strauss said bitterly. You get to live. It's a good alternative to not living. So you are going to kill me if I don't cooperate. I don't have to. Why? The U.S. government will execute you for treason. A few moments of silence went by. Puller finally said, I need an answer, Bill. Got wings waiting. Depending on your answer, the jet will take you one place as opposed to another. Bill Strauss rose. Let's go. Puller stood and gripped the other man by the elbow. Good choice. For my son. Yeah, said Puller. 94. Puller's choice of running paths was remote and lonely. He liked to come here to sweat and think, and the former helped him do the latter. And he didn't like other people around while he was doing it. He inserted the earbuds, turned on his iPod, and started his run. 5 miles later, he was trotting back to his car, and then he stopped. There were 6 men that he could see. One was leaning against the hood of his Malibu. There were 4 others providing perimeter security. The 6th man was standing near the rear door of the Malibu. 2 black SUVs were parked in front and at the rear of Puller's vehicle, blocking it in. Puller started walking. He slipped out his earbuds and cupped his iPod in his right hand. Hey, Joe, how's it going? Joe Mason pushed off from the Malibu. Puller, haven't heard from you in a while. Thought my orders were pretty clear on that score. You report to me. Well, sometimes orders get gummed up by facts on the ground, and then they have to be changed. Is that right? Pretty much, yeah. Well, nobody told me that, and it's always good to hear it from the horse's mouth. That's why I'm here. Puller drew closer to him. He noted the 4 perimeter guys close in. They were all armed. And they were all the same guys who had once before surrounded him in the parking garage in Arlington after his meeting with General Carson. So you're here because you want to report. That's right. Okay, easy enough. There are 3 basic points. After Dickie was murdered, something didn't feel right, so I started doing some digging. Here's what I found. You and Bill Strauss knew each other. You grew up together in New Jersey. I checked. You served together in the Marines. Strauss tried to BS me and said he'd never served. But he knew what a BCD and DD were. And he made his son join up because he thought the Army could cure him of his sexual preference. You don't do that unless you've been in the ranks yourself. Okay, so I knew him. I served with him. Lots of Marines out there. He didn't last long, just like his son. Dickie got dumped because of don't ask, don't tell. His old man got dumped because he was a petty thief and drug dealer and the Marine Corps just got tired of his ass. The interesting thing is, you left around the same time. Now, you had no dings on your record like Strauss, otherwise you never would have gotten on with the feds and later at DHS. But I'm thinking that you and Strauss stayed in touch. And when Dickie told his old man about a way into the bunker that Randy Cole told him about, and what he'd seen when he was in there, Bill called you. He figured, with your connections, something good might come out of this. Good meaning lots of money, regardless of the chaos and pain it might cause. Is that right? Yeah, Joe, it is. You came to Drake on the QT, and got into the bunker, and saw what Randy Cole was talking about, only unlike him, you figured out what was in those barrels. All those nuke cakes just sitting there, forgotten. What would the value be? Billions? How should I know? And the file you gave me on the bunker was legit. At least it was legit as far as the Army cover-up went. It was perfect for you. The last thing you wanted was anybody snooping around there. So when I started asking about it, you just pulled out the report, and we stopped thinking about the bunker as a viable target. Keep going. Second, you had to build the bomb. Strauss got Treadwell involved to do some of the machining of the parts without telling him what they were really for. He just gave him specs that you gave him. But Treadwell and Bittner got too curious, and they made the very big mistake of involving their neighbor, Matt Reynolds. He was DIA, way too close to home. He had a soil report done. I bet it was taken somewhere around the bunker. I don't think Reynolds knew there was plutonium in there, but he might have thought there was something toxic that people were after. And if he started really digging, your whole plan might get crushed. So 6 people had to die, including 2 kids. Which of your guys did the deed, Joe? Puller looked around and pointed at one guy. Him? He pointed at a second. That asshole? I doubt you came down to do the honors. Boss man doesn't dirty his fingers. You just watched via video. Shotgun the parents, bludgeon the kids. What? Didn't have the heart to shoot the kids? Mason said nothing. And then your guy spotted Larry Wellman on duty Monday night. A rookie. Your men approached him, probably when he was making rounds near the rear of the house, where no one could see. They flashed their creds, fed gods. Wellman couldn't be happier to help. Put up no fight, asked no questions. He took your guys inside and they strung him up like a side of meat. You planted your bits of the certified letter there and left with his wheels. How were we supposed to get the letter in the first place? It wasn't the real letter. You knew about it because Wellman told Dickie, or else Matt Reynolds told you what he'd done when you interrogated him. It wasn't in the house, and we never did end up finding it. You learned the letter wasn't discovered, but you wanted us to go down that road because you knew it would lead nowhere and be a big waste of our time. So you killed a man just in order to plant a false clue at the crime scene. Interesting, said Mason. Then you concocted the Dari chatter to throw the blame onto guys in turbans that never existed. You never would have drawn attention to Drake. But your hand got called because of the murders. You knew CID was going to be coming out. So you did the chatter immediately afterward, and then you had your guys do some more chatter.
And you gave me the plausible but wrong scent on the pipeline and nuke plant. You told me we had 3 days, when you knew the bunker was set to detonate in 2. Strauss made those death threats to Roger Trent to lay the groundwork for something happening to him, because Strauss was going to use this as an opportunity to get rid of Trent and the financial records that showed the embezzlement. So Trent and the boxes were put in the bunker. There'd be nothing left of either one except radioactive dust. People would either assume Trent made a run for it to get away from the money troubles Strauss had caused, or whoever was sending him the death threats had finally gotten their man. It was a neat plan you two came up with. I haven't heard anything that connects me to anything, said Mason. Puller held up a third finger. And here's why I stopped reporting to you and instead started digging. You were the only one I told about Dickie Strauss working with me. More significantly, you were the only one I told about him meeting me that night at the firehouse. His death wasn't a spontaneous thing. Your sniper was there long before, all set up and ready to go. You were the only one who could have orchestrated that. No one else. Not how I recall it, said Mason. He said. And you killed him because you were afraid Dickie would have a change of heart. He went to the house and found Larry Wellman. He saw the bodies of the Reynolds family. He knew Treadwell and Bittner were dead too. He was scared. I doubt you told him what the real plan was. But when people started dying, he knew he was in way over his head. He might have figured working with the authorities was the best way out. But you couldn't allow that. So you had your guy blow his head off. So you say. No proof. Puller looked around at the other men. You got away with it, Joe. You blew the bunker. You got your nuke fuel. Roger Trent is dead. The financial docs are ash. So why are you here? Your plan worked. Mason said nothing. He continued to eye Puller steadily. Puller edged a step closer to the man. Maybe that Islamic chatter actually wasn't far from the truth, even though you planted it. Maybe you were hired by enemies of this country to detonate a shitload of fissile material in West Virginia. I think those barrels you left behind were part of the bomb, and the folks you're in business with are probably not happy about it not going according to plan, so that's why you're here, to get a little bit of revenge on me, and maybe save your ass from the guys in the turbans. How much did you get paid to attack your own country, Joe? Just give me a ballpark. Mason cleared his throat. You don't have it exactly right, Puller. I'm a patriot. I wouldn't do that to my country. I knew what I had there. But I wasn't paid to make it go boom. Bullshit, snapped Puller. You're no different from the 9/11 maggots. Mason exploded. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, Puller. Then explain it to me, Joe. Explain how a former Marine turns traitor. Mason started talking fast. After all these years at DHS, I know my way around nukes, and I knew how to get to the folks I needed in order to build one. Once you have the fuel, the rest isn't that hard. The government would never admit having left nuke fuel behind. I could sell this stuff and no one the wiser. My big mistake was letting Strauss get that idiot Treadwell to build the reflector and some other components, and that came back to bite me in the ass. Nothing you just said makes any difference. You're still a traitor. You left barrels of uranium and plutonium cakes behind in the bunker. That would have made 5 or 6 states radioactive. Those barrels were empty. I wasn't leaving that stuff behind. You're right. It was worth billions. Puller said, You're lying. I saw those barrels. Those tops hadn't been opened in decades. Mason grinned triumphantly. We cut open the bottoms of the barrel, Puller, and then reseal them. After we fill them with dirt. See, I provide for every contingency, just like I did when you accessed the bomb. It triggered a countdown accelerator. But it was still a nuclear device. You were still going to nuke your own country, you asshole. Mason snapped. I knew what I was doing, okay? We only used a minimal amount of plutonium, enough to give a little boom and some radiation, and it's the middle of nowhere. So what if Drake, West Virginia went radioactive? It was already dead. It has over 6,000 people, Joe. A lot more people than that die in traffic accidents every year. 100,000 people die every year in hospitals because of mistakes. In that context, the collateral damage was pretty damn small. But you're intending to sell the nuke fuel to our enemies. They won't detonate in an area that has no people, Joe. They'll nuke New York, D.C. Yeah, well, I'm in the process of moving to another country. I'm kind of tired of this one. But you did screw things up for me. I can still sell this stuff, but it'll just be trickier. That's why I'm here. To give you a little payback. Puller said, Did you really need the money that badly? To sell out to terrorists? You're scum. I busted my ass for my country for over 30 years, and in the next round of budget cuts, they were going to let me go. I owed them nothing. Puller held up a fourth finger. Mason said, You said there were only 3 points. I lied. We nailed Bill Strauss in South America. He took off before the bunker blew, of course. It wasn't like he was going to stay around for the mushroom cloud, although he didn't bother taking his grieving wife. Guy's a real winner. Or did I mention that he ratted you and all your guys out? Mason blurted out, That's impossible. I spoke to Bill. Yeah, you spoke to him yesterday. And today. I was in the room when you did. FBI recorded the whole thing. You're bluffing. How else do you think I knew all the details I just told you? I'm a pretty good investigator, but Strauss debriefed us on a lot of stuff. Only way I knew about it. Mason just kept staring. Puller said, So you're basically sitting on a bunch of nuclear material you'll never be able to sell. But then again, you don't need a lot of money in prison. Or if you're convicted of treason, you get lethal injection. Either way is fine with me. Puller looked around and observed that all of Mason's men were now showing signs of extreme nervousness. That was both good and bad. Good in that nervous men were not as effective fighters. Bad in that nervous armed men did erratic things and were thus hard to predict. But even though it was 6 against 1, Puller could sense that they were feeling outnumbered right now. He looked back at Mason. You ready to surrender, Joe? Asked Puller. I'll tell you what I'm ready for, Puller. And I'll tell you right now. 95. Mason looked over at the 6th man standing next to the Malibu. He waved him forward. The man was in his middle 50s, dressed in slacks and a light windbreaker, though the air was warm and there was no breeze. He had a SIG 9mm held loosely in his right hand. He was 2 inches shorter than Puller, but about 20 pounds heavier. He looked rock solid, mean, and ready to kill. Mason said, This is Sergei, Puller. He was in the Soviet Army. He specializes in pain, creating it in others, that is. He's going to take you somewhere and work on you, show you some of his techniques. He's really the best at what he does. Puller gazed over at the other man, who looked back at him with a superior expression. Puller said, Soviet Army? You guys can't fight worth a shit. You let a bunch of desert farmers kick your ass in Afghanistan. Sergei's confident look went away and was replaced with a murderous one. Mason said, I'm not sure that was your smartest move, Puller. Did I hurt your feelings, Sergei? Were you one of the guys who didn't have the balls to carry a rifle? Did they keep you at the rear to work over the guys who couldn't fight? Sergei looked even more unhinged, which was Puller's purpose behind the taunts. Pissed off people made mistakes. Puller edged a step closer. Mason said, Let me give you the rundown, Puller.
We're gonna take you to a place where Sergei is gonna inflict some real pain on you while I watch. And then we're gonna put you out of your pain permanently. I tried to take you out twice before with bombs, but missed both times. But the third time, as they say, is the charm. Puller swung his arms wide and used this movement to distract their attention from him taking 2 more steps forward. He said, "So that's the plan? Hope you didn't spend much time thinking up that one, Joe, because it really sucks." "It works just fine for me. And then I have contingency plans, Puller, I always do. Strauss in the federal bag or not, I'm out of here. And don't even think about putting up a fight. We'll shoot you right here if you do." Puller shrugged. "Well then, let's get this over with. I've got stuff to do today." Before Sergei could even bring his gun up, Puller struck. His iPod's edge had been filed down to the sharpness of a Ranger K-bar knife. A second later, the entire front of Sergei's neck was gutted. The Russian fell back against the car, blood pouring down his chest. Puller grabbed Sergei by the collar, swung him around, and knocked the gun out of Mason's hand. Puller let the Russian drop to the ground to finish bleeding out. In the next flash of movement, Puller wrapped one arm around Joe Mason's neck, spun around, lifted the man off his feet, and drove his head right through the windshield of the Malibu. Mason lay sprawled on the hood, his head a bloody, pulpy mess. Puller didn't know if he was dead or not, and he didn't care. Puller leaned close to the man and said quietly, "That was for Sergeant Samantha Cole." He turned to look at Mason's remaining men. They were pointing their weapons at him, but seemed frozen by the utter ferocity of his attack. They wouldn't be frozen for long. 20 Army Rangers appeared out of nowhere in full cami gear, their MP5s pointed at the 4 men. 5-to-1 kill ratio. The odds of victory for the 4 were 0. They dropped their weapons immediately. As they were being cuffed, Mason pulled free from the windshield, and Sergei placed in a body bag. General Julie Carson emerged from the woods. She checked on Mason, and then walked over next to Puller. She handed him a bottle of water.
Figured you worked up a sweat.
"With the run, yeah. And thanks for giving me a little alone time with Mason."
No, thank you. I enjoyed watching.
"Is Mason dead?"
No, he has a pulse. It's pretty weak, though.
"Tell the ambulance to take its time." She smiled.
Roger that.
"Not that we needed it, but I'm assuming you got all that recorded?" Carson held up a flash drive.
You know how seriously the United States Army takes surveillance. Although I do think we might conveniently lose the footage of you taking the Russian and Mason out. I mean, who needs to know about that?
He smiled. "I guess I didn't expect that sort of nuance from you, General Carson." She returned the smile.
I have a few surprises. And we're off the clock, so it's Julie.
"Okay, Julie." She watched the men being driven off.
I guess it was all for the money.
"Guess so. The nukes?"
They're not on the market yet, so we'll get them. That's all these guys have to bargain with to escape the death penalty now.
Puller looked over at his damaged car. "Guess I can't drive that."
Not to worry. I'll give you a lift.
"Thanks."
And maybe we can have that drink.
"Maybe we can." 96. Puller said, "You're a hero, Bobby. You saved a town, probably an entire state." He was seated across from his brother at USDB. Robert Puller appeared to be trying hard to hide his pleasure at this statement. It was the first time at USDB that Puller had ever seen his brother wear an expression approaching pride. "Did they deliver the commendation to you?" Robert nodded. "A first for USDB. Not sure they knew what to do." "I bet." "I'm sorry about your friend, Sam Cole. And I'm sorry they didn't see fit to commute your sentence." "Did you really expect them to?" "The military does not second-guess itself. That would be tantamount to admitting a mistake. And the military doesn't do that either." Puller reached across and shook his brother's hand, ignoring the glare from the MP on duty.
You saved my ass. That's what big brothers are for. For most of the flight home, Puller stared out the window. When the plane soared over West Virginia, the pilot came on the PA. He told them where they were, and added that he was from Bluefield, which he declared was the prettiest place in the country. Puller began to read the in-flight magazine and tuned out the man's words. He picked up his repaired Malibu at the airport and drove to his apartment. AWOL greeted him, and he spent a few minutes giving the cat some attention. He looked out at the tiny courtyard visible from his kitchen window. This made him think, for some reason, about Sam Cole's picture-perfect backyard, with its fountain where they had sat together and talked. He touched his cheek where she had kissed him. He wondered if he had been wrong to turn down Sam Cole's not-so-subtle invitation into her bed. But then he finally concluded that it had been the right thing to do at the time for both of them, although he had always thought there would be other times with the woman. But what were the odds, really, that he would have lived and she would have died? That chunk of concrete could have just as easily hit him, or a tree, or a deer, but it had chosen to hit Sam Cole and end her life. A person could explain it away by saying it just wasn't his time yet. Puller had done it himself after dodging death on the battlefield. Other guys had died. He hadn't. But for him, that wasn't explanation enough. Not this time. He wasn't sure why it was different in this instance, but he just knew that it was. He put AWOL aside and reported to CID at Quantico. He wrote up his reports and talked to the people he needed to talk to. He was told that a promotion was forthcoming that would enable him to jump 2 spaces in the military hierarchy instead of merely 1, an unheard-of opportunity. He turned it down on the spot. His SAC spent a long time trying to talk him out of it. Other guys would kill for this. Then let the other guys have it. I don't get you, Puller. I really don't. I know, sir. Sometimes I don't get myself. He had cleaned up his desk, returned a few emails, met with some superiors so they could be in the loop, and then he decided he was done with the Army for a while. He'd had leave saved up. He wanted to take it. There wasn't an officer in the ranks who would have denied the request. People who had helped avoid nuclear holocaust on home soil could pretty much do what they wanted, within reason. This was the U.S. military, after all. He went home, packed up some things and his cat, loaded the Malibu, and set out. He had no map, no plan, no destination. It was just a CID special agent on the loose, with his trusty comrade AWOL. The cat rode in the back seat like he was being chauffeured. Puller was glad to play the role. They left at midnight because Puller preferred roaming in the dark. He found a road heading west and took it. By dawn he had covered over 300 miles without stopping to even take a leak. When he did stop to stretch and relieve himself, gas up, buy the biggest coffee they had, and let AWOL out, he found he was well into West Virginia. Not Drake, another part. He wasn't going back to Drake. There was nothing there for him, if there ever had been. He didn't want to see the bunker again, what was left of it. He didn't want to see the Trents and the Coles, what were left of them. He would carry Sam Cole in his memories for as long as he had them. Of that he was sure. Being around her had made him a better cop and a better person. He would miss her for the rest of his life. Of that he was also sure. He would come back to the Army and return to his duties catching people who did bad things. For some reason, he felt that he would come back stronger than ever. It was a nice feeling. He believed he owed that one to Sam Cole, too. He opened the door and AWOL jumped back into the car. Puller settled himself in his seat, shifted the Malibu to drive, and said, "Ready to roll, AWOL?" The cat meowed its approval. Puller eased back onto the road and then gunned it. He swept down the road, moving fast, flowing smoothly. And then he was gone, like he had never even been there. After all, it was true. You couldn't kill what you couldn't see coming. This has been a Hachette audio production of Zero Day, written by David Baldacci, read by Ron McClarty with Orla Cassidy, executive producer Michelle McGonigal, produced and directed by Kevin Thompson, engineered by Danny Famiano, post-production Paul Goodrich, Merlin Music, New York City. Zero Day is also available in print and as an ebook from Grand Central Publishing, a division of Hachette Book Group. Text copyright 2011 by Columbus Rose Limited. Audio production copyright 2011 by Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, no part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the written permission of the publisher. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental.